Chapter 1958. A Genius Remembers Love in 1 Second? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. The Holy Sun had resorted to unscrupulous means to defeat Fang Qin. He had even used the forbidden magic of the Crimson Marrow Tiger clan. However, he seemed to have forgotten that Fang Qin was an elder of the inner palace of the Heaven Bone Palace and a disciple of the Bone Progenitor. Who was the Bone Progenitor? It was the best at escaping in the God realm. Even the God-destroying Emperor did not want to become enemies with the Bone Progenitor. He could neither catch up nor kill the Bone Progenitor. If the Bone Progenitor tangled with him, he would feel like a sticky candy that would annoy him to death. The Holy Sun's eyes were bloodshot. A terrifying aura surged around his body. The long spear in his hand let out a thunderous sound, as if it was responding to its master's emotions. The red tassels on the tip of the spear danced in the wind. Crimson Marrow Sky-piercing spear. The Holy Sun's robes fluttered without the wind. He spat out 5 words. Suddenly, the long spear in his hand disintegrated and turned into nothingness. Then, in front of everyone's dumbfounded eyes, the long spear turned into a fine aura that gushed out from every corner of the void. The terrifying aura from all directions pressed toward Fang Qin. Whoosh! When the terrifying aura was about to come into contact with Fang Qin, a long spear condensed in front of him. Kill! The Holy Sun dragged his battered body. He stomped his feet and leaped in front of Fang Qin. He grabbed the long spear with his big hand and activated all the strength in his body to thrust it forward. At this moment, the Holy Sun's body was trembling. This was the forbidden magic of the Crimson Marrow Tiger clan. He had no choice but to use it. The terrifying aura spread out. Wherever the tip of the spear passed, the space distorted and a majestic vortex appeared, as if to suck everyone into the vortex. Seeing this, Fang Qin's expression changed slightly. What kind of divine art is this? Fang Qin felt the terrifying power contained in the tip of the spear, and the sword-shaped runes circulated on the surface of his body. He did not use his physical strength to block it. Instead, he used the space-time illusion demon tome. Voila! The spear pierced into Fang Qin's body. The latter's body shattered and faded away. Seeing this, the third Holy Sun's eyes turned red. He pulled the spear back and stabbed it into the void. Whoosh! Fang Qin's body kept changing positions in the air above the martial arts practice arena. The third Holy Sun's spear was also madly chasing after Fang Qin, but it could not touch Fang Qin's body. Ah! The third Holy Sun screamed madly. The power of the spear in his hand became stronger and stronger. It seems that you won't be able to hold on for long with this forbidden divine art. Fang Qin thought to himself as he dodged. Seeing that the third Holy Sun was about to be defeated, Fang Qin appeared and immediately used the demonic dragon Heaven Destroyer sword. Boom! The horrifying sword light turned into a huge black dragon in the sky and collided with the third Holy Sun's spear. Crack! After the two collided, the huge black dragon collapsed, but the spear was also blocked. Poochie! In the blink of an eye, the power of the spear rushed into the third Holy Sun's body. The latter spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backward. The spear flew out of his hand and into the sky. Fang Qin opened his palm, and the spear fell into his palm. He played with the spear with interest, and waves of power came from it. It's an upper-grade true god weapon. The beast gods are really rich, Fang Qin said. Bang! The third Holy Sun fell to the ground in a sorry state. The Emperor of the beast gods hurriedly helped him up. Holy Sun, are you all right? Emperor Wuk and the others asked worriedly. At the same time, some people scolded Fang Qin loudly. Humph! The beast gods are getting more and more unruly. The black-robed woman snorted and said coldly. The master of Golden Peak Island is the godly Emperor of Destruction. His status is much higher than yours. You are just the third Holy Sun's subordinate. How dare you scold the godly Emperor of Destruction? The black-robed woman's words left the Emperor of the Beast Gods speechless. At this time, the third holy son finally recovered. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked coldly at Fang Chen. He opened his palm and said, "Give me back my spear." "Give it back to you? I thought it was my trophy," Fang Chen said with a smile. He had no intention of returning the spear. This made the third holy son's face even more gloomy. "As the holy son of the beast gods, you should know better than me that the winner is the king, right?" Fang Chen asked with a half-smile. "If we were in each other's place today, would you return my weapon to me?" "Fang Chen, do you really want to take my spear?" the third holy son asked in a low voice. "You already know the answer. Why ask me?" Fang Chen said with a shrug. "Holy son." Emperor Wuk and the others glared at Fang Chen. They were very impulsive. However, the third holy son stopped them. Fang Chen's strength was beyond his imagination. If even he was no match for him, Emperor Wuk and the others would only be asking for trouble. "Good, very good. My weapon was given to me by my master, the godly Emperor of Destruction. If you dare to take it, take it. But let me remind you, once you take this hot potato, you will have a hard time in the future." The third holy son threatened Fang Chen. "I don't care," Fang Chen said softly. The third holy son's face darkened. Suppressing his anger, he flung his sleeves and turned to leave. "Fang Chen, I will remember you." The members of the Beast God tribe followed behind the third Xingzi and left swiftly. Originally, the third holy son wanted to defeat Fang Chen with his absolute strength and then return to the Beast Gods with the star and moon. But now, not only did he not get the beauty, he was defeated by Fang Chen in public. This was a great humiliation to him. Even his weapon was lost. He wanted revenge, but he was very rational. Now was not the time to be impulsive. He should go back and find the second holy son or the first holy son. "I will let you keep the weapon for now. You will regret it," the third holy son thought to himself. Seeing the third holy son was about to leave, Fang Chen suddenly slapped his head and remembered something. "Remember to ask the first holy son to apologize in person." Fang Chen's voice made the holy son stagger. The latter wished he could find a hole to hide in. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the sky. There was silence in the square. The Vice Island Master and the others stared at Fang Chen, dumbfounded. Isn't he too strong? Not only did he defeat the third holy son, but he also took away his weapon. Fang Chen walked down from the martial arts arena. The woman in black smiled and said, "You are indeed the godly Emperor of Destruction. You are really powerful. Island Master Fang, what you have done today has completely offended the third holy son. I heard that the third holy son is vicious. He will not let you go after humiliating him in public." The old man from the Samsara Palace reminded him. Fang Chen nodded and said, "Thank you for the reminder. May I know your name?" Since they were both in the Divine Emperor realm, Fang Chen did not stand on ceremony with the old man and asked for his name directly. "How can I be compared to the godly Emperor of Destruction? You can call me Shueluo." The old man laughed. Fang Chen was stunned when he heard that. He did not expect the skinny old man in front of him to be the famous Shueluo Divine Emperor of the God world. "So you are Shueluo Divine Emperor. Sorry for the disrespect." Fang Chen cupped his fists and said, "Thank you, godly Emperor Destruction. It took me tens of millions of years to reach the godly Emperor realm. But you, godly Emperor Destruction, have reached the godly Emperor realm at such a young age. Your future is limitless," godly Emperor Shueluo said humbly. Fang Chen waved his hand and said, "Who in the God world does not know the power of Shueluo Divine Emperor? When the rules of reincarnation are cultivated to the extreme, they can easily send people into the cycle of reincarnation." Haha, that is all in the past. Shueluo Divine Emperor was very friendly to Fang Chen. The black-clothed woman was also sizing up Fang Chen with curiosity. Shueluo Divine Emperor called the woman in black Mississippi. Who is she? Is she the daughter of the Samsara Emperor? Fang Chen was puzzled. Maybe she is one of the 5 Samsara kings. Then, Fang Chen extended his hand and said, "You two are guests from afar. Would you like to have a seat in my residence?" Sure, sure. Before Shui Luo Divine Emperor said anything, the woman in black laughed and said, "I have not left the Samsara Palace for a long time. It is not easy to come out. Of course I have to have fun." Chapter 1959. Genius Remembers Love in 1 Second Go/Little? Here's a wonderful novel for you to read. In the banquet hall, Fang Chen and Star and Moon accompanied godly Emperor Shui Luo and the woman in black. Fang Chen only knew that the woman in black was called Ling. He didn't know anything else. Since godly Emperor Shui Luo didn't want to talk about it, he didn't want to ask. The Samsara Palace didn't care about worldly affairs and didn't participate in the disputes of the realm of the gods. So it had a good relationship with the Palace of Bones. At least, the Samsara Palace hadn't sent any of its members to Golden Peak Island for so many years. Godly Emperor Destruction, here's to you. At the banquet, Shui Luo's face was full of smiles. He raised his wine cup and clinked it with Fang Chen's. "Don't be so polite, Shui Luo," Fang Chen said with a smile after finishing his drink. "I haven't been out for a long time. I didn't expect to see such an excellent genius like you this time. I'm impressed." Godly Emperor Shui Luo admired Fang Chen from the bottom of his heart. Godly Emperor Shui Luo chatted with Fang Chen while Ling chatted with Star and Moon. After a few hours, the banquet ended. Godly Emperor Shui Luo looked at Fang Chen and said, "Thank you for your hospitality, Godly Emperor Destruction. If there's a chance, come to the Samsara Palace and I'll treat you well." "I'll definitely go if there's a chance," Fang Chen said. Ling was also very happy. "Fang Chen, the Samsara Palace is very fun. You should come and have some fun." With that, Godly Emperor Shui Luo and Ling left Golden Peak Island. Fang Chen reached out and held Star and Moon's fair hand, his eyes full of tenderness. In the territory of the beast gods, in the first sacred palace, the first holy sun sat cross-legged, cultivating. Suddenly, a coquettish maid rushed in and said, "The holy sun, the third holy sun wishes to see you." "He's back? Let him in." When the first saint heard this, he smiled and said, "Don't worry." After a while, the third holy sun came in. "Big brother." The third saint had a grave expression as he spoke in a low voice. Under normal circumstances, when there were only the 3 of them, they would call each other brothers. "Well?" the first holy sun asked calmly. The third holy sun shook his head and said, "It's a mess. The strength of the God Emperor of Destruction is beyond my imagination. I can't gain the upper hand in my battle with him." In the end, not even the Crimson Marrow Tiger clan's forbidden technique could defeat him. The third holy sun sighed with a bitter smile on his face. The first holy sun's expression changed, and he nodded. "People from the Palace of Bones are very good at escaping. It's normal that you can't beat him." The first holy sun nodded. "No." The third holy sun wanted to say something, but stopped. "What happened?" The first holy sun seemed to have found something wrong and asked in a low voice. The third holy sun pondered for a moment, then gritted his teeth and told the first holy sun about the battle between him and Fang Chen. He even told the first holy sun about the bet between them. After saying that, the third saint lowered his head. "Damn it!" The first holy sun's face was gloomy, and a murderous look appeared between his eyebrows. "You want me to apologize in person?" The first holy sun's face showed a sinister smile. "I admit that his strength is beyond my imagination. But you want me to apologize in person just because of this? How dare you?" The third holy sun said gloomily, "Brother, the godly Emperor of Destruction's attacks are incredible, especially his sword Wei divine skill. I can't resist it at all." The first holy sun waved his hand and comforted the third holy sun, saying, "You just rest and recover. I will avenge you. If he wants me to apologize in person, he needs to be strong enough. After a pause, the first Holy Son continued, As for your weapon, leave it with him for the time being. The third Holy Son could hear the anger in the first Holy Son's words. Brother, you must avenge me, the third Holy Son said. The first Holy Son nodded slightly. He looked up at the void with his dark eyes. His thoughts had drifted thousands of miles away. After defeating the third Holy Son, Golden Peak Island finally quieted down. The pool dragon load had returned to normal and could be mined again. However, Fong Chen was still worried. He set up an absolute god formation around the 5 lode. Then, he handed the control center of the formation to the Vice Island Master. Once he found something wrong, he would activate the formation immediately. After settling everything, Fong Chen began to cultivate. He had gained some insights from the battle with the third Holy Son. In the courtyard, Fong Chen sat cross-legged, surrounded by the aura of Sword Wei. The inheritance of the Demon Emperor is really powerful. Fong Chen could not help but exclaim. The power of the Demon Emperor's demonic dragon Sky Destroyer sword was enough for Fong Chen to defeat a godly emperor of the same realm, even before he learned the 6th move of the ancient soul-refining technique. I have some idea of the 24th level of the demonic dragon Sky Destroyer sword. After briefly organizing his insights, Fong Chen began to meditate. Sure enough, the cultivation this time was almost a matter of course. In just half a month, Fong Chen succeeded in cultivating the 24th level. This also meant that Fong Chen was standing at the top of the Godly Emperor realm, worthy of the title of Godly Emperor of Destruction. Fong Chen slowly opened his eyes and exhaled a mouthful of turbid qi. There was a smile on his face. He had gained a lot from cultivating for half a month. I can't cultivate the last 12 moves of the demonic dragon Sky Destroyer sword for the time being. I'll find a chance in the future. Fong Chen said slightly, however, with my current strength, I'm afraid I can defeat the first Holy Son, right? Then, Fong Chen struck while the iron was hot and cultivated the illusory demon book of time and space. The golden heart beat rapidly, and the aura of time and space around him became stronger and stronger, constantly merging together. The speed of the integration of time and space rules seems to be faster. Fong Chen said to himself. Fong Chen was cultivating quietly on Golden Peak Island, but a very shocking thing happened in the God realm. Among the 6 godly emperors of the rules, except for Fong Chen who succeeded in his challenge and became the new godly emperor of destruction, the other 5 godly emperors of the rules had been firmly occupying their positions. However, on this day, a piece of news came from the Pantheon, and it immediately caused a stir in the entire God realm. A mysterious person challenged the godly emperor of destiny in the Pantheon, and there was an earth-shattering battle between the two. In the end, the mysterious person defeated the godly emperor of destiny with his absolute strength and became the new godly emperor of destiny. This was also the second godly emperor of the rules to change hands after the godly emperor of destruction. This incident caused a huge commotion. Fong Chen succeeded in his challenge, and he was a disciple of the Bone Progenitor, a descendant of a famous family. This mysterious person had no reputation in the God realm before. Although this person was extremely mysterious, some people still found some clues that proved that this person was the former godly emperor of destiny. When he was a godly king, he succeeded in challenging the godly emperor of destiny. Now that he was a godly emperor, he became the new godly emperor of destiny. For a time, people compared the mysterious person with Fong Chen. In just a single night, the entire firmament was abuzz with the news. However, no matter how hard the major forces searched, they could not find any trace of the godly emperor of destiny. This person seemed to have evaporated from the God realm. By the time the news reached Golden Peak Island, half a month had already passed. Whoosh! In the courtyard, when the space-time aura around Fong Chen reached its peak, Fang Chen's figure suddenly disappeared into thin air. The next moment, he appeared at the other end of the courtyard. The Spacetime Phantasm Demon Book has reached the 8th level. Fang Chen smiled and stopped cultivating. However, at this moment, his communication jade pendant rang. Immediately, he received the news that shook the entire God realm. Godly Emperor of Destiny, Godly Emperor of Destiny, mysterious person, Fang Chen muttered, and his face gradually became serious. He seemed to have thought of something. Suddenly, he slapped his head and cried out, "Could it be that this person is the inheritor of the Destiny system?" Cosmos God Guyuan left behind 6 great sword Dao inheritances, and they were passed down to 6 people. Before this, Fang Chen killed the inheritor of the creation system and obtained the other 4 inheritances. Including his own inheritance of the destruction system, he had a total of 5 inheritances, and only the Destiny system inheritance was missing. Fang Chen had been asking around, but there was no news of the inheritor of the Destiny system. However, there was news of this happening frequently recently. Fang Chen suspected that the new godly Emperor of Destiny was the inheritor of the Destiny system that he was looking for. Chapter 1960. A Genius Remembers Love in 1 Second? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. In the vast realm of the gods, there were bound to be some idiots with wild imaginations. For example, the leader of the 27 Sword Emperors of the South Tomb Sword Palace, the Evergreen Sword Emperor, was currently plotting against Fang Chen on Golden Summit Island. Fang Chen is getting stronger and stronger. We can't drag this out any longer. Otherwise, it will be even harder to kill him. Yeah, I think the sooner we act, the better. Even the 3rd holy son of the Beast God clan was defeated. Even if you go all out, you might not be able to defeat the 3rd holy son, right? The Evergreen Divine Emperor's face turned solemn when he heard the discussion of the Divine Emperors. I originally wanted to reap the benefits, but the 3rd holy son of the Beast God clan was too weak. After some investigation, I found out that there are 5 major mines on Golden Summit Island. Some time ago, something happened at the Pool Dragon mine. It seems that the 3rd holy son came to Golden Summit Island because of the Pool Dragon mine, said the Evergreen Divine Emperor. So, I plan to tamper with the Pool Dragon mine. What can we do? Hearing this, the Evergreen Divine Emperor smiled mysteriously. Soon after, he whispered into their ears and told them about his plan. Then, he began to implement it. The Pool Dragon mine was near the sea. Because it was a first-class mine, most of the people mining here were divine kings. Only the person in charge was a divine emperor. Besides, with Fang Chen's absolute god formation, the Vice Island Master was not afraid that someone would be blind enough to cause trouble. Outside the Pool Dragon mine, the Evergreen Divine Emperor and the others hid and observed carefully. There's only one Divine Emperor here. We can kill him, said the Evergreen Divine Emperor. But the absolute god formation is a little troublesome. We'll be discovered once we touch it. Let me do it, a bearded Divine Emperor said softly. He was also a formation expert. Be careful, the Evergreen Divine Emperor reminded. Then, he quietly began to crack the formation. Every formation in the world had its flaws. There was no perfect formation in the world. Fang Chen's absolute god level array formation was no exception. It had flaws as well. As for the bearded godly emperor, he happened to be very familiar with this array and had studied it countless times. Ha ha! In just an hour, the bearded deity emperor had broken a hole in the array. He then waved his hand, indicating that the Evergreen deity emperor and the others could enter. Hoo! After the South Tomb Sword Palace's divine emperor entered the formation, he quickly burrowed into the Pool Dragon mine. Inside the mine, the God Emperor in charge looked around and commanded the crowd. Today's task is more important. Everyone, focus on mining. Pucci, however, just as he finished speaking, He felt his origin spirit tremble and blood flowed out uncontrollably. After that, his head stiffened as he turned around with great difficulty. To his astonishment, he discovered the evergreen divine emperor and the others. He wanted to send a message back, but he no longer had the strength to do so. Bang! The evergreen deity emperor and the others attacked together and killed him completely. Let's move quickly. Then, the South Tomb Sword Palace's divine emperors used their absolute strength to start a large-scale massacre of the God Kings mining the mine. After an hour, the evergreen deity emperor and the others quickly gathered and said, "Let's go." Finally, the group disappeared into the night. For the next few days, Fang Chun had been studying the Spacetime Phantasm demonic book, hoping to reach the last level. At his level, the Spacetime Physique Cultivator was considered outstanding. However, the Bone Progenitor had high requirements for him and he still needed to work hard. "If I have the chance, I really want to go to the ancient barn boundary to take a look," Fang Chun said. At this moment, the Vice Island Master rushed over with a gloomy face. "Island Master, something big has happened. All the miners mining in the Pool Dragon mine have been killed. Even the elder in charge of the team has been killed," the Vice Island Master said in a deep voice. "What?" Following a bang, a terrifying murderous intent was emitted from Fang Chen's body. "What's going on?" Fang Chen asked in a cold voice. "Didn't I set up an absolute God formation? Why did this happen?" "There's nothing wrong with the absolute God formation. I suspect that it was done by the Orc gods. They deliberately chose the Pool Dragon mine as a show of force," the Vice Island Master guessed. "I'll go take a look." Fang Chen's heart was burning with anger. He also guessed that it was done by the Orc gods. He had just humiliated the third Holy Sun, and now something had happened to the Pool Dragon mine? How could there be such a coincidence? Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Fang Chen floated above the Pool Dragon mine and carefully sensed the formation he had set up. It seems that someone has tampered with it. Immediately, Fang Chen closed his eyes and sensed. A moment later, he opened his eyes. He was sure that the formation had been tampered with. It seemed that the person who did this must have inquired about him and knew that he was an absolute God formation master. Interesting. Fang Chen's face was gloomy as he said coldly. Then, he rushed into the Pool Dragon mine. At a glance, the mine was full of blood. Corpses lay in pools of blood, dripping with blood. The Orc gods. Fang Chen clenched his fists and was burning with anger. However, just as he was about to turn around, he found that something was wrong. "Hey, the wounds on the elder's body?" Fang Chen squatted down and carefully examined the only divine emperor leader. There were many wounds on his body. Although the enemy had disguised himself, Fang Chen could clearly sense that those were not wounds left by other sharp weapons, but by sword marks. A sword cultivator from the Orc gods? Fang Chen was a little puzzled and his eyes flickered. He put his hands on the leader's wounds. Buzz. The golden heart beat rapidly, and wisps of fine sword chi drilled into Fang Chen's body. It was then absorbed by the golden heart, and the latter suddenly opened his eyes. "What a vicious mind!" Fang Chen said word by word. There was a trace of sword chi left on the leader's wounds, and it was the same as the aura of the Sword Palace of the South Tomb. "You came all the way to Golden Peak Island to kill me, and you killed innocent people and framed the Orc gods. You want us to kill each other and then reap the benefits?" Fang Chen's mind suddenly cleared up and he said slowly, "You forced me to do this." Looking at the innocent martial cultivators lying on the ground and losing their lives forever, Fang Chen was enraged. They were innocent. Why did they have to be involved in the dispute? "I'm your opponent. Come at me if you have any problems." Crack. Fang Chen clenched his fists tightly, and a crisp sound was heard. He was filled with anger, and he soared into the sky. "The Divine Emperor of the Sword Palace of the South Tomb is hiding on Golden Peak Island. Find them even if you have to dig 3 feet into the ground." Fang Chun transmitted his voice to the Vice Island Master. Then, he spread out his spiritual consciousness and scanned the surroundings. Since you want to die, don't blame me, Fang Chun, for being vicious. This time, Fang Chun really wanted to kill them. As long as he could find the Divine Emperor of the Sword Palace of the South Tomb, he would end their lives with his own hands. After the news was spread, the elders of the Inner Palace who were guarding Golden Peak Island quickly spread out to search for the murderer. Fang Chun was no exception. He used the Space-Time Phantasm Demon Book to travel to every corner of Golden Peak Island. In an extremely secluded place, the Evergreen Divine Emperor and a few others were sitting on the ground, eating a piece of barbecued meat. I'm speechless. We are Divine Emperors. When did we have to suffer like this? Yeah, we have to hide every day and eat barbecued meat. We can't even drink wine, and we have to be wary of Fang Chun. The few Divine Emperors complained as they ate their barbecued meat. There was a faint smile on the Evergreen Divine Emperor's face. To him, as long as he could complete his mission, it didn't matter how hard it was. Let's wait a little longer. Fang Chun must be burning with rage right now. He must have gone to find the holy son of the Beast God tribe for revenge. The Evergreen Divine Emperor smiled faintly. Once he enters the territory of the Beast God tribe, he won't be able to come back alive after he humiliated the third holy son. A Divine Emperor has caused such a mess in our South Tomb Sword Palace. He's really something. Yeah, even the Palace Master can't do anything to him. The God Emperor of Destruction has ordered that no God Emperor is allowed to attack a Divine Emperor. This kid can be considered a genius. It's a pity that he offended our South Tomb Sword Palace. I'm afraid he won't be able to survive this time. So what if he's a genius? Since ancient times there have been countless geniuses that have fallen. Only those who can survive and grow can be called geniuses. The Evergreen Divine Emperor snorted coldly. Geniuses who died would be forgotten by time. Everyone was laughing and discussing, not noticing that danger was approaching. Chapter 1961. Genius 1 second. Remember love divided by go divided by little? Sagnet, providing you with wonderful novels to read. Anger burned in Fang Chun's blood. Love go little say, W. Chu murderous intent filled his body. He felt a chill run down his spine when he thought of the innocent miners lying in pools of blood. Although he wasn't the one who killed them, they died because of him. They could have lived a carefree life, but because he came to Golden Peak Island, they were met with an unexpected disaster. The South Tomb Sword Palace. Fang Chun, who was shuttling rapidly through the void, was enraged. He hadn't been this angry in a long time. The people of the South Tomb Sword Palace had thoroughly enraged him. Fang Chun had already made a decision in his heart. Once he found the people of the South Tomb Sword Palace, he would not show any mercy and kill them without mercy. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. After the Space-Time Illusion Demon Book reached the 8th level, Fang Chun's speed reached the maximum. In addition, the space-time rules of order had almost taken shape. Fang Chun could use all the space-time aura in the void. As a result, there was almost no place on Golden Peak Island that he couldn't find. After searching frantically for 3 days, Fang Chun finally found a suspicious place. Array formation? Fang Chun instantly found an extremely hidden place in the clouds. There was an array formation that was almost invisible to the naked eye. Moreover, this array formation was an ultimate god array. It seems like there is an ultimate god array master in the South Tomb Sword Palace camp. Fang Chun paused for a moment, then said, "But, so what?" Then, he took a step forward and descended from the void. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at this hidden place. "You've hidden very well. Unfortunately, you met me." Fang Chun had already determined that the people hiding here were from the South Tomb Sword Palace. Crash! Fang Chun waved his hand and the aura of array formation spread around him. In an instant, The absolute God-grade formation shattered and the evergreen celestial emperor and the others appeared before Feng Chen's eyes. As expected, it's you. Upon seeing Divine Empress Evergreen, Feng Chen's eyes turned scarlet, cold and bloodthirsty. What happened? The group of people who were originally chatting and laughing suddenly discovered that the formation had shattered. Immediately they panicked. How did he find this place? The Evergreen God Emperor was also stunned. Their plan was perfect, so how did Feng Chen find this place? Everyone stood up and looked at Feng Chen warily. The South Tomb Sword Palace is truly shameful to have trash like you. Feng Chen was in no hurry to attack. Instead, he stared coldly at Divine Emperor Evergreen. And you, as the disciple of Swordless God Emperor, how could you do such a sneaky thing? Do you still have the face to live? Facing Feng Chen's questioning, the Evergreen Divine Emperor calmed down from his panic. Humph! The Evergreen Divine Emperor snorted coldly and said in a low voice, Feng Chen, you've offended the South Tomb Sword Palace and ruined Master's plan. As long as I can kill you, I'm willing to do anything. Why do you have to attack innocent people? The aura on Feng Chen's body was a little strange. He seemed to have calmed down gradually. Why can't you come at me? Do you feel guilty? Ha, those people died because of you. I want you to blame yourself for the rest of your life. Since the plan had failed, there was no need to hide anything. The Evergreen Divine Emperor said this intentionally to provoke Feng Chen and make him go crazy. This would give them a chance. They won't die for nothing. Feng Chen said calmly. Then what about the 20 over-sword emperors of our South Tomb Sword Palace? Are they going to die for nothing? The Evergreen Divine Emperor said with a malevolent expression. Feng Chen, today, either you die or I die. Evergreen Divine Emperor, are you afraid? Feng Chen took a step forward and stood in front of the Evergreen Divine Emperor. His pitch-black eyes stared at the latter as he asked calmly. A trace of panic flashed across the Evergreen Divine Emperor's face. However, he quickly calmed down. I'm afraid? Although I can't help but admit that your strength has exceeded my imagination. Even if we can't kill you, we can still defeat you if we join forces. The Evergreen Divine Emperor's meaning was simple. Even if they couldn't kill Feng Chen, they could still escape unscathed. It's a pity that the plan has failed this time. However, it doesn't matter. You've offended the third holy son of the beast god race. He definitely won't let you off. The Evergreen Divine Emperor was still arrogant. Feng Chen shook his head lightly and said, Are you done? The Evergreen Divine Emperor was stunned. He didn't understand what Feng Chen was saying. If you're done, then prepare to die. Feng Chen said calmly. You! The Evergreen Divine Emperor roared in anger. He waved his hand and said, Attack together. Let's fight it out with him. Under the command of the Evergreen Divine Emperor, the few Divine Emperors of the South Tomb Sword Palace attacked together. From today onwards, the South Tomb Sword Palace no longer has a Sword Emperor. Of the 27 Sword Emperors, only the Evergreen Divine Emperor was left. And now, Feng Chen wanted to kill him. Whoosh, the star-concealing sword appeared in the sky. Feng Chen executed the 24th level of the demonic dragon Heaven Destroyer sword. Poochie! The terrifying sword light turned into a huge black dragon. It carried a terrifying power and pierced through the body of one of the Divine Emperors. No, seeing this, the Evergreen Divine Emperor roared. Their combined attack couldn't push Lin Fan back. Instead, they lost a Divine Emperor. Has his strength reached such a level? The Evergreen Divine Emperor's eyes were filled with fear. In such a short time, Feng Chen's strength had increased a lot compared to when he fought the third Holy Sun. It's too late to realize it now. The combination of the Spacetime Phantasm Demon Book and the demonic dragon Heaven Destroyer sword was Feng Chen's strongest attack. The Evergreen Divine Emperor and the rest couldn't resist at all. In the blink of an eye, 2 Divine Emperors fell under Feng Chen's star-concealing sword. Evergreen, hurry up and leave. At this moment, a burly divine emperor tried his best to stop Fong Chen. He wanted to buy time for the Evergreen divine emperor. Leave quickly, Evergreen. The other divine emperor who was stabbed by Fong Chen spat out blood. He held onto the star-concealing sword tightly, not allowing Fong Chen to move. No, although the Evergreen Divine Emperor was furious, his rationality told him to leave quickly. As long as he was alive, there was hope. The Evergreen Divine Emperor turned around in pain and quickly escaped into the void. None of you can leave. Pucci, after killing the Divine Emperor, who was holding onto the star-concealing sword, Fong Chen started to kill the other Divine Emperor. Even if I die, I'll drag you down with me. The Divine Emperor knew that he wasn't a match for Fong Chen. He gathered the energy in his body and wanted to self-destruct. Rumble. The explosion of a Divine Emperor realm expert was too powerful. The violent energy caused the entire Golden Peak Island to shake. Fong Chen was drowned in the powerful aura. Some of the Divine Emperors who were searching the Golden Peak Island suddenly heard the tremors. Vice Island Master, what happened? It seems like there are experts fighting. Could the Island Master have found the culprit? Let's go and take a look. In an instant, everyone on the Golden Peak Island rushed towards the source of the explosion. All the grass and trees within a radius of 10,000 miles were turned into nothingness. A huge crater appeared on the ground. The terrifying energy of the self-destruction still lingered in the air. Cough cough. Dust flew up and a mud man flew out from the ground. Fong Chen patted the dust off his clothes. He had an ugly expression on his face. Sword-shaped runes revolved around his body, and there was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Fortunately, the Golden Heart absorbed a large amount of energy from the self-destruction. Fong Chen said to himself, the self-destruction of a Divine Emperor was too powerful. It could even threaten ordinary Divine Emperors. This was also the reason why no one was willing to force a Divine Emperor to do anything. He had been caught off guard just now. Fortunately, he had the double protection of the Golden Heart and the perfect sword body. Even so, Fong Chen had suffered some minor injuries. Evergreen Divine Emperor. After recovering slightly, Fong Chen spread out his spiritual consciousness and found the Evergreen Divine Emperor who was traveling through the void. Want to leave? Fong Chen's lips curled into a playful smile as he entered the void. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. As soon as Fong Chen left, the Vice Island Master and the other Divine Emperor elders arrived. They took a deep breath and were shocked when they saw Fong Chen's sorry state. Could it be a Divine Emperor self-destruction? The residual aura in the air is too strong. It must be a Divine Emperor self-destruction. Where's the Island Master? Why didn't we find him? Could it be? In an instant, everyone's expression changed as they searched for Fong Chen. Chapter 1962. A Genius Remembers Love in 1 Second? We provide you with interesting novels to read. In the void, the Evergreen Deity Emperor was running for his life. His heart was filled with fear. He had cultivated for countless years to reach this level. If he took another step forward, he would be a deity emperor. Moreover, his master was God Emperor Swordless. Even if he couldn't break through, his status in the South Tomb Sword Palace wasn't bad. But now, he was being chased by Fong Chen. Damned fella. Thinking of Fong Chen, the Evergreen Divine Emperor felt a burst of anger in his heart. Back then, that soft persimmon that could be kneaded by anyone had already grown to this extent. It was all because the South Tomb Sword Palace wasn't decisive enough. Moreover, the God Emperor Destruction had spoken. Otherwise, Fong Chen wouldn't have been able to survive until now. But now that things had come to this, he couldn't regret it. What he needed to do now was to escape from Golden Peak Island. Even if he had to escape to the Beast God race's territory, it would be better than staying here. Swoosh. The Evergreen Deity Emperor waved his hand and the battleship appeared on the ocean. He then dived into the battleship. Hold it there. Fang Chen followed closely behind and slashed out with his sword. Suddenly, the calm ocean turned into turbulent waves. Waves splashed as the battleship of the evergreen deity Emperor swayed. But it still continued to move forward. Huff, huff. Fang Chen leaped up and stopped in front of the battleship. Evergreen deity Emperor, you won't be able to escape, Fang Chen said coldly. Fire! In the battleship, the evergreen deity Emperor activated the attack system. Suddenly, a terrifying cannon shot out from the battleship towards Fang Chen. Swoosh! Fang Chen used the time-space phantasm devil book and dodged the attack easily. Seizing this opportunity, the evergreen deity Emperor continued to escape. Fang Chen continued to give chase. In the blink of an eye, the battleship was far away from Golden Peak Island. Time passed. Seeing that Fang Chen was about to catch up, the evergreen deity Emperor couldn't care less. He gritted his teeth and placed all the god crystals in the battleship into the energy slot. Then, the speed of the battleship was pushed to the maximum. Are you trying to escape from me by destroying your battleship? Behind them, Fang Chen's expression changed slightly when he saw the battleship suddenly accelerate. After that, he sneered and executed the ancient soul refinement technique's destruction sword technique. A terrifying destructive sword chi shot out from the hidden star sword and turned into a monstrous sword shadow. It cut through the sky and slashed at the battleship. Crack! A crack appeared on the battleship, and the boundless seawater invaded the battleship. The evergreen divine Emperor looked extremely anxious and flustered. Is there someone ahead? All of a sudden, the evergreen god Emperor noticed a figure hurrying over from 1,000 miles away on the turbulent sea. Immortal Divine Pavilion? The evergreen deity Emperor was overjoyed. Their South Tomb Sword Palace and the Immortal Divine Pavilion had some friendly relations. He immediately transmitted his voice. Brother from the Immortal Divine Pavilion, I am the Evergreen Divine Emperor of the Southern Tomb Sword Palace. Please lend me a hand. I will definitely reward you greatly. The Evergreen Divine Emperor's voice was filled with boundless true God energy and instantly transmitted into the ears of the people from the Immortal Divine Pavilion. This person was dressed in black and held a golden flute in his hand. Although the bamboo raft was small, it was able to withstand the surrounding wave. He stood on the raft leisurely, as if he was sightseeing in the West Sea. All of a sudden, he heard someone transmitting a message to him. He immediately raised his head. The Evergreen Divine Emperor? The black-robed man's expression changed. Then, he stomped his feet and the bamboo raft seemed to have some magical power. Its speed increased to the maximum as it flew towards Fang Chen. Brother Evergreen, don't worry. I'm coming to save you. Fang Chen also saw the black-robed man rushing over. He executed the 24th level of the demonic dragon heaven-destroying sword. A terrifying sword light turned into a black dragon and pierced through the battleship. Suddenly, the Evergreen Divine Emperor's body shot out from the battleship. Die! Fang Chen roared and stabbed out with the hidden star sword again. Pucci, no matter how hard the Evergreen Divine Emperor tried to block, it was to no avail. The hidden star sword pierced into the Evergreen Divine Emperor's arm, instantly crippling it. A miserable scream came from the Evergreen Divine Emperor's mouth. He endured the pain of losing his arm and temporarily escaped from Fang Chen's attack range. It was also at this moment that a roar of anger came. Stop! At the same time, a black laser shot towards Fang Chen. Bang! Fang Chen raised the hidden star sword and blocked it. Rumble! On the surface of the sea, the waves were roaring. Fang Chen was floating in midair. Below his feet was the battleship that was about to sink to the bottom of the sea. Opposite him, the black-robed man stood on the bamboo raft with a golden flute in his hand. He stared at Fang Chen with a gloomy expression. The Evergreen Divine Emperor, who was escaping in a sorry state, landed on the bamboo raft. When he saw the black-robed man, his face was filled with joy. Brother Wu, it's actually you. Ah. Initially, the Evergreen Divine Emperor was just casually asking for help. He did not expect that the person who came would be his best friend. Wu Jindi, a member of the Immortal Divine Pavilion. She was extremely powerful. Among the Divine Emperors, she was comparable to the three holy sons of the Beast God tribe. A long time ago, Wu Jindi had been on good terms with the Evergreen Divine Emperor. All along, the two of them had kept in close contact. Brother Evergreen, it has been more than 100 years since we last met, right? Wu Jindi said faintly. Yes, I'm ashamed to say that. I didn't expect to meet under such circumstances. The Evergreen Divine Emperor's face was filled with shame as he laughed self-deprecatingly. Brother Evergreen, you took good care of me in the past. Now that you're in danger, I naturally won't sit by and do nothing. Wu Jindi said in a deep voice, Don't worry. Whoever wants to touch you will have to ask for my permission first. Brother Wu, this person is the disciple of the Bone Progenitor, Fang Chen. He's also the new Divine Emperor of Destruction. He has a deep grudge against my Sword Palace. You must be careful. The Evergreen Divine Emperor reminded. Divine Emperor of Destruction? Wu Jindi's eyes flickered. She then said, Give me some face and let this matter rest. How about it? After all, the other party was the disciple of the Bone Progenitor and the Divine Emperor of Destruction. Wu Jindi didn't want to make a move unless she had no other choice. The Evergreen Divine Emperor and I will fight to the death, Fang Chen said indifferently. His attitude was clear. He definitely wouldn't let the Evergreen Divine Emperor leave today. Hearing this, Wu Jindi frowned in displeasure. As an undying warrior of the Immortal Divine Pavilion, he had a high status and was extremely powerful. He had already taken a step back, but the Divine Emperor of Destruction didn't give him any face. Wu Jindi said, But I'm indebted to Brother Evergreen. I can't sit by and do nothing. After hearing Wu Jindi's words, Fang Chen shrugged his shoulders and said, Since that's the case, let's rely on our own abilities. Just as Fang Chen finished speaking, he suddenly waved his hand. The aura of Array Dao filled the air and an absolute God-grade array appeared out of nowhere. In the blink of an eye, it enveloped Wu Jindi. Then, his figure appeared in front of the Evergreen Divine Emperor like a ghost. Evergreen Divine Emperor, do you think Wu Jindi can protect you? The voice of the God of Death entered the Evergreen Divine Emperor's ears. The Evergreen Divine Emperor's body trembled, and he retreated continuously. Fang Chen, you can't kill me. The Evergreen Divine Emperor screamed hysterically. I'm the disciple of the swordless Divine Emperor. If you kill me, my master won't let you off. But, if I don't kill you, will the swordless Divine Emperor let me off? Since he was already at odds with the Sword Palace of the Southern Tomb, Fang Chen didn't expect the swordless Divine Emperor to let him off. After all, they were enemies. So what if he killed the Evergreen Divine Emperor? Caught off guard, Wu Jindi was trapped by the absolute God-grade array and couldn't escape. This was Fang Chen's chance. He believed that as long as the Evergreen Divine Emperor was dead, Wu Jindi wouldn't become enemies with him. In the previous pursuit, the Evergreen Divine Emperor was already injured. Now, he wasn't a match for Fang Chen. He didn't even have the strength to resist. Using the Demon Dragon Sky Destroyer sword, the Hidden Star sword pierced into the Evergreen Divine Emperor's body. Splash! Fresh blood splattered across the sky. The Evergreen Divine Emperor's eyes flashed with a hint of madness. He wanted to self-destruct. But Fang Chen had already expected this. The Hidden Star sword sliced off the Evergreen Divine Emperor's head at lightning speed. Then, with a slap, his primordial spirit shattered. Just like that, the 27 Sword Emperors of the Southern Tomb Sword Palace fell. Boom! A terrifying aura of death surged into the sky. The absolute God-grade array shattered. Wu Jindi broke the array and glared at Fang Chen, ready to attack. Wu Jindi, you and I have no grudges. Now that the evergreen Divine Emperor is dead, there's no need for us to continue fighting. Fang Chen said indifferently. Of course, if you want to avenge the evergreen Divine Emperor, I'll accompany you anytime. However, you have to consider your own strength and whether you're qualified to avenge him. Chapter 1963. Genius 1 second. Remember love go/little? I will provide you with interesting novels to read. Wu Jindi looked at the corpse of the evergreen deity emperor and her pupils shrank. Her heart was in turmoil. You killed Evergreen? Wu Jindi widened her eyes and looked at Fang Chen. She could not believe what she was seeing. Fang Chen shrugged and kept the evergreen deity emperor's summer ring. You're finished. The evergreen deity emperor is the youngest disciple of Emperor Swordless. Emperor Swordless will not let you off, Wu Jindi said solemnly. However, he did not make a move. Although he was impulsive and wanted to take revenge for the evergreen deity emperor. However, Wu Jindi knew her own limit. The fact that the other party could kill the evergreen deity emperor in such a short period of time was enough to prove his strength. The godly emperor of destruction lived up to his name. At the very least, Wu Jindi had no chance of winning against him. Unless it was a life-and-death battle. You don't have to worry about that, Fang Chen said and turned to leave. Wu Jindi looked at Fang Chen's back view and said with a burning gaze, Godly Emperor of Destruction, we will have a battle in the end. South Tomb Sword Palace. Boom! In the peaceful Sword Palace, all the disciples were cultivating step by step. Suddenly, a shocking sword aura shot up to the sky as if it was going to pierce through the entire sky. Then, Emperor Swordless' roar could be heard. Suddenly, all the disciples of the South Tomb Sword Palace prostrated themselves on the ground as their bodies trembled uncontrollably. Their primordial spirits were trembling as if the end of the world was coming. What's going on? Why is the Palace Master so angry? Oh my God, the Palace Master is angry. Something big must have happened. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Soon, the Black Emperor and the Death Emperor rushed to Emperor Swordless' palace. Love go little say, Chu Master, what's going on? The Death Emperor cupped his fists and asked. At this moment, Emperor Swordless did not have his usual majesty. His body exuded a terrifying sword aura and his eyes were filled with killing intent. Evergreen is dead. It was just a short sentence, but it expressed the extreme anger in Swordless God Emperor's heart. Even the Death God Emperor and Black Emperor were stunned. Junior brother Chongqing is dead? Was he killed by Fang Chen? After being stunned for a moment, their faces quickly turned gloomy. Master, what exactly is going on? Was it that bastard Fang Chen who killed junior brother? The Black Emperor and the Death God Emperor were enraged. The Evergreen Divine Emperor was their junior brother. He had never stepped into the God Emperor realm, but they doted on him very much. This time around, he had sent the Evergreen God Emperor to assassinate Fang Chen because of the God Emperor Destruction's order. God Emperors were not allowed to take action. How hateful! The Swordless God Emperor roared at the sky. All the swords of the sword cultivators in the territory of the South Tomb Sword Palace soared into the sky and kowtowed in the direction of the Sword Palace. On this day, a terrifying aura filled the entire southernmost region. The Orc God Clan's territory. Boom! The descent of Swordless God Emperor's projection caused a huge commotion. In the blink of an eye, God Emperor Destruction appeared. Wujian, why have you come to my Beast God Clan? The God Emperor Destruction was a little unhappy. The Swordless God Emperor had purposely released his God Emperor aura to suppress the people of the Beast God Clan. Destruction, my disciple Evergreen is dead. The Swordless God Emperor said furiously. What does his death have to do with me? The God Emperor Destruction said calmly. It's all because of you. The Swordless God Emperor roared furiously. After understanding the ins and outs of the matter, the God Emperor Destruction sneered. Your disciple died in the hands of Fang Chen. It can only be said that he was too weak and deserved to be killed. Fang Chen did not break the rules, but if you were to take action, you would have broken the rules. The divine world cannot be without rules. Before the holy light religion is completely destroyed, this is the decision that the 10 strongest God Emperors have made after a discussion. The God Emperor Destruction said, "If God Emperors can take action as they wish, wouldn't the divine world be in chaos? If that's the case, then there's nothing more to say." No one knew that the most powerful battle in the history of the Beast God clan had erupted. 2 God Emperors. The God Emperor Destruction, who was known to have the strongest attack power, was fighting against the strongest sword cultivator, the swordless God Emperor. Even though the 2 God Emperors were using projections to battle, the ripples created from the battle were frightening. This battle lasted for an entire month before it came to an end. Southern Tomb Sword Palace. The God Emperor Destruction returned in a low-profile manner. His expression was frighteningly gloomy. When Black Emperor and God Emperor Death saw their teacher, they were slightly astonished. "Teacher, you are injured?" Black Emperor asked. God Emperor Swordless waved his hand to indicate that he was fine. He then sat on the stone stool and said, "God Emperor Destruction, that old undying man, is too strong. After so many years, he is the one who has concealed himself the most. I am going into closed-door cultivation. The matter of Evergreen will be handed over to the 2 of you. No matter what method you use, you have to kill that brat for me." The battle with the God Emperor Swordless had greatly stimulated him. Especially after knowing that the God Emperor Destruction might be the first to become a cosmos god, he felt even more anxious and wanted to enter closed-door cultivation. "Teacher, rest assured." Black Emperor and God Emperor Death cupped their fists. After the God Emperor Destruction entered closed-door cultivation, the 2 great God Emperors discussed for a long time before finally coming up with a risky method. Senior disciple Brother Black Emperor, Fang Chen, is at the Golden Summit Island. That place is extremely close to the Beast God clan. As long as we appear at the Beast God clan, we will definitely be discovered by the God Emperor Destruction. It is definitely impossible for the 2 of us to act personally. Then what should we do? Black Emperor frowned and pondered. We can't act personally, but we can borrow the help of others. God Emperor Death seemed to have thought of something and revealed a sinister smile. Help from others? Almost none of the God Emperors can guarantee that they can kill Fang Chen. Furthermore, the God Emperors can't act personally. Black Emperor could not think of anyone else. God Emperor Death laughed sinisterly. "Senior disciple Brother Black Emperor, have you forgotten about the sacred light religion?" Black Emperor's expression changed. He wanted to say something but stopped. Golden Summit Island. The projection of the Bone Progenitor was currently discussing some matters with Fang Chen. "Fang Chen, why are you causing trouble again?" The Bone Progenitor did not know whether to laugh or cry. "That God Emperor Evergreen is the disciple of God Emperor Swordless. You killed him. How can God Emperor Swordless not be angry? If it was not for the agreement between the 10 great God Emperors and God Emperor Destruction's obstruction, you would have been killed by God Emperor Swordless." The Bone Progenitor continued. If God Emperor Swordless was not determined to kill Fang Chen, he would not be able to stop him. However, God Emperor Destruction was different. He could completely intimidate God Emperor Swordless. However, once or twice was fine. If it happened too many times, God Emperor Destruction would not appear. "Master, there's nothing I can do. The Evergreen Divine Emperor killed so many people from our Sky Bone Palace. I can't act as if nothing happened." Fang Chen shrugged. The Bone Progenitor nodded. "I am here to tell you about this matter. Although God Emperor Swordless was stopped by God Emperor Destruction, there is no guarantee that he has other extreme methods. To be on the safe side, you should go to the ancient barn boundary to hide for a while." Wait until you've avoided this storm and your strength has grown to the point where you can escape from the hands of a god emperor before you come out, Ancestor Bone said. Hearing this, Fang Chen felt helpless. The ancient barn boundary is in the Beast God clan's territory. The South Tomb Sword Palace's god emperors will not come. You are safe there. The bone progenitor saw Fang Chen's expression and continued, if you are not willing to go to the ancient barn boundary, then follow me back to the Sky Bone Palace and stay by my side. Two choices, either go to the ancient barn boundary or return to the Sky Bone Palace. I think I will go to the ancient barn boundary. Fang Chen curled his lips and said. Staying by his master's side was equivalent to losing his freedom. To him, this was something that he could not tolerate. Fang Chen clenched his fist and lamented, I am still too weak. That's why I have to listen to others. I have already spoken to God Emperor Destruction. You can go to the ancient barn boundary on your own. The bone progenitor said, after you enter the ancient barn boundary, if you have the chance, meet up with your eldest senior brother and fifth senior brother. Train your body well in the ancient barn boundary. The bone progenitor reminded him of many things before finally leaving Gold Peak Island. Boss, the bone progenitor is right. We should hide for a while. Little Mouse said, God Emperor Swordless probably wants to tear you to pieces right now. It's better to hide for a while. Yeah, where there is life there is hope. Furthermore, the ancient barn boundary is one of the 5 forbidden lands of the God realm. It is a good opportunity to train ourselves and increase our strength. The 4 of them stood in front of Fang Chen and looked at him quietly. Unknowingly, Xingyu had also appeared beside Fang Chen. Her fair little hand held her husband's hand. I will go wherever you go. Chapter 1964. Genius 1 second. Remember love go/little? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. The ancient warehouse boundary was located in the northwest of the Beast God tribe's territory and bordered the Immortal Divine Pavilion's territory. On this day, Fang Chen handed over the matters of Golden Peak Island to the Vice Island Master. Then, he brought Little Mouse, the other 3, and his wife, Star and Moon, left Golden Peak Island and arrived at the Beast God tribe's territory. Along the way, they encountered many divine beasts. There were many that Fang Chen had never seen or heard of before. At a certain moment 5 days later, Fang Chen and the others finally stopped moving forward. This was because they felt the aura of the royal ant tribe in the mountain range before them. Boss, I feel a familiar aura. There must be someone of my tribe in this mountain range, Xiao Huang said with a solemn face. Although the royal ant tribe and Xiao Huang were of the same tribe, there was a great rivalry between them, and they would not rest until one of them was dead. This was because every generation of the royal ant tribe had to devour all of their tribe members in order to succeed. This was also why Xiao Huang's face was so solemn when he felt the aura of the royal ant tribe. This was because he knew that there would be a fierce battle soon. Let's go in and take a look. Fang Chen also knew how important the royal ant tribe was to Xiao Huang. Now that he had found one, he would not let it go easily. Swoosh, swoosh. They quickly entered the mountain range, and found an royal ant in the blink of an eye. Let me do it. Xiao Huang struck at lightning speed, and killed the royal ant tribe that was only at the divine king realm. Then, he devoured the energy in the royal ant tribe's body, and the royal ant tribe's body turned into nothingness. Xiao Huang's body was surrounded by a powerful energy, and he seemed to have undergone a great change. As expected of the royal ant tribe. They are so powerful. Little Mouse could not help but exclaim. Although the divine rats of heaven-devouring tribe were very talented and their super skills were invincible, they could not devour their own tribe members to increase their strength like the royal ant tribe. Xiao Huang, lead the way, said Fang Chen in a low voice. Xiao Huang nodded and immediately sensed the qi of the imperial ant tribe. An hour later, Fang Chen and the Star and Moon entered the depths of the mountain range. The cries of countless divine beasts could be heard from the mountain range. However, the strange thing was that other than the first royal ant, they didn't encounter any other royal ants. This made Fang Chen very confused. What was going on? He could clearly sense the aura of the royal ant tribe. Xiao Huang, can you still feel the aura? Fang Chen asked. Boss, I sense an aura coming from that direction, Xiao Huang said in a low voice as he looked towards the northwest with his dark eyes. However, just as they were about to continue forward, a dense mass of pitch-black imperial ants suddenly appeared in the distance. That is, even Fang Chen was shocked. The dense mass of royal ants was surging towards them like a tide. These royal ants are basically all in the heavenly god realm. Fang Chen immediately realized that these royal ants were not much of a threat. They seemed to be very flustered. Why is that? Little Mouse was very flustered when he saw the anxious look on the royal ants' faces. Why do I care so much? Let's devour them first. Xiao Huang rushed into the royal ant tribe impatiently and unleashed his heaven-defying divine ability to absorb the strength of the members of the royal ant tribe. Whoosh whoosh. Almost in the blink of an eye, a royal ant tribe member disappeared into the air. After a few breaths, dozens of royal ants had been absorbed by Xiao Huang. At this moment, a roar came from the distance. Then, a strong wind blew and a figure appeared instantly. Stop! After the figure appeared and saw Xiao Huang, his face became extremely gloomy. A divine king realm royal ant tribe member? He looked at Xiao Huang with greed in his eyes. Then, he opened his palm and a royal ant tribe member that looked exactly like Xiao Huang came out of his palm and rushed into the royal ant tribe to compete with Xiao Huang for food. Who are you? Leave this place quickly. At this moment, the person looked at Fang Chen and the others and said in a deep voice, "This is not your home. What right do you have to ask us to leave?" Little Mouse said with dissatisfaction, "Do you know who I am? How dare you talk to me like this?" The person's face was gloomy and the aura around him was turbulent. He said coldly, "I don't want to know who you are. I only know that if you don't leave now, you can stay here forever." After saying that, Fang Chen's body emitted a terrifying destructive aura. Deng deng deng. The person's body could not help but retreat and his face was pale. Divine Emperor? His cultivation was only at the Divine King realm, and he had no power to fight back against a Divine Emperor. "Brother, I'm sorry for offending you. I'll leave now." After saying that, he waved his hand to summon his companions and was about to leave. "Wait," Fang Chen said. "Brother, is there anything else?" The person asked. "Leave your companions here," Fang Chen said indifferently. The person's face turned gloomy. He naturally understood what Fang Chen meant. "Brother, isn't this too much?" The person pondered for a moment and said coldly, "My tribe is the Poison Demon tribe under the first holy son of the Beast God tribe. Please be magnanimous and let me leave." "The Poison Demon tribe under the first holy son?" Fang Chen muttered. The person was secretly happy and thought that Fang Chen was a little afraid. However, Fang Chen's following words caused his heart to burn with rage. "If the first holy son came personally, I might consider it. But you'd better stay here obediently," Fang Chen said indifferently. "You. This is the territory of the Beast God tribe. Aren't you afraid of being hunted down by the first holy son?" The person was unwilling to give up and tried to salvage the situation. However, it was no use. Xiao Huang needed his companions. Whoosh! Fang Chen stretched out his hand and suppressed the person. Then, he took the royal ant tribe from his hand. "You can leave now," Fang Chen said. Although the person was furious, he could only leave. When he left, a trace of killing intent flashed in his eyes. "Ha ha ha, this is too satisfying." As time passed, Xiao Huang's speed of devouring the royal ant tribe became faster and faster. The power in his body also became stronger and stronger. The royal ant tribe's population decreased sharply and finally disappeared. Buzz. When the last royal ant tribe was devoured by Xiao Huang, His stomach was bloated and he was very happy. What a pity! If I devoured more, I would definitely be able to break through to the Divine Emperor realm. However, as soon as Xiao Huang finished speaking, he saw a black light appear in front of him. Then, he caught the black light. Hurry up and absorb it, Fang Chen said. Xiao Huang suppressed the joy in his heart and started to absorb the last royal ant tribe. This royal ant tribe belonged to the previous divine king. It had absorbed a lot of energy from its own tribe. Therefore, the energy in his body was unusually strong. After Xiao Huang finished absorbing all the energy in the royal ant tribe, a deafening sound came from his body. Xiao Huang is having a breakthrough. A smile appeared on Fang Chen's face. He did not expect Xiao Huang to have a breakthrough before they reached the ancient warehouse boundary. A divine emperor royal ant tribe should be very strong, right? He's ahead of us again. Little Mouse was speechless. Golden light shone everywhere. Xiao Huang's body was completely enveloped by a terrifying energy. The aura of the royal ant tribe filled the entire mountain range. Dong. After an hour, Xiao Huang's body completed its transformation. When he opened his eyes, it meant that he had broken through to the Divine Emperor realm. You've broken through? Fang Chen asked. Xiao Huang nodded. His body had swelled up a lot. He walked to Fang Chen with his chubby body. Boss, thank you. Don't mention it. Fang Chen smiled. Xiao Huang, how's your strength now? Little Mouse asked hurriedly. I can beat the three of you, Xiao Huang said calmly. Bang! Little Mouse slapped Xiao Huang's head with its paw. You're just bragging. If you're so capable, let's compete in the ancient warehouse boundary. Let's compete. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Star and Moon smiled when they saw the four of them playing happily. Let's go. Then, the group passed through the mountain range and continued forward. The ancient warehouse boundary was not far from them. They should be able to reach it before nightfall. Along the way, Xiao Huang was jumping around and bragging about how strong he was. When they were about to leave the mountain range, they really met a divine beast that was close to the Divine Emperor realm. Let me. It was finally time for him to show his strength. Chapter 1965. Genius 1 second. Remember love divided by little? I will provide you with wonderful novels to read. Lizard. A love go little say Chew. Goldie licked its dry lip. It couldn't wait for the battle to begin. The Divine Emperor realm of the royal ant tribe was extremely powerful. If it was allowed to grow for a while, it would be able to defeat all divine beasts of the same realm. Roar! The lizard seemed to have sensed Xiao Huang's aura. It kept retreating as if it was afraid to fight. Kill! Goldie's body grew larger in an instant. In the void, a bright yellow shadow suddenly rushed in front of the lizard. Then, a wild power drowned the lizard. Hiss! 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 The two tentacles at the corner of Xiao Huang's mouth pierced into the lizard's body like two peerless divine weapons. The lizard's body twitched and blood spurted out wildly. The lizard, whose strength was close to the Divine Emperor realm, could not fight back in front of Xiao Huang. In the blink of an eye, the lizard became a dried corpse and fell to the ground. The power in its body had been completely absorbed by Xiao Huang. After devouring the lizard's power, Xiao Huang smiled with satisfaction. How was it? Xiao Huang turned to look at the shocked little mouse and asked with a smile. Xiao Huang, your divine ability is too powerful, isn't it? Little Mouse asked with his eyes wide open. He only used 2 tentacles to kill the lizard. Amazing! Even Fang Chen gave Xiao Huang a thumbs up. A Divine Emperor Realm lizard was already so powerful. It was unimaginable. If Xiao Huang stepped into the Divine Emperor Realm one day, how powerful would he be? Would he be able to dominate the divine world? Of course, this was a long-term question. Fang Chen shook his head slightly and said, We're almost at the ancient warehouse realm. There was a huge stone at the entrance of the ancient warehouse realm. This rock was at least 10 meters tall. It stood on the wasteland as if it had existed since ancient times. On the desolate plain, there were many cultivators gathered around a rock, discussing softly. "Boss, is this the ancient warehouse realm?" the little mouse asked. Fang Chen nodded and said, "I've long heard of the ancient granary Jie's great name, but I didn't think that it would actually be inside a rock. It's truly a work of the god." It was just a piece of rock, but there was something else within it. Moreover, it was the ancient granary realm, ranked third among the 5 deadlands of the divine realm. It's said that the ancient granary world suppresses the power of a true god. Once you enter, you won't be able to use your true god power. You can only fight with your physical body, Fang Chen said thoughtfully. "If that's the case, wouldn't I be taking advantage of you?" Little Mouse said with a smile. He was the one and only heaven-devouring divine rat in the universe. His body was tough, and there were few who could match him. Overall, the divine beasts should have an absolute advantage in the ancient granary realm. Pangolin said, "No wonder the divine beasts took the ancient granary realm as their own. Most of the people who entered the ancient granary realm must be from the divine beasts clan." Fang Chen nodded, and just as he was about to speak, suddenly, there was a commotion in the distance. Fang Chen looked up and was surprised to find that the one leading the group was the third Holy Sun. Interesting. At this moment, the third Holy Sun was standing at the front of the group, exuding a cold aura. He quickly came to the front of the ancient granary realm. "Greetings, third Holy Sun." Many of the divine beasts clan members knelt on the ground and shouted. The third Holy Sun nodded with satisfaction, but he saw Fang Chen and the others from the corner of his eyes. He was about to get angry when he saw that the other party didn't kneel. However, he didn't expect that the person who came was Fang Chen, and beside him was the beautiful star and moon. "It's you." The third Holy Sun looked at Fang Chen with a cold face. "How dare you come to the territory of the Divine Beasts clan? The ancient granary realm is not exclusive to the Divine Beasts clan. Why can't I come?" Fang Chen shrugged. A cold glint flashed across the third saint's eyes. Do you still remember what I said back then? You said a lot of things. How can I remember that?" Fang Chen curled his lips. In front of the ancient granary realm, many of the Divine Beasts clan members were shocked. Who was this person? How dare he talk to the third Holy Sun like that? Did he have a death wish? "Hand over the spear," the third Holy Sun said coldly. Fang Chen looked at the Holy Sun with a smile, as if he was looking at an idiot. "Are you an idiot? Why should I give my spoils to you?" Fang Chen sneered. "I want your head. Can you give it to me?" Fang Chen's words caused an uproar in front of the ancient granary realm. Everyone stared at him, dumbfounded. They couldn't imagine that this person dared to be so arrogant in front of the Holy Sun. However, what was even more unexpected was that the third Holy Sun actually held back his anger. Who is this person? This made them even more curious. Among the divine emperors, there were only a few who could make the third Holy Sun so patient. "Good, very good." The third Holy Sun suddenly laughed. He stared at Fang Chen and said, "I hope you don't meet me in the ancient granary realm. Otherwise, not only will I take back the spear, but I will also take the beauty with me." After saying that, he plunged into the ancient granary realm. "Boss, is this guy asking for a beating?" Xiao Huang said in a low voice. He had an impulse to attack. Fang Chen waved his hand and stopped him. "What's the rush? Wait until we enter the ancient granary realm." Whoosh! Fang Chen felt that he had fallen into a quagmire and couldn't extricate himself. Just as he was about to use all his strength to rush out of the quagmire, he suddenly found that the sky was clear and there were no clouds for thousands of miles. He appeared in a wasteland. Is this the ancient granary realm? Fang Chen was a little stunned. Soon after, he spoke softly. "Where's you?" After Fang Chen confirmed that this was the ancient granary realm, he hurriedly looked around. There was no one. He was a little anxious. Where's you? Could it be that we were randomly teleported in the process of entering the ancient granary realm? Suppressing the anxiety in his heart, Fang Chen gradually calmed down and began to carefully organize the information in his mind. They entered the stone together. As soon as they entered, they felt that they were in a quagmire and were surrounded by darkness. Then they came here. During this time, they didn't encounter any danger and didn't encounter any unexpected events. Therefore, Fang Chen concluded that the stone was randomly teleported. Star and Moon and the others shouldn't be in danger. What a strong pressure! At this time, Fang Chen felt that his body was filled with a strong pressure. Moreover, true God power was restricted and couldn't be used at all. He could only rely on his physical strength to walk. How can my body not be strong when cultivating in this environment? Fang Chen grinned. The Beast God clan was a mix of countless divine beast clans, and was led by the God Emperor of Destruction. Every divine beast's physical strength basically exceeded that of human ancient martial art practitioners of the same realm. Therefore, the ancient granary realm had also become their favorite place to cultivate. Almost all divine beasts that reached the divine king realm would choose to enter the ancient granary realm to cultivate. This place seemed to have become a cultivation resource for the Beast God clan. At a glance, the wasteland was very flat. However, the pressure here was too great. Fang Chen's walking speed was a little slow. Yu has the mysterious Yin Phoenix body. Although she's a woman, her physical strength isn't weak. Even an average divine emperor can't defeat her. For now, she shouldn't be in any danger, Fang Chen said to himself. As for Little Mouse and the others, I don't have to worry. They should be bullying other divine beasts right now, right? After thinking for a while, Fang Chen felt much more relaxed now that he had nothing to worry about. There's someone in the distance? Fang Chen noticed that on the other side of the wasteland, several figures were walking slowly. It's him. Coincidence, it was definitely a coincidence. He didn't expect that the first person he met after entering the ancient granary realm would be the third Holy Son who had repeatedly threatened to kill him. When he discovered the third Holy Son, the latter also discovered him. Fang Chen. Before the third Holy Son arrived, his voice came first. It seems that your luck is very bad. We meet in the ancient granary realm so soon. The third Holy Son said eerily as he walked over. Seeing the third Holy Son walking over, Fang Chen simply sat down on the ground and lazily rested. Come quickly, don't waste my time. Seeing this, the third Holy Son's heart burned with anger. Fang Chen, you've gone too far. The third Holy Son was furious. I admit, I am not your opponent in the outside world. But in the ancient granary realm, true God power is sealed. You think you can fight against my Marrow Tiger clan with your physical strength? Today, I will let you know the consequences of offending me, the third Holy Son. Chapter 1966. Genius Remembers Love in 1 second/small? Here's a wonderful novel for you to read. Hearing the second Holy Son's words, the third Holy Son grew impatient. Second brother, aren't you going to help me? The third Holy Son's voice was laced with reproach. But the second Holy Son was unmoved. When he was about to leave, he turned around and glanced at the third Holy Son. Then he stopped and shook his head. Third brother, it's not that I don't want to help you. Think about it, how big is the gap between our strength? There were 3 Holy Sons in the Beast God clan. The second and third Holy Sons were on par with each other in terms of strength, so the difference was negligible. Only the first Holy Son was far stronger than the other Holy Son. The physical strength of the Crimson Tiger clan is at the peak of the same level, isn't it? How can I help you when you're beaten to a pulp when you try your best? I don't want to make a fool of myself. The second Holy Son said slowly. Although he had never met Fang Chen, the second Holy Son could tell from the third Holy Son's strength. Even if he helped, he would only be asking for trouble. But second brother, you're a super divine beast, Sky-Eye Dragon Patterned Bull. The physical strength of your clan is even stronger than that of my Scarlet Tiger clan. The third Holy Sun was anxious. If the second Holy Sun refused to help, revenge would be impossible unless he went to the first Holy Sun. The Sky-Eye Dragon Bull was one of the divine beasts of the Cow clan. Their race's innate divine ability was only in their eyes. It was said that the left eye of the Sky-Eye Dragon Bull contained a terrifying amount of energy. When they used their special ability, the energy released from their left eye could drown and devour their enemies in an instant. However, the divine beasts of the Cow clan had strong physical bodies, and the Sky-Eye Dragon Bull was one of the best. In terms of physical strength, even the third Holy Sun would not dare to say that he could win against the second Holy Sun. The second Holy Sun continued, "The Sky-Eye Dragon Ox's physical strength is strong, but that's only relative. That Fang Chen is known as the God King of Destruction, and his attack power is incredible. To be able to beat you up like this without using his true God power, I really don't understand who else in the Divine Emperor realm can compare with him in terms of physical strength." The second Holy Sun pondered for a moment before adding, "I'm afraid that even if Big Brother were to make a move, he wouldn't be able to do anything. Third Brother, I still have some matters to attend to. Take care of yourself." After saying that, the second Holy Sun quickly disappeared. Looking at the back of the second Holy Sun, the third Holy Sun's face was extremely solemn. Damn it! He clenched his fists tightly. His hatred for Fang Chen was overwhelming. The ancient Barnjie was a mystical place. The pressure from the surroundings was very small. However, the closer one was to the center, the greater the pressure. At this moment, Fang Chen had already passed through the periphery and was not too far from the center. The pressure is so great. Standing in the wilderness, Fang Chen muttered to himself. There were some beads of sweat on his forehead. The pressure he was enduring now was enough to shatter the body of an ordinary divine emperor. I wonder where Yu is now. Fang Chen felt a little helpless. The ancient Barnjie was vast. Due to the great pressure, it was very slow to move. Not to mention using the time and space phantasm demon book. Let's take it one step at a time. Fang Chen shook his head and continued moving forward. However, at this moment, he suddenly noticed that not far ahead, there was a group of people chasing after a black-clothed man. "Stop, you can't escape," the leader of the group said coldly. Golden light flowed on the surface of his skin. One could tell at a glance that he had a strong physical body. Dong! In the process of chasing, the man suddenly threw out a punch. Instantly, the terrifying fist radiance hit the body of the black-clothed man in front of him. The latter's body flew out and fell at Fang Chen's feet. Fang Chen felt that the man was familiar. When he was about to continue investigating, he suddenly saw a subtle image. There was an illusory symbol on the man's collar that was invisible to the naked eye. Wasn't that the symbol of the Celestial Bone Palace? Thinking of this, Fang Chen hurried to the man in black and reached out to help him up. While the man in black was stunned, Fang Chen revealed his identity. "I am Fang Chen." "Fang Chen? Are you the new disciple that Master has taken in? I am your fifth senior brother." The man in black looked at Fang Chen and laughed. "Greetings, fifth senior brother." Fang Chen also cupped his fist. Before coming, Master had said that eldest senior brother and fifth senior brother were cultivating in the ancient Barnjie. "Mo Wu, it's time for you to die." Just as the two of them were talking, the group of people chasing Mo Wu arrived. The leader was a divine emperor. Behind him were more than 10 divine emperors, all of whom were members of the Beast God clan. "What's going on?" Fang Chen frowned and asked. "Kid, who are you? How dare you interfere with the matters of the Beast God clan?" The leader of the divine emperors scolded with a gloomy face. Mo Wu said, "Junior brother, the reason why the Beast God clan is chasing me is because I found the inheritance of a God Emperor in the ancient Barnjie." "I see." After hearing Mo Wu's words, Fang Chun narrowed his eyes and looked at the members of the Beast God clan. For the sake of the God Emperor of Destruction, leave quickly, Fang Chun said. His words enraged the crowd. What a joke! How dare you interfere with the matters of the Beast God clan and ask us to leave? Kid, since you want to die, let's die together. I'm doing this for your own good. Fang Chun shrugged and said, Not long ago, I met the third holy son of the Beast God clan and fought with him. Guess what happened? What happened? Of course, the third holy son beat him up. Fang Chun shook his head and continued, The third holy son was beaten up by me. If I'm not wrong, he's looking for help to take revenge. You're lying. The third holy son's true form is a marrow scarlet tiger. His body is extremely strong. How can you compare to him? That's right. Are you saying that to scare us off? Your wishful thinking is wrong. Let's attack together and take him down. The members of the Beast God clan were furious and prepared to attack. Junior brother, Mo Wu was a little anxious when he saw this. However, Fang Chun turned his head and smiled at him. Then he said, Fifth senior brother, you stay here and watch. My attainments in the physical Tao are not bad. It shouldn't be a problem for me to take care of them. With that, Fang Chun stomped his foot and rushed into the crowd. Bang! He clenched his fist. After gathering his strength, he punched one of the godly emperors in the head. Although these godly emperors had strong bodies, they couldn't compare to the third holy son. Therefore, they couldn't resist Fang Chun's attack. I told you, but you didn't believe me. Fang Chun started to beat the Beast God clan up. His fists bombarded the bodies of the Beast God clan. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 Beast God clan godly emperors fell to the ground. Bang! 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 Fist after fist came down. At first, they could resist, but later, they didn't even have the strength to resist. Miserable screams came from their mouth. Mo Wu, the fifth senior brother who had been watching, was completely dumbfounded. Was this still his junior brother? Wasn't this too violent? After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, Fang Chun withdrew his fist and wiped the sweat off his forehead. On the ground, the beastmen were sprawled all over the ground. Remember, the person who beat you is the godly Emperor Destruction. If you want revenge, you're welcome. With that, he left with the fifth senior brother Mo Wu. Devil, he's a devil. Damn it, we actually provoked such a freak. Was what he said true? That the third holy son was beaten into a pig's head? If that's the case, we didn't lose out. Unfortunately, Fang Chun couldn't hear their conversation. Along the way, the fifth senior brother Mo Wu was shocked. His junior brother was not simple. He was too violent. Fifth senior brother. Fang Chun called out softly. Only then did the fifth senior brother wake up from his shock. Junior brother, I forgot myself. The fifth senior brother Mo Wu chuckled and said, I didn't expect junior brother's body to be so strong. You flatter me, fifth senior brother, Fang Chun said modestly. With your current physical strength, you wouldn't be at a disadvantage even if you were to fight the first holy son of the Beast God clan. You're basically invincible in the ancient warehouse realm. Please visit and bookmark this site to read the latest novel. Chapter 1967. Genius 1 second. Remember love divided by go divided by little? I'll provide you with interesting novels to read. Fifth senior brother, you flatter me. Love go little say, net. Fang Chun was very humble and did not put on airs at all. Logically speaking, if it were an ordinary person with the title of Godly Emperor of Destruction above their head, they would already be very arrogant. However, Fang Chun was not like that. This was also part of the reason why fifth senior brother Mo Wu liked Fang Chun more. From his conversation with his junior brother, he could tell that his junior brother had a gentle personality and was not the kind of person who was arrogant and domineering. Fifth senior brother Mo Wu waved his hand and said, Junior brother, you don't have to be humble. At least among us senior brothers, other than eldest senior brother, no one can compete with your physical body. Among the 7 disciples of the bone progenitor, other than Feng Chen, only eldest senior brother and 5th senior brother were godly emperors of the physical body style. After watching Feng Chen's battle, Mo Wu felt that he was not as good as his junior brother. This was the so-called, the new generation excels the old, and each wave is stronger than the last. 5th senior brother, you said that you accidentally found a physical body inheritance left behind by a godly emperor? Feng Chen suddenly thought of this and immediately asked. The growth of his perfect sword body seemed to have reached a bottleneck. If he could obtain the physical body inheritance of a godly emperor, that would be even better. There are actually many inheritances left behind by experts in the ancient Barn realm. It's just that we can't find them, 5th senior brother said slowly. The owner of this inheritance that I know of seems to be a godly emperor of the physical body style from the previous universe era. His name is Godly Emperor Dali. His inheritance has a very strong restriction that requires 2 keys to open. I obtained one of the keys. As for the other key, it was obtained by Godly Emperor Yuan, who was behind the godly emperors you beat up, Mo Wu said. Hearing this, Feng Chen's heart trembled. This godly emperor was actually called Dali. It seemed that his achievements in the physical body Dao were very strong. Divine Emperor Yuan? This celestial Emperor Yuan is also a member of the Beast God clan. Although he is not as famous as the 3 holy sons, he is still a Beast God elder of the Beast God clan. He is extremely powerful. At the very least, he is not weaker than the 2nd holy son, said Mo Wu. This person is sinister and ruthless. He wants the key in my hand and sent his subordinates to kill me. If they were in the outside world, Mo Wu would definitely not fear those god kings who were pursuing him. He was, after all, the 5th disciple of the bone progenitor. He was quite accomplished in the way of spacetime cultivation. However, he was unable to use his abilities in the ancient granary realm, so he could only run away pathetically when facing the Orc God clan's elite. 5th senior brother, I'm interested in the inheritance of Emperor God Dali. Shall we go and take a look? Feng Chen's eyes glowed as he spoke. But where is Celestial Emperor Yuan? If we want to obtain Titan Emperor's inheritance, we must find Celestial Emperor Yuan and take the key from him. Mo Wu shook his head and said, Junior brother, you don't know. Ever since Celestial Emperor Yuan obtained the key, he has been staying in front of the tomb. If we want to find him, we only need to go to the tomb. However, I know what 5th senior brother is worried about. You're just worried that I won't be able to defeat Celestial Emperor Yuan. Feng Chen chuckled and said, 5th senior brother, actually, I didn't use my full strength in the previous battle. Hearing this, Mo Wu's eyes widened as he looked at Feng Chen in disbelief. What kind of monster was this junior brother of his? How could he not use his full strength with that kind of physical strength? What if he used his full strength? All right, since that's the case, I'll fight with junior brother. Mo Wu nodded heavily in agreement. In the center of the ancient granary realm, there was a majestic palace. Above the palace there were 4 bold and powerful words carved into it, Great Strength Shrine. This was the inheritance left behind by Emperor God Dali. As long as one could enter the Great Strength Shrine, they would have a chance to obtain the inheritance. There wasn't a single physical expert who didn't want to obtain the inheritance. Celestial Emperor Yuan was the same. His original form was a marrow scarlet tiger, the same clan as the 3rd Holy Son. Unlike the 3rd Holy Son, who had monstrous potential, Celestial Emperor Yuan's potential was average. However, he relied on his own strength and cultivated for tens of thousands of years before finally becoming a celestial emperor. Currently, he was considered one of the top celestial emperors. In the Beast God clan, to be given the title of Beast God Elder was enough to show how powerful he was. In front of the Great Strength Shrine, Celestial Emperor Yuan sat cross-legged as he played with the key in his hand. The key would release a faintly discernible aura at any time, connecting with the great strength shrine and causing it to tremble. However, no matter how he tried, he couldn't open the restriction. It seems that only by obtaining the key in Mo Wu's hand can we enter, Celestial Emperor Yuhan said softly. After calculating the time, his subordinate should have succeeded. But why hadn't he returned? Could there be some problems in the process? Just as Celestial Emperor Yuhan was thinking, a few figures appeared in the distance. He's back. Celestial Emperor Yuhan grinned and stood up. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A moment later, more than 10 Celestial Emperors arrived in front of Celestial Emperor Yuhan. Seeing their appearance, Celestial Emperor Yuhan knew that his mission had failed. A bunch of trash. You can't even deal with one Mo Wu? Celestial Emperor Yuhan scolded. Elder, when we were chasing after Mo Wu, we encountered the bone progenitor's disciple, Fang Chen. His physical strength is too strong. Even when we worked together, we were instantly suppressed by him, the leader of the Celestial Emperors said bitterly. Furthermore what? Fang Chen also said that before we arrived, he beat the third holy sun into a pig's head. Boom. Celestial Emperor Yuhan's body trembled. He was very angry. Spread the news that anyone who provides information on Fang Chen will be heavily rewarded. No need to look for him. However, as soon as Celestial Emperor Yuhan finished speaking, a satisfied voice came from afar. Celestial Emperor Yuhan turned around and saw an unfamiliar man walking over with Mo Wu. Fang Chen? Celestial Emperor Yuhan stared at the unfamiliar man and asked coldly. That's right. I'm the Fang Chen you're looking for. You should be Celestial Emperor Yuhan, right? Fang Chen asked. There's a path to heaven, but you refuse to take it. Celestial Emperor Yuhan sneered. Since you're here, hand over the key. Fang Chen chuckled. But fifth senior brother and I also want to enter the God of Strength Palace. Why don't you hand over the key and I'll consider beating you into a pig's head? What do you think? Fang Chen's words completely enraged Celestial Emperor Yuhan. Even a bone progenitor's disciple has such a glib tongue? Aren't the beast god elders of the beast god clan as narrow-minded as you? Fang Chen retorted. This old man has long heard that the bone progenitor's disciple is powerful. After reaching the deity emperor realm, he became the new deity Emperor Destruction. Celestial Emperor Yuhan said. This old man would like to see what you're capable of. Fang Chen rolled his eyes. Celestial Emperor Yuhan, are you challenging me? Think what you want. Celestial Emperor Yuhan said nonchalantly. Forget it. I don't want to waste time with you. Hand over the key. I'm in a hurry. Fang Chen's words made Celestial Emperor Yuhan want to curse. You're in a hurry, but I'm in a hurry too. Celestial Emperor Yuhan clenched his fists, ready to attack. Wait. Fang Chen suddenly stopped him. What? Are you afraid, Deity Emperor Destruction? Celestial Emperor Yuhan mocked. You think I'm afraid of you? Didn't they tell you that I've beaten the third holy sun into a pig's head? I've heard from my fifth senior brother that you're also a marrow red tiger, the same clan as the third holy sun. He couldn't do anything to me even in his true form. Are you sure you want to fight me? Fang Chen said. Cut the crap. Celestial Emperor Yuhan scolded. If that's the case, then there's nothing I can do. Fang Chen waved his hand and asked his fifth senior brother to back off. Take my fist. Celestial Emperor Yuhan took the initiative to attack. His terrifying fist pierced through the void and appeared in front of Fang Chen. Old man, I'll beat you into a pig's head so that you can be arrogant. Seeing this, Fang Chen also threw out a punch to welcome the challenge. Dong! The two fists collided and a deafening sound reverberated through the sky. Violent energy wreaked havoc in the void. Then, both of them took a few steps back. Celestial Emperor Yuhan steadied himself and his face darkened. He didn't have time to think and launched another thunderous attack. Junior brother's physical strength is really strong. Fifth senior brother Mo Wu sighed. I was worried that junior brother would be at a disadvantage against Celestial Emperor Yuan. Now it seems like I was overthinking. Chapter 1968. Genius 1 second. Remember love divided by little? Here's a wonderful novel for you to read. Fang Chen had already experienced the physical strength of the red marrow tiger from the third holy sun. Love go little say, Chu now that he was facing Celestial Emperor Imperial Han. He didn't feel much pressure. Pung. Fang Chen easily blocked Celestial Emperor Imperial Han's attack. The latter's expression changed, but he gritted his teeth and continued to attack. Celestial Emperor Imperial Han might be strong, but his potential isn't as good as the third holy sun's. Some of his strength isn't as good as the third holy sun's, Fang Chen thought. If it were someone else, Celestial Emperor Imperial Han's tyrannical attacks might have left them helpless. However, he was facing Fang Chen. The latter's perfect sword body was passed down from the cosmos god Gu Yuan. Furthermore, with the help of the Golden Heart, his physical strength could be displayed in extreme ways. After a few breaths, Celestial Emperor Imperial Han's advantage was gone. The battle that followed was naturally one-sided. Pung! Punch after punch, every punch landed on the opponent's flesh. It was very explosive. Celestial Emperor Imperial Han couldn't resist at all and was forced to retreat. 1. The sword-shaped runes around him flowed. A powerful force emerged from the Golden Heart and quickly gathered in Fang Chen's palm. Then, he punched Celestial Emperor Imperial Han's head. Dong! With a trembling sound, Celestial Emperor Imperial Han's body was sent flying far away. Cough cough. Dust flew. Celestial Emperor Imperial Han's battered body crawled up from the ground. His expression changed, and a look of unwillingness flashed in his eyes. After thinking for a long time, he finally decided to give up. Celestial Emperor Destruction, you really live up to your reputation. This old man is impressed. Hearing this, Fang Chen laughed and stretched out his hand. Where's the key? Celestial Emperor Imperial Han had no choice but to give the key to Fang Chen. Celestial Emperor Imperial Han didn't hesitate and turned to leave. Little junior brother, I admire you more and more. Fifth senior brother Mo Wu gave Fang Chen a thumbs up. Godly Emperor Yuhan's physical strength was already considered strong in the Godly Emperor realm. However, he was still no match for little junior brother. He easily forced Celestial Emperor Yuan to hand over the key. Let's combine the two keys and see if we can open the Herculean shrine. Mo Wu was very excited. He took out the key and handed it to Fang Chen. The latter took the two keys and walked up to the Herculean shrine. He reached out his hand and sensed the powerful restrictions around the shrine. He couldn't help but sigh. What a powerful barrier! Even a top-tier absolute god array master might not be able to break it. Without thinking, Fang Chen put the two keys together. Immediately, the key emitted a resplendent light. Immediately, a vast energy wrapped around the two keys. In the blink of an eye, the two keys fused together and turned into a ball of light. Whoosh! Under the watchful eyes of Fang Chen and Mo Wu, the ball of light shot toward the Herculean shrine. When it came into contact with the barrier, it caused a slight ripple. When the ball of light entered the barrier, the entire Herculean shrine shook. The powerful barrier fell apart under Fang Chen's gaze. The bronze door in front of the Herculean shrine opened with a creak. A vast energy spread out from within, completely wrapping Fang Chen and Mo Wu's bodies and pulling them into the Herculean shrine. Boom! The Herculean shrine closed again. Fang Chen and Mo Wu appeared inside the shrine. There was only a bronze throne in the empty shrine. On top of it was a skeleton. What a powerful pressure! Mo Wu exclaimed. His body swayed. He was almost unable to withstand the pressure in the air. Fang Chen's perfect sword body automatically revolved around him. Sword-shaped runes flickered and emitted a dazzling light. That's the skeleton of a god emperor? Fang Chen's heart trembled. The power coming from the skeleton on the bronze throne was too strong. God Emperor Herculean? Using the perfect sword body, Fang Chun could barely withstand the pressure. The skeleton emitted a dazzling light. Soon after, a voice came from within. After so many years, someone has finally come here? The voice sounded a little weathered. Senior, are you God Emperor Herculean? Fang Chun said with difficulty. That's right. I am God Emperor Herculean. Unfortunately, Senior, we've already entered the Herculean shrine. How can we receive your inheritance? Fang Chun asked. Although the pressure was great, the Herculean shrine probably wouldn't attack them. Besides, wasn't the inheritance he left behind after his death so that he could find a qualified successor? If you want to receive my inheritance, you must at least have impressive talent in the path of the physical body, God Emperor Herculean said. God Emperor Herculean said, Before I died, I had already set up a test. Anyone who passes it will receive my inheritance. As soon as he finished speaking, a small pagoda suddenly appeared in the skeleton's palm. Whoosh! The small pagoda emitted a wild power. Under Fang Chen's gaze, it rapidly expanded. In the end, it turned into a pagoda as tall as the Herculean shrine. This pagoda is called the Herculean Pagoda. It was my battle partner when I was alive. Enter the Herculean Pagoda. The pagoda spirit will tell you the test method. After the Herculean shrine finished speaking, he didn't say anything else. Fang Chun and Mo Wu looked at each other. Then, they quickly entered the Herculean Pagoda. Welcome. The pagoda spirit appeared in front of Fang Chun and Mo Wu. Master once told me that if anyone wants to receive his inheritance, they must pass the test. Senior, may I ask what the test is? Fang Chun cupped his fists and asked. The test is very simple. You have to use pure strength to fight the illusory creatures in the pagoda. The higher the level of the battle, the higher the evaluation, the pagoda spirit said. There are a total of 5 levels of evaluation. Each level represents a type of potential. If you reach the 3rd level, you can receive Master's inheritance. If you can reach the 4th level, you can control this Herculean pagoda. Then what about the 5th level? Fang Chun asked curiously. The pagoda spirit glanced at Fang Chun, then shook his head. No one can reach the 5th level. What if someone is lucky enough to succeed? I have to know what the reward is, right? Otherwise, I won't have any motivation. Fang Chun said. The pagoda spirit nodded. According to Master, if you can reach the 5th level, you have a high chance of becoming a cosmos god in the future. And Master naturally prepared a generous gift for such a heaven-defying genius. This generous gift can allow a deity emperor to break through to the God Emperor realm. The pagoda spirit said. As for what it is exactly, let's talk about it after you reach the 5th level. Hearing this, Fang Chen's heart trembled. To allow a deity emperor to break through to the God Emperor realm, wasn't this too powerful? However, thinking of the Herculean God Emperor's methods, Fang Chen nodded heavily. Give it a try. Junior disciple brother, let me try first. Mo Wu said, then walked to the center of the Herculean God Pagoda. Voila! Suddenly, 10 identical illusory creatures appeared in the air, attacking Mo Wu. The strength of these illusory creatures isn't even comparable to the 3rd Holy Sun. Fang Chen thought to himself. Pung pung pung. The first batch of 10 illusory creatures was quickly dealt with by Mo Wu. Very good, you've reached the 1st level. The pagoda spirit nodded lightly. To a deity emperor, reaching the 1st level didn't mean much. Voila! Soon after, the 2nd batch of illusory creatures appeared. There were still 10 of them, but their strength was much stronger. Mo Wu also felt some pressure in his battle with them. Senior disciple brother Mo Wu's fleshly body is weaker than Imperial Cold God Emperor, but he is still a personal disciple of the Bone Progenitor. It shouldn't be a problem for him to pass the 2nd level. Time passed. Fang Chen's guess was right. Mo Wu passed the second level. However, he was in a difficult situation. Do you want to continue? The pagoda spirit asked. Continue. Mo Wu's eyes flashed with determination. Rumble. The air shook, and 10 third-level illusory creatures appeared. Pung! Mo Wu's figure flashed as he fought against them. Senior disciple brother Mo Wu seems to be unable to hold on. After observing for a while, Fang Chen saw Mo Wu retreating step by step. He was worried. If he couldn't hold on, he wouldn't be able to obtain the inheritance of the Herculean god emperor. This was a huge blow to senior disciple brother Mo Wu. He has to hold on, Fang Chen thought to himself. Even the pagoda spirit shook its head, believing that Mo Wu couldn't reach the third level. Chapter 1969. Genius Remembers Love in 1 Second/Small? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. However, miraculous things were everywhere in the world. When everyone thought you would fail, you actually succeeded. What is this? The pagoda spirit and Fang Chen both thought that Mo Wu had reached his limit. However, the latter suddenly erupted with astonishing combat strength. A bright and dazzling light appeared on his forehead. Soon after, that light covered his entire body. Dong! Mo Wu seemed to have become a different person. Every time he threw a punch, the void creature would shatter. Even Fang Chen was a little stunned by the power of his fists. What's going on? Fang Chen's dark eyes stared at Mo Wu. He felt the changes in Mo Wu's body. Fifth senior brother seems to have a special constitution. It seems to have been activated just now. Immediately, Fang Chen understood. Although he didn't know what Mo Wu's special constitution was, he understood that with this kind of power, Mo Wu would have no problem passing the third-level evaluation. Sure enough, after a while, Mo Wu passed the third-level evaluation. Whoosh! After Mo Wu stopped fighting, the luster around his body quickly retreated. His aura was a little weak, and his face was pale, but there was an excited smile on his face. He actually has the body of tyrant strength. Not bad, not bad. The pagoda spirit said, not bad, twice in a row. This was an extremely high evaluation of Mo Wu. Senior, what is the body of tyrant strength? Fang Chen asked, puzzled. The body of tyrant strength is also a special constitution. People with this constitution are most suitable for cultivating the physical body, the pagoda spirit explained. After a while, Fang Chen finally understood how terrifying the body of tyrant strength was. Congratulations, fifth senior brother. Fang Chen cupped his fists and congratulated him. Junior brother, your constitution is not inferior to mine. Maybe you can pass the 4th level evaluation and try the 5th level evaluation, Mo Wu said with a smile. You can go and accept the inheritance, the pagoda spirit said to Mo Wu with a smile. Then, Mo Wu arrived in front of the bronze throne. Whoosh! The skeletal hand abruptly rose and pressed onto Mo Wu's forehead. Immediately, Mo Wu closed his eyes, and his entire body was enveloped by a wild power. There's no need to worry. As the owner of the tyrant's body, there won't be any danger in accepting my master's inheritance. Who knows, he might even be able to use this opportunity to touch the threshold of the Emperor God realm, the pagoda spirit said. Fang Chen nodded and retracted his thoughts. His gaze fell on the pagoda spirit. Senior, let's begin, Fang Chen said. The tower spirit nodded. With a wave of its hand, the test began once more. Rumble! The first batch of illusory creatures was too weak in Fang Chen's eyes. He didn't even activate his perfect sword body. Instead, he used his iron fists to disperse the first batch of illusory creatures. Not bad. You are slightly stronger than your senior brother. The tower spirit nodded in satisfaction. Then, the second batch of illusory creatures appeared. Fang Chen gradually discovered that dealing with these illusory creatures was not only a test of one's physical strength, but also one's skill in exerting force. However, since the perfect sword body was known as the strongest physique in the universe, this was naturally not a problem. Soon, the second batch of illusory creatures disappeared, and the third batch appeared. At this moment, Fang Chun finally felt some pressure and released his perfect sword body. Buzz! The sword-shaped runes that flowed on his body provided Fang Chun with a lot of strength. The golden heart vibrated rapidly, and the golden liquid spread throughout Fang Chun's limbs and bones. Kill! Fang Chun shouted in a low voice. His body moved, and his fists continuously blasted out. Crack! At this moment, Fang Chun's strength was so strong that even the pagoda spirit was a little surprised. What a powerful special physique! Why have I never heard of it? The pagoda spirit stared at the sword-shaped runes on Fang Chun's body with a solemn expression. He racked his brains but couldn't figure it out. Just as he was deep in thought, Fang Chun passed the third level of evaluation. Do you want to continue? The pagoda spirit asked. Fang Chun nodded. This was far from his limit. He wanted to try and see if he could pass the fifth level of evaluation. After the fourth batch of illusory creatures appeared, the pressure on Fang Chun suddenly increased. However, he didn't lose his composure. He made use of his own body to move quickly. Every attack would hurt an illusory creature. These illusory creatures are really powerful. Fang Chun couldn't help but sigh. Buzz! After persisting for the time it took for an incense stick to burn, Fang Chun finally activated the perfect sword body completely. The perfect sword body unleashed all its power as if he had cheated. He would kill anyone who stood in his way. Boom! With a punch, he directly blasted an illusory creature. This was the strongest power Fang Chun could unleash so far. When the last illusory creature was blasted away, Fang Chun was panting, and his forehead was full of sweat. Although I can't see through your special physique, you were able to pass the fourth level of evaluation. In the entire God realm, no one can surpass your potential in physical strength. The pagoda spirit said, if you are willing, you can become my master's personal disciple and receive all of his physical inheritance. After following Emperor God for so many years, the pagoda spirit naturally knew that it was rare for a divine emperor to pass the fourth level of evaluation. Can I try the fifth level? Fang Chun looked up and asked. Hearing this, the pagoda spirit was a little surprised. Then he shook his head and said, with your strength, it's impossible to pass the fifth level. You'd better give up. Otherwise, it won't be good if you suffer a backlash. Once the fifth level test failed, it was very likely that one would be seriously injured. The pagoda spirit naturally didn't want such an excellent successor like Fang Chun to take the risk. However, Fang Chun's thoughts were exactly the same. How could he miss such a rare opportunity? If he couldn't pass, then so be it. If he passed, then he would make a fortune. I want to try, Fang Chun said. In fact, although he was in a difficult situation, he still had the strength to continue fighting. Moreover, Fang Chun still had a trump card that he hadn't used. Okay, you have to be careful. The pagoda spirit nodded. Buzz! A ripple appeared in the air, and then a huge illusory creature instantly appeared. 1. Fang Chun was a little surprised. Why was there only one? There's only one of the fifth level test, but don't underestimate it. Before the pagoda genie could finish speaking, Fang Chun felt a terrifying force smashing into his face. His body flew out involuntarily and smashed hard on the ground. It hurts. There was a burning sensation on his cheek, and Fang Chun's heart was filled with a trace of anger. Damn it! There was a saying on Earth, don't hit people in the face and don't bully people in the head. As soon as this big guy came out, he slapped his face without saying a word. This was a naked humiliation. Aren't you just bigger than me? What's the big deal? Fang Chun looked at the big guy and said in a deep voice. Roar! An angry roar came out of the big guy's mouth, as if he was trying to intimidate Fang Chun. I'm going to fight with you today. If you have the ability, you can hit my face again. See if I'll be angry with you. Fang Chun cursed. The illusory creature attacked again. Dong! The golden heart beat faster and faster, and Fang Chen secretly prayed, "Come on." His biggest reliance was the golden heart, and he had already thought of a countermeasure. When the big guy approached, he would use the golden heart to catch him off guard. Roar! In the blink of an eye, the illusory creature had already arrived in front of him. "Be careful," the pagoda spirit reminded. At this moment, Fang Chen's eyes suddenly revealed a sinister smile. Immediately, he opened his hands, and the sword-shaped runes around his body left his body and floated in front of his chest. Buzz! A large number of sword-shaped runes merged together in front of him, forming a huge sword net. Then, a terrifying force erupted from the golden heart. Dong! The illusory creature's huge body slammed hard into the sword net. Then, it was directly overturned by the terrifying force that followed. Seeing this scene, the pagoda spirit was completely shocked. He didn't have the strength to fight back just now. How did he become so strong all of a sudden? These two brothers are both abnormal, the pagoda spirit thought. Success! Seeing that the big guy was overturned, Fang Chen was secretly delighted. Then, he continued to use the perfect combination of the perfect sword body and the golden heart to suppress the big guy. "I'll let you be arrogant again?" Fang Chen kicked the big guy and cursed. At the same time, the big guy's body gradually faded until it finally disappeared. Chapter 1970. Genius 1 second. Remember love go/little? I will provide you with wonderful novels to read. Phew! Fang Chen heaved a sigh of relief as he watched the big guy gradually dissipate. This last move was considered a risky move. It could only deal with these illusory creatures without intelligence. If it was used against human warriors, it would definitely not work. The pagoda spirit was shocked beyond words. Wasn't this too much of a freak? He just said that reaching the 5th level of evaluation would give him a treasure. But was there a need to risk his life like this? Senior, Fang Chen moved his old face closer and said with a smile. The pagoda spirit was stunned for a moment, then tried hard to suppress his shock. "Amazing, really amazing. I have followed Master for countless years, and no one has ever passed the 5th level of evaluation." The pagoda spirit praised Fang Chen. Even Master himself said that any warrior who can reach the 5th level of evaluation will definitely achieve much more than him in the future. Senior, I'm very curious about the reward for the 5th level of evaluation. Fang Chen had been concerned about this question. The pagoda spirit said, "What do you think is the most important problem to enter the God Emperor realm?" "The most important problem?" Fang Chen muttered to himself, and a large amount of information appeared in his mind. After a long time, Fang Chen said, "Entering the God Emperor realm from the God Emperor realm is a qualitative transformation. The primordial spirit and physical body will undergo an earth-shattering transformation. And this transformation is built on the perfect control of the laws. The God Emperor realm experts are high above. Although they also control the laws, their study of the laws has reached a thorough stage." Fang Chen continued, "So, the biggest obstacle to entering the God Emperor realm from the God Emperor realm is the in-depth analysis of the laws." The pagoda spirit nodded slightly. "Not bad, your understanding of the God Emperor realm is not bad. But you don't know the root of it." The pagoda spirit said, "Entering the God Emperor realm, the power of the laws of heaven and earth will baptize the body. If you don't have a strong physical body, you won't be able to withstand that torrential power. The people of the world don't pay attention to the tempering of the physical body. When they try to break through to the God Emperor realm, it will be too late for regret." The pagoda spirit continued, "Although your physical body is strong, there is still a huge gap between you and the God Emperor realm. With your current strength, you simply won't be able to withstand the baptism of laws after stepping into the God Emperor realm. Therefore, Master left behind a divine pill to strengthen the body for the successor who passed the 5th level evaluation." Divine pill? In the previous Cosmos epoch, Master was fortunate enough to meet a cosmos god. Furthermore, this cosmos god left behind a pill for Master before he left. The pagoda spirit said, "This pill doesn't have a name. The reason why it's called the Herculean pill is because Master named it himself." That cosmos god once said that deity emperors could instantly improve their fleshy body to the same level as god emperors after consuming this pill. The pagoda spirit said, "Tell me, is it possible for you to step into the god emperor realm?" Hearing this, Fang Chen finally understood. He felt his heart trembling. There was actually such a pill in the world. Heaven transcending grade pill? Cosmos gods naturally wouldn't use ordinary pills. That year after Master got this pill, he wasn't willing to consume it. He prepared to leave it for his disciple, but his disciple died in an accident. This resulted in the Herculean pill being stored until today. You are very fortunate to have passed the 5th level evaluation and can obtain the Herculean pill. Saying this, the pagoda spirit waved his hand, causing the Herculean god pagoda to tremble. Following that, a sparkling and translucent pill appeared on his palm. "This is the Herculean pill. Keep it well. It's up to you when you want to consume it," the pagoda spirit said, "but I suggest you consume it now. This way, it'll only take a few seconds for you to receive Master's inheritance." Fang Chen was very excited. He swallowed the Herculean pill in a single gulp. Hong long long. The Herculean pill rapidly spread within his body. 1. The golden heart was beating at an abnormally fast speed. It seemed to be absorbing the medicinal effects of the Herculean pill. CSISI. In the blink of an eye, the Herculean pill was digested by Fang Chen. At this moment, the Herculean pill, which had been refined by the golden heart, appeared in Fang Chen's body. Kacha. When the medicinal effects of the Herculean pill spread to his limbs and bones, Fang Chen felt that his body was filled with a vast amount of energy. So strong. The perfect sword body operated automatically. The sword-shaped runes flashed rapidly. The strength of his physical body was increasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. In a few breaths' time, the medicinal effects of the Herculean pill had been completely absorbed by Fang Chen. The tremors in Fang Chen's body disappeared. The golden heart also gradually calmed down. "It's over?" Fang Chen was a little stunned. He thought that it would take a while. Who would have thought that it would be finished so quickly? My body? It was only then that Fang Chen realized that his physical body was 2F** king strong. Is this a physical body comparable to the God Emperor realm? Fang Chen felt that the energy in his body was too strong. It was as if it was about to erupt. With my current physical body, even if I stand on the ground without moving, God Emperor Yuan won't be able to break through my defense. Fang Chen thought to himself. This was what it meant to be invincible in the God Emperor realm. If he were to meet a level 5 expert again, he would be able to destroy them with a punch. Congratulations! The pagoda spirit smiled and said, "From now on, you are the owner of the Herculean pagoda." The pagoda spirit disappeared. Then, Fang Chen felt a tremor in his mind. A gust of wind blew past. His finger was cut, and a drop of blood fell into the Herculean pagoda. Suddenly, the Herculean pagoda shone brightly. Dense information about the Herculean pagoda appeared in Fang Chen's mind. "Master." The pagoda spirit transmitted a message to Fang Chen. The Herculean pagoda doesn't have any special attack. It can only be used to smash people. Smash! Fang Chen was stunned. However, Master, don't underestimate the Herculean pagoda. According to the classification of weapons in the God world, it can be considered a top-grade true God artifact. However, because it has only one attack, it can only be compared to a high-grade true God artifact. Master, after obtaining the Herculean pagoda, you are the undisputed number 1 God Emperor realm expert. Even if you meet an ordinary God Emperor, you can easily escape. the pagoda spirit said. Fang Chen laughed. His laughter was very wretched. Moreover, Master's physical body is no weaker than a God Emperor's. You only need an opportunity to break through to the God Emperor realm. The pagoda spirit said, Master, you can accept Master's inheritance now. Fang Chen followed the pagoda spirit's guidance and quickly arrived in front of the bronze throne. The skeleton seemed to have felt something. It trembled, and then the skeleton's hand landed on Fang Chen's body. Fang Chen felt like he was in a dream. In the dream, there was an unparalleled God Emperor whose physical body was invincible in the God world. In a battle with others, it was as if he used a pair of iron fists to end the battle. When he woke up, he realized that the unparalleled God Emperor in the dream was God Emperor Herculean. So strong. Thinking back to the dream, Fang Chen was even more impressed with God Emperor Herculean. It was really not easy to reach God Emperor Herculean's physical body level. If God Emperor Herculean was still alive, it would not be a problem for him to become one of the top 10 strongest God Emperors. In terms of attack power, he would be on par with God Emperor Destruction. Pursing his lips, Fang Chen stood up. After swallowing the Herculean pill, his physical body had reached the level of a God Emperor. Therefore, it was very easy to accept God Emperor Herculean's inheritance. It was just a matter of seconds. God Emperor Herculean's power inheritance is really unbelievable. Fang Chen was shocked. Although he mainly cultivated the sword Dao, he also benefited a lot from this inheritance. God Emperor physical body, combined with God Emperor Herculean's power inheritance, I really can't find a match in the ancient barn boundary. Fang Chen grinned. Pagoda spirit, when will my senior brother wake up? Fang Chen asked. He could not wait to go out and show off his skills. Master, your senior brother's potential is slightly weaker. According to my estimation, he will need at least 3 days to fully accept the inheritance. Pagoda spirit said. Okay, then I will wait for him for 3 days. Fang Chen said. Ancient barn boundary, in a hidden place. Whoosh whoosh. A group of ghost-like figures suddenly appeared. Damn it, he actually came to this place and made us chase after him. Everyone should understand the mission this time, right? Fang Chen must die. This is related to the cooperation between Holy Light Religion and God Emperor Death. Chapter 1971. A Genius Remembers Love in 1 Second? We'll provide you with a wonderful novel to read. By the time Mo Wu woke up, 7 days had already passed. Fifth senior brother, how was it? Fang Chen asked. Mo Wu's face was full of smiles. He was very excited. Junior brother, I've successfully received the inheritance of God Emperor Titan. What about you? How was it? Did you pass the 4th level? In Mo Wu's opinion, it shouldn't be a problem for his junior brother to pass the 4th level. However, it would be difficult for him to reach the 5th level. I passed, Fang Chen said. I've been waiting for you to wake up. Now that you've received the inheritance, we should leave. All right, let's go, Mo Wu said. The two of them left the Titan Pagoda. Then, the Titan Pagoda turned into nothingness and was put into Fang Chen's Summer Ring. When the two of them came out of the Titan Pagoda, they were surrounded by many members of the Beast God clan. The leader of the group was the 3rd Holy Prince. Next to him was Godly Emperor Yuhan and some other elders of the Godly Emperor layer. Elders, please lend me a hand and capture this child, the 3rd Saint said in a deep voice when he saw Fang Chen. In order to take revenge, he spared no expense and invited many Godly Emperor realm elders. Isn't this the 3rd Holy Son? You've recovered so quickly after being beaten up by me? Fang Chen looked at the 3rd Holy Son with a smile. When he was hunted down by Godly Emperor Swordless, Godly Emperor Destruction had appeared twice. For this reason, Fang Chen didn't want to kill members of the Beast God clan. Fang Chen, can you still smile? The 3rd Holy Son said coldly with a gloomy face. Why can't I smile? You're just a loser. Your actions are foolish. I won't show you any mercy. I'll beat you up again, Fang Chen said calmly. Elders, please join forces with me, Yi Zichen said. Godly Emperor Destruction, you're too arrogant. Hand over the third Holy Sun's weapon. Originally, we did not wish to make you our enemy. However, since you are so arrogant, we have offended you. Following the order of the third Holy Sun, the elders began to attack. Junior brother. Mo Wu was a little anxious. He had just come out and already encountered so many strong opponents. He was a little worried. Senior brother, just watch the show from the side. Fang Chen grinned and rushed into the crowd. Then, Fang Chen went berserk. He was like a monster in human form. His strength was unimaginable. Bang! The first one to bear the brunt was the Holy Sun. Fang Chen did not hesitate and punched the Holy Sun in the head. The latter's head was concussed, and his body flew backward. Fortunately, Fang Chen had deliberately controlled his strength. Otherwise, if he had used his full strength, his primordial spirit would have been smashed to pieces. The third Holy Sun screamed miserably, his face full of anger. Too weak. Fang Chen shook his head and said softly. Bang! Punch after punch, the elders of the Orc God clan could not get close to Fang Chen. In the blink of an eye, a large number of people were lying on the ground, screaming miserably. Fang Chen looked at the crowd with a smile and said, You dare to come out and embarrass yourselves with such little strength? You're a disgrace to the Orc God clan. After that, Fang Chen walked step by step toward the third Holy Sun. He's too strong. How can he be so strong? His strength has exceeded the range of the godly Emperor realm. Has he broken through to the godly Emperor realm? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. All the elders fell to the ground, their bodies becoming stiff. They could not accept the fact in front of them. They were known as the elders of the Orc God clan, and their bodies were extremely strong. However, they could not even block one punch from Fang Chen. This was too much of a blow to their confidence. What do you want? Seeing this, the third Holy Sun stepped back and looked at Fang Chen warily. Don't you want revenge? Fang Chen asked. The third Holy Sun's head shook like a rattledrum. Godly Emperor Destruction, please be magnanimous and let me go. I swear that I will never hold a grudge against you again. Even the arrogant third Holy Sun was completely intimidated by Fang Chen. Don't worry, I won't kill you. However, I will leave you with a lesson that you will never forget. Before the third Holy Sun could say anything, Fang Chen grabbed him by the collar and punched his head again and again. The third Holy Sun screamed miserably. The surrounding elders of the Beast God tribe trembled, their hearts filled with fear. He was too violent. He was like a monster in human form. After a while, Fang Chen finally stopped punching. The third Holy Sun did not look like a human anymore. His head was bigger than a pig's head and swollen beyond recognition. However, he was not dead and his life was not in danger. Fang Chen had a sense of propriety in his attack. Get lost. I'm in a good mood. I don't want to kill you, Fang Chen said. Hearing this, the elders hurriedly took the third Holy Sun and left. Junior brother, no one was more shocked than fifth senior brother Mo Wu. The feeling in his heart was too intense. Both of them had received the inheritance, but Fang Chen's physical strength was several levels higher than his. Junior brother, your physical strength is invincible in the godly Emperor realm, Mo Wu said excitedly after a long while. I was just lucky, Fang Chen said modestly. I'm impressed. Mo Wu said several words of admiration. If he was not convinced of his junior brother's strength in the past, he would not be convinced. But now there was nothing left. With such monstrous talent, he could sweep through the ancient granary boundary. Ha ha ha, let's see if the Beast God clan dares to interfere with my cultivation in the ancient granary boundary. Mo Wu laughed. Suddenly, Mo Wu's smile came to an abrupt halt as his expression turned grave. What's wrong, fifth senior brother? Fang Chen asked hurriedly. Eldest senior brother sent me a message. He's in some trouble, Emowu said. The first holy son of the Beast God clan seems to be interfering with his cultivation. The Beast God clan? They're really haunting us. Fang Chen said, take me to eldest senior brother. Okay, I'll send a message to eldest senior brother, Emowu said. After a while, Emowu said, I've already sent a message to eldest senior brother. He's walking toward us. We'll meet up with him on the way. In a wasteland, a black-clothed man's figure flashed. He was extremely fast. Behind him, there was a huge python chasing after him. Divine Emperor Tianding, you coward. The huge python was the Nine Abyss Python, the first holy son of the Beast God clan. You despicable person. Fight me outside the ancient granary boundary if you can. The black-clothed man was the bone progenitor's eldest disciple, Divine Emperor Tianding. What's the point of using your physical strength to suppress me in the ancient granary boundary? Divine Emperor Tianding's name was well known in the God realm. He was the bone progenitor's eldest disciple. He was extremely powerful. He was almost on par with the 6 divine emperors of the laws. However, Divine Emperor Tianding had always kept a low profile. He had been cultivating in the ancient granary boundary for a long time. In the past, he had some grudges with the first holy son. When the first holy son discovered his tracks, he relentlessly pursued him. If they were in the outside world, he would not be afraid of the first holy son. However, this was the ancient granary boundary, where true God power was suppressed. Relying on physical strength alone, he really could not fight against the first holy son. Why would he fight when he knew he was at a disadvantage? Therefore, Divine Emperor Tianding ignored the first holy son's pursuit. Divine Emperor Tianding, you are a bone progenitor's disciple. I feel ashamed for you to run away without a fight. The giant python spoke in human language. Whoosh! The first holy son swung his tail. A powerful force slammed into Divine Emperor Tianding. The latter hurriedly dodged, his body staggering. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the first holy son blocked Divine Emperor Tianding's path. Then, the first holy son transformed into his human form and smiled at Divine Emperor Tianding. It's not easy to find a chance to trample on Divine Emperor Tianding. How could I miss it? The first holy son smiled eerily. The Nine Abyss Python clan is really shameless. As the first holy son of the Beast God clan, you can only rely on the pressure of the ancient granary boundary to fight me. Divine Emperor Tianding sneered. He did not care about the first saint at all and looked down on him. It doesn't matter. You can say whatever you want. I am a straightforward person. I only care about the result. The first holy son said eerily. Today's result is destined to be good news for me. After today, everyone in the God realm will know that the bone progenitor's eldest disciple, Divine Emperor Tianding, was trampled on by the destruction God Emperor's eldest disciple. Chapter 1972. Genius 1 second. Remember love go/little? Here's a wonderful novel for you to read. Divine Emperor Tianding wore a black robe with a large cauldron drawn on it. Aside from being the first disciple of the bone progenitor, he was also a famous god-level alchemist in the god realm. Hearing the first holy son's words, Divine Emperor Tianding waved his sleeve and said, "Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Let's fight outside the ancient granary realm if you have the ability." In truth, Divine Emperor Tianding wasn't afraid of the first holy son in the ancient granary realm. It was just that at his level, he didn't want to be humiliated by others. Moreover, this was the first holy son, who was almost as strong as him. Anyone else would have fled. However, the first holy son seemed determined to suppress Divine Emperor Tianding in the ancient granary realm. What? Even Divine Emperor Tianding is afraid? The first holy son's words were full of mockery. His words angered Divine Emperor Tianding a little. "Humph, if you want to fight, let's fight. Do you really think I'm afraid of you?" After saying that, Divine Emperor Tianding took the initiative to attack. Wild power gathered on his fist, and then he fiercely brandished it. Insignificant skill. The First Holy Son wanted to provoke Divine Emperor Tianding on purpose, so that he would lose his composure and suppress him. Roar! The first saint instantly transformed into his true form, the 9 Serenities python. The python was more than 100 feet thick. He flicked his tongue and swung his tail, striking the Divine Emperor Tianding. Bang! 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 Although Divine Emperor Tianding tried his best to defend, the First Holy Son in his true form was even stronger. In the blink of an eye, Divine Emperor Tianding was at a disadvantage. Seeing this, the First Holy Son increased the intensity of his attack. Divine Emperor Tianding, your physical strength is too weak. As soon as the First Holy Son finished speaking, his entire python body bound Divine Emperor Tianding, as if to suppress him. Damn it! Divine Emperor Tianding cursed. Layers of complicated patterns appeared on the surface of his skin, forcing the python away from him. In the distance, Fang Chun and his 5th senior brother, Mo Wu, were rapidly advancing. The two of them had received the Herculean God Emperor's power inheritance. Their physical strength had become extremely strong, and their movement speed within the ancient granary boundary had also become much faster. Eldest senior brother is just ahead, Mo Wu suddenly said with a solemn expression. I can sense the fluctuations of battle. Eldest senior brother seems to be in danger. Fang Chun pondered for a moment and then said, 5th senior brother, I'm faster, so I'll go first. You follow behind me. With that, Fang Chen's figure flashed and disappeared from Mo Wu's sight. Right now, his fleshly body's strength was comparable to the God Emperor realm, and he was invincible in the ancient barn world. His speed was raised to the extreme, and in the blink of an eye, he had left Mo Wu in the dust. At this moment, Fang Chen also noticed the two people fighting in front of him. Eldest senior brother. At a glance, Fang Chen saw the black-robed Divine Emperor being entangled by the python and forced to retreat. Whoosh! Fang Chen roared and quickly came to the side of his eldest senior brother. Without saying a word, he threw out a punch and ruthlessly smashed the python's tail. Roar! A furious roar came from the First Holy Son's mouth. The part of the tail that was hit by Fang Chen instantly became a bloody mess. The furious First Holy Son quickly distanced himself from Divine Emperor Tianding. His body floated in midair, and his bloody eyes stared at Fang Chen. Eldest senior brother, are you all right? Fang Chen looked at Divine Emperor Tianding and asked. I'm fine. Are you youngest junior brother? When Divine Emperor Tianding saw Fang Chen, a smile appeared on his face. Eldest senior brother, my name is Fang Chen. A love go little say net, Chu Fang Chen said. Why is it only you? Where's 5th junior brother? Divine Emperor Tianding asked in surprise. I sensed eldest senior brother's battle fluctuations, so I came first. 5th senior brother is behind me. He'll be here soon, Fang Chen said. Fortunately, I came in time. It's good that eldest senior brother is fine. Divine Emperor Tianding nodded slowly. Although Mo Wu hadn't arrived yet, at least he had a helper who could temporarily block the First Holy Son's attack. You're Fang Chen, the godly Emperor of Destruction? The 9 Serenities python, who was floating in midair, asked coldly with a gloomy face. Fang Chen turned around and looked at the First Holy Son. He nodded slightly and said, The Holy Son of the Beast Gods only knows how to bully my eldest senior brother in the ancient barn realm. How laughable! The 9 Serenities python sneered and said eerily, Fang Chen, I was just about to look for you. You stole my 3rd brother's weapon, and now you dare to enter the ancient barn realm. Are you courting death? Most importantly, Fang Chen had ruined his most important task. Fang Chen curled his lips and said, Why don't you say that I ruined your plan to steal the swamp dragon or from the Heaven Bone Palace? Steal the swamp dragon ore? Divine Emperor Tianding was surprised when he heard that. However, when Fang Chen explained the whole story, Divine Emperor Tianding was instantly enraged. You're the first holy son of the beast gods. How could you do such a thing? The 9 Serenities Python stared at Fang Chen. You didn't take the path to heaven, but you barged into hell instead, the 9 Serenities Python said coldly. In that case, don't blame me for being impolite. As he spoke, the 9 Serenities Python's aura fluctuated, and he was ready to attack. Little junior brother, this person's physical strength is extremely strong. Let's work together to resist for a while. When 5th junior brother comes, the 3 of us will definitely be able to defeat him, Divine Emperor Tianding said. Fang Chen waved his hand and looked straight at the 9 Serenities Python. He said, Eldest senior brother, watch from the side. I alone am enough to deal with the holy son of the beast god. Fang Chen, you're too arrogant, the 9 Serenities Python said. If you see the 3rd holy son, you won't say such things, Fang Chen said lightly. What did you do to my 3rd junior brother? The 9 Serenities Python's expression changed greatly. Nothing. I just beat him into a pig's head, Fang Chen said with a smile. You, the 9 Serenities Python was furious. Wild power was released from his body, and his huge tail swung toward Fang Chen. Watch out! Divine Emperor Tianding exclaimed. However, Fang Chen didn't seem to have seen it. He stood quietly on the ground, motionless. However, there seemed to be some mockery on his face. But the huge snake tail whipped Fang Chen's body viciously. A terrifying force instantly assaulted Fang Chen. The Holy Sun knew that this attack was enough to seriously injure an ordinary Divine Emperor. Let's see if you're still alive. The Holy Sun sneered while controlling the snake tail. Oh no. Divine Emperor Tianding was also very anxious. He was very worried about his junior brother. However, right at that moment, a miserable cry was suddenly heard. Divine Emperor Tianding hurriedly looked over and saw that Fang Chen was holding the snake tail with one hand and swinging the 9 Serenities Python wildly. Dong! The 9 Serenities Python's terrifying tail slammed into Fang Chen's body, but it didn't break through his defense. Instead, Fang Chen used this opportunity to counterattack. This, Divine Emperor Tianding was completely dumbfounded. Isn't this too exaggerated? The Holy Sun's all-out attack could even injure me. However, junior brother is not injured at all. Divine Emperor Tianding said to himself. It seems that junior brother is not simple. Thinking of this, Divine Emperor Tianding's body relaxed and a smile appeared on his face. Bang 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 with one hand holding the snake's tail, he clenched his other hand into a fist and punched the first saint's body repeatedly. After much difficulty, the first saint finally broke free from Fang Chen's restraints. He was burning with rage. Fang Chen, I'm going to kill you! The Holy Sun roared and immediately pushed his strength to the extreme, attacking Fang Chen wildly. However, he soon found that no matter how strong he was, he couldn't break through Fang Chen's defense. How strong is his physical body? The first saint's heart trembled. He had never seen such a powerful physical body before. In the blink of an eye, the Holy Sun was once again swung wildly by Fang Chen. Bang bang bang! Don't be so arrogant. After a while, the python of 9 Serenities was badly mutilated and its breath was weak. Splash! The Holy Sun turned into his human form and curled up on the ground. His clothes were stained with blood. The Holy Sun of the Orc God clan was nowhere to be seen. His face was pale and he was terrified when he saw Fang Chen. Do you dare to bully my senior brother again? Fang Chen kicked the Holy Sun and sent him flying. The Holy Sun was humiliated, but he could only remain silent. Fang Chen's physical strength was too strong. He couldn't cause any harm to Fang Chen even if he used all his strength. Godly Emperor of Destruction, you live up to your reputation. I admit defeat. The Holy Sun gave in. Chapter 1973. Genius 1 second. Remember love divided by go divided by little? Here's a wonderful novel for you to read. Weren't you awesome just now? Fang Chen asked mockingly as he looked at the Holy Sun, who was curled up on the ground. Love go little say, chew in the latter's heart. 10,000 alpacas were galloping madly. You've beaten me up like this. How can I still be arrogant? Do you want to die? However, he could only think about it in his heart. He did not dare to say it out loud. Who knew if that goddamn bastard had a tendency to abuse him and would continue to beat him up? Anyway, the Holy Sun was deeply hurt. His fear of Fang Chen had reached its peak. His physical strength is many times stronger than mine, the Holy Sun thought to himself. I guess he's almost as strong as the God Emperor? The Holy Sun's face showed a hint of self-mockery. He had always boasted that his physical strength was invincible among the divine emperors and that he was invincible in the ancient warehouse realm. But now, he had finally suffered a great loss. Moreover, it was at the hands of a person he thought he could easily kill. Junior brother, this man is the disciple of the God Emperor of Destruction. Let him off when possible. Divine Emperor Tianding stopped Fang Chen, fearing that he would end the life of the Holy Sun in a fit of anger. Fang Chen smiled and said, "Don't worry, senior brother. I know what I'm doing." Then, Fang Chen walked up to the Holy Sun, squatted down and said, "I have a few questions for you. You can leave after you answer." "Go ahead," the Holy Sun said. "Do you hate me?" The first saint shook his head furiously. How could he bear a grudge against such a freak? "Will you come back for revenge after leaving the ancient warehouse realm?" Fang Chen continued to ask. "No. As the first Holy Son of the Beast Gods, I have to take responsibility," the Holy Sun said in a deep voice. "Okay, you can leave now." Love go little say Chu Fang Chen clapped his hands. The first Holy Sun was shocked. Was he going to let him go just like that? He thought that Fang Chen would take the opportunity to extort some cultivation resources from him. Still not leaving? Fang Chen glared at the first saint. The latter's body trembled as he scrambled out of the place. At this moment, Divine Emperor Tianding walked up to Fang Chen and gave him a thumbs up. "Little junior brother, I, Tianding Divine Emperor, have never admired anyone among the divine emperors. Even the god emperors of the 6 laws are unable to make me admire them. But now your strength has really opened my eyes. From now on, I will only submit to you," said Divine Emperor Tianding. "Eldest senior brother, you're exaggerating. I only have brute strength. If we were outside the ancient granary boundary, I wouldn't even need to do anything. Eldest senior brother would be able to deal with the first Holy Sun." Fang Chen said modestly. Hoo. Fifth senior brother Mo Wu finally arrived. "Eldest senior brother, how are you? Where's the first Holy Sun?" Mo Wu asked, panting. He looked around and didn't see any trace of the first Holy Sun. "Fifth junior brother, you're late. The first Holy Sun has already been beaten away by little junior brother," said Divine Emperor Tianding. "Beaten away by little junior brother?" Hearing this, Mo Wu's heart was in turmoil. Although he knew that little junior brother was very strong, he didn't expect him to be this strong. "Little junior brother, did you really beat away the first Holy Sun?" Mo Wu asked again. Fang Chen nodded. Mo Wu looked at Fang Chen with a burning gaze. "The first Holy Sun is said to have an invincible physical body in the Divine Emperor realm. Little junior brother, you were able to beat him away. Now I'm very suspicious. Did you pass the 5th level of the Titan Tower?" asked Mo Wu. Fang Chen nodded, not hiding anything from Mo Wu. Mo Wu's eyes widened. "You really passed the 5th level?" "It was just a fluke," said Fang Chen. Mo Wu's heart shook even more. After a long while, he finally calmed down. Then he gave Fang Chen a thumbs up. "From now on, little junior brother is king in the ancient Barn realm." Divine Emperor Tianding also agreed with Mo Wu's words. Only his junior brother could beat the first Holy Son into such a sorry state. With such physical strength, there was no doubt that he could sweep through the ancient Barn realm. Fifth junior brother, it seems that the two of us are getting old, laughed Divine Emperor Tianding. Yes, each new generation excels the previous. Little junior brother's potential is really too strong. Perhaps among the 7 of us, little junior brother will be the first to step into the Divine Emperor realm, said Mo Wu. Senior brothers, there's no need to praise little junior brother. The 3 of them were very happy to be together in the ancient Barn realm. They chatted happily. On this day, the 3 holy sons of the beast gods gathered together. The second holy son was confused when he saw the 2 holy sons. Big brother, third brother, what's wrong with you? Asked the second holy son curiously. The first holy son's face was gloomy and he did not speak. The third holy son smiled bitterly. Second brother. The third holy son's voice was sorrowful. It's all that Fong Chen's fault. He humiliated me and beat me into a pig's head. The third holy son began to complain tearfully to the second holy son. The latter said, I told you long ago that the godly Emperor of Destruction is not to be trifled with, but you didn't listen. Now you're at a disadvantage, aren't you? Then, the second holy son looked at the first holy son and asked, Big brother, your physical strength should be invincible in the ancient Barn realm. What exactly happened to make you like this? Did you meet the undying warriors of the Immortal Divine Pavilion? The undying warriors of the Immortal Divine Pavilion were not only terrifyingly good at self-healing, but also had extremely strong physical strength. The second holy son could not figure out who else had such an ability other than the undying warriors. The first holy son's face was bruised black and blue. He shook his head gently. Who else could it be other than the undying warriors? The second holy son asked with his eyes wide open. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something. He looked at the first holy son in disbelief and said, Big brother, could it be that you were also beaten up by the godly Emperor of Destruction? Thinking of the godly Emperor of Destruction's style of doing things, it was possible. What? Big brother, is it true? The third holy son asked anxiously. Don't provoke the godly Emperor of Destruction in the future. The first holy son finally spoke. Hearing this, the second holy son and the third holy son were shocked. Is the godly Emperor of Destruction's physical strength stronger than yours, big brother? The second holy son cried out. As for the third holy son, he finally stopped complaining. If even his big brother was beaten up like this, it was normal for him to be beaten up. His physical strength is comparable to the God Emperor realm. He can sweep through the ancient warehouse realm. The first holy son said, I'm going back to the beast gods to cultivate in seclusion. What about you two? We're going back too. The second and third holy son hurriedly said. They did not want to be beaten up by the godly Emperor of Destruction. Okay, let's go now. The 3 holy son left the ancient warehouse realm. The second holy son secretly rejoiced that he had not been reckless enough to avenge his third brother. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Fong Chun and Mo Wu had already obtained the inheritance, but the first senior brother had not. So the 2 of them began to help the first senior brother. It took them about 10 days to find the inheritance. Although it was not as good as the God Emperor Titan's inheritance, it was enough for the first senior brother, godly Emperor Tianding, to accept. In the process of fighting for the inheritance, they clashed with some godly emperors. Fong Chen activated the berserk mode of the humanoid monster. With his pair of iron fists, he sent all the competitors flying. It was also because of this battle that his reputation soared. Later, the news of Fong Chen beating up the first and third holy son spread throughout the ancient warehouse realm. For a time, all the godly emperors in the ancient warehouse realm were talking about the godly Emperor of Destruction. Some even called the godly Emperor of Destruction a terrifying humanoid monster. When they saw the godly Emperor of Destruction, they ran away from him, not daring to get close. Fang Chen's physical strength had successfully suppressed everyone in the ancient barn world, sweeping through everything. Half a month later, the three of them left the ancient warehouse realm with great gains. In the ancient warehouse realm, everyone was cheering. The humanoid monster had finally left. They no longer had to worry about being beaten up. At the same time, the godly emperors of the Beast God clan, who had been beaten up by Fang Chen, finally dared to walk around the ancient warehouse realm. Although Fang Chen had left the ancient warehouse realm, his heroic deeds had been passed down. Junior brother Fang, you're really famous now. Mo Wu smiled. Yes, it won't be long before this news spreads throughout the God realm. When that happens, it will definitely shake the God realm, godly Emperor Tianding said. The three of them were about to reach the exit of the ancient warehouse realm. Chapter 1974. Genius Remembers Love in 1 Second/Small? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. With a pair of iron fists, he suppressed all the deity emperors of the Beast God clan. He was invincible in the ancient warehouse boundary. The current Fang Chen was no longer the same as before. Even a god emperor would be shocked by the power of his physical body. In this universe era, in the history of the divine world, there had never been a divine emperor realm expert who could increase his physical strength to such an extent. Of course, the reason why Fang Chen could have such a strong physical body was also due to some coincidences. First of all, he had the golden heart. Then, he had the perfect sword body, which was known as the strongest body in the universe. It had helped him a lot. Secondly, there was the Herculean divine pill left behind by the Herculean God Emperor. This pill had directly raised his physical body to the peak, making him comparable to a God Emperor. The three apprentice brothers chatted and laughed. The eldest apprentice brother, Divine Emperor Tianding, and the fifth apprentice brother, Mo Wu, had cultivated in the ancient granary realm for several decades, but they had not achieved much. However, after meeting Fang Chen, there had been earth-shaking changes in just over 8 years. I truly did not expect that junior brother would be able to sweep through the ancient granary realm. Divine Emperor Tianding sighed. That's right. I've always thought that, other than the first Holy Son, the person most likely to sweep through the ancient granary realm with his physical strength would be eldest senior brother, Mo Wu said with a smile. Just as Fang Chen was about to speak, countless air-piercing sounds came from afar. Shortly after, an evil aura instantly surged towards him. Fang Chen's expression changed. He instantly knew who this person was. Remnant of Holy Light Religion. Divine Emperor Tianding's face gradually darkened. He clenched his fists tightly as energy rippled around his body. He was ready to strike at any moment. Hoo! In the blink of an eye, more than 20 immortal emperors of Holy Light Religion appeared on the wasteland and surrounded Fang Chen and the other two. Love go little Saith Ku Fang Chen. The leader of the divine emperors stared at Fang Chen with a ferocious look on his face. He licked his dry lips and spoke in a hoarse voice. Since when did the remnants of Holy Light Religion dare to run amok in the God world? Divine Emperor Tianding coldly said. Everyone has the right to punish the remnants of Holy Light Religion. Mo Wu said. However, the leader of the remaining members of the Holy Light Religion was not afraid. Instead, he sneered and said, Divine Emperor Tianding, Mo Wu, this time we are here for Fang Chen. If you don't want to get involved, then leave quickly. Otherwise, only death awaits you. Hearing this, Divine Emperor Tianding and Mo Wu were enraged. Bullshit. Fang Chen is my junior brother. You want me to sit back and do nothing? Even if you're not here for my junior brother, if we encounter the remnants of your Holy Light Religion, we will not hesitate to attack. The two of them were furious as they stared at the remnants of Holy Light Religion. On the other hand, Fang Chen looked very relaxed. In order to deal with me, Holy Light Religion actually sent out more than 20 divine emperors. Fang Chun indifferently said, "Unfortunately, these divine emperors are not enough for me to kill." Fang Chen's words were filled with killing intent. In his opinion, the remnants of holy light religion were nothing but trash. If this was the outside world, he would have to be careful if more than 20 divine emperors attacked him together. However, this was the ancient warehouse boundary. His physical strength was comparable to the God-Emperor realm. He was invincible in the ancient warehouse boundary. These idiots from Holy Light religion actually wanted to kill him in the ancient warehouse boundary. What a joke. Humph, do you really think that you can be so arrogant just because you are the God-Emperor of destruction? The leader of the Holy Light religion sneered and said, "No matter what, you will die if you enter." Fang Chun stared at the remnants of Holy Light religion and grinned. "I really don't know who gave you the courage to kill me. Don't you know that I am not afraid of anyone among the divine emperors?" Formation. The leader of the Holy Light religion divine emperors did not waste any more words. With a low shout, more than 20 divine emperors changed their positions and formed a huge formation. As soon as the formation was activated, a terrifying bloody aura instantly swept over. Fang Chen's expression changed greatly because he could feel that true God power could be used in the formation. Not good. Divine Emperor Tianding also cried out. If true God power could be used, it would be difficult for the three of them to deal with more than 20 Holy Light religion divine emperors. How could we not know that you are the God Emperor of destruction? Before dealing with you, we have already investigated your information clearly. The leader of the divine emperors said, "I have to say that your potential is really too strong. In this universe era, you are currently the most monstrous genius in the divine realm. Any monstrous genius is the enemy of our Holy Light religion. Our purpose is to completely strangle them." The Holy Light religion divine emperor said, "Therefore we are fully prepared today. Don't think about escaping, only death awaits you. Hurry up and break the formation." After Divine Emperor Tianding and Mo Wu recovered their true God power, they displayed a terrifying power and constantly bombarded the formation. However, Fang Chun stood quietly on the ground with his eyes closed, comprehending the mysteries of the formation. "Don't waste your energy. You can't break this formation." The leader of the divine emperors sneered, his face full of ridicule. "Originally, I just wanted to kill God Emperor of Destruction. I didn't expect that I would accidentally encounter Divine Emperor Tianding and Mo Wu. Ha ha ha, if the three disciples of the Bone Progenitor are killed together, it would be a great blow to the Bone Progenitor." This time, Holy Light religion had dispatched more than 20 divine emperors. It was enough to show how much importance they attached to Fang Chun. With the increase of Fang Chen's strength, the entire divine realm was shaken. Holy Light religion naturally also noticed Fang Chun. They felt the terrifying potential of Fang Chun. Originally, they planned to kill Fang Chun. Coincidentally, the Death God Emperor came and promised them great benefit. Naturally, the two cooperated. For Holy Light religion, this was killing two birds with one stone. "Senior brother, this formation is very strange. We can't break it," Mo Wu said anxiously while attacking crazily. Divine Emperor Tianding's face was also anxious. Seeing Fang Chun motionless, he whispered, "Junior brother Fang, do you have any ideas?" At this moment, the aura of the formation filled Fang Chen's mind. His golden heart was beating rapidly. His consciousness was integrated into the formation, searching for the formation's trajectory. "What a strange formation! I can't find any trace of it." After searching for a long time, he still couldn't find any useful value. This made Fang Chun speechless. "Humph! Do you think you can break the 7-section formation of our Holy Light religion?" The leader of the Divine Emperors sneered. More than 20 divine emperors were controlling the formation with all their strength, preparing for the first wave of attack. Attack! As the leader of the divine emperors spoke, A vast power suddenly came from the formation. The terrifying power of the true gods seemed to be tearing the void apart. Time and Space Phantasm Magic Book. The three senior brothers used the Time and Space Phantasm Magic Book at the same time, merging their bodies into the void. Seeing this, the leader of the Divine Emperors sneered. Knowing that you are the disciples of the Bone Progenitor, how could we not be prepared? Attack every inch of the void in the formation. The leader of the Divine Emperors ordered. Suddenly, more than 20 Divine Emperors began to attack crazily. After a while, Divine Emperor Tianding and Mo Wu couldn't hold on any longer. Fang Chen was also constantly changing his body to avoid the crazy attack. This can't go on. I need to find the loophole of the formation quickly and break it. Fang Chen thought to himself. If he broke the formation, his true god power would be sealed again. With his physical strength, he could completely defeat the 20 divine emperors of the Holy Light religion. He just said that this is a 7-section formation. Fang Chen seemed to have thought of some useful information. 7 sections, 7 sections. I seem to have seen it somewhere. Boom! A light suddenly flashed in Fang Chen's mind. Immediately he was overjoyed. At this moment, he suddenly remembered that he had seen a description of the 7-section formation in the Inheritance of a Powerful Array Master. I see. Fang Chen grinned. According to the Inheritance of the Powerful Array Master, the 7-section formation was the top level of the Absolute God level formation. Once trapped, even a God Emperor would find it difficult to break free with brute force. The 7-section formation had been lost for a long time. No one in the God realm could set it up. The 7-section formation, the most important part is the 7 sections. Fang Chen said to himself. He looked up and saw that there were exactly 21 godly emperors from Holy Light religion, no more and no less. In other words, the 21 of them were divided into 3 groups. Each group was a 7-section formation. Strictly speaking, the formation they had set up was a 3-section 7-section formation. Fortunately, it's a 3-section 7-section formation. Chapter 1975. A Genius Remembers Love in 1 Second? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. According to Fang Chen's memories, the strongest form of the 7 sections formation was the 7 sections formation. In other words, there would be 7 groups of 7 fragments, and each group would need 7 God Kings. In total, there would be 49 people. If he had set up a 7-segmented array, even a celestial emperor wouldn't have been able to break it. Fortunately, this time, the remnants of the Holy Light religion only arranged a 3-part 7-section array. Upon having this thought, a cold smile appeared on Fang Chen's face. Then, with a thought, a large amount of information about the 7 points formation appeared in his mind. If you want to break the 7-section formation, you must separate the 3 groups of 7 sections. Otherwise, everything will be in vain. Fang Chen thought to himself. He looked around and confirmed the position of the 3 groups of 7 fragments before he sent a voice transmission to his senior brothers. Eldest senior brother, 5th senior brother, I've found a way to break the formation, but I need your help. Just as Divine Emperor Tianding and Mo Wu were feeling anxious, they suddenly heard Fang Chen's words and were overjoyed. They immediately expressed that they would do their best to cooperate with Fang Chen. Fang Chen told his 2 senior brothers in detail about the positions of the 3 groups of 7 fragments. Eldest senior brother, when I give the order, you will madly attack the first group of 7 fragments. 5th senior brother, you will deal with the second group of 7 fragments. Remember, no matter what, you must attack like crazy. Don't let these 2 groups of 7 fragments join forces, Fang Chen warned. Don't worry, junior brother. I don't dare to say anything about the others, but I am confident in attacking one of the groups, Divine Emperor Tianding said, nodding his head. No matter what, Divine Emperor Tianding was one of the top divine emperors. If he couldn't even stop a group of 7 fragments, what was the point? Mo Wu also nodded heavily, ready to act at any moment. At this moment, the leading deity emperor burst into laughter. Try harder, they can't hold on any longer. The 3 sets of 7 fragments cooperated and complemented each other, erupting with a wild power that instantly affected the void. Voila! The void distorted, and Fang Chen and the other 2 appeared at the same time. Do it! At this moment, Fang Chen bellowed and took the lead to rush towards the 7 people in the northwest direction. He did not hesitate to use the immemorial soul-refining chant. 5 major sword moves were launched at the same time, attacking 5 of them. Then, he used the 24th level of the demonic dragon sky-destroying sword. A terrifying black dragon swooped down from the sky. Fang Chen's target was the 7 people in the northwest direction. The 7 of them formed the 3rd group, the 7 fragments. At the same time, Godly Emperor Tianding was madly attacking the 1st group of 7 fragments, while Mo Wu was attacking the 2nd group of 7 fragments. The face of the Holy Light Religion Emperor, who was originally laughing wildly, suddenly changed. How is that possible? How could he see through the 7 sections formation's trajectory? If he wanted to break the 7 sections formation, he had to find the most prepared 7 sections. Even if he miscalculated one person, it would cause the plan to fail. However, when the head godly emperor glanced at them, his heart was set off stormy waves. Fang Chen and the other 2 actually found the 3rd group of 7 fragments with incomparable accuracy. Moreover, the most surprising thing was that they actually attacked crazily, cutting off the contact between the 3 groups of 7 fragments. Attack with all your strength. The head godly emperor knew that the situation was not good, so he loudly roared. Although they were trapped in the 7 sections formation, Godly Emperor Tianding and Mo Wu still displayed their top Godly Emperor means. Under the 2's crazy attacks, the 2 groups of 7 fragments were unable to converge with the 3rd group of 7 fragments. This gave Fang Chen an excellent opportunity. After 2 waves of wild attacks from the immemorial soul-refining chant and the demonic dragon sky-destroying sword, the 7 godly emperors who were maintaining the 3rd group of 7 fragments were already somewhat shaky and could no longer hold on. Kill! Fang Chen urged his full strength. While displaying his sword technique, he also used the 1,000-leaf needles. Thousands of embroidery needles were densely suspended in the air, stabbing toward the 7 people at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Pucci, finally, under the frenzied attacks, one of the weaker godly emperors could no longer hold on. Spitting out blood, his body fell down and instantly lost his life. The 7 fragments must be maintained by all 7 people. As long as one person was no longer present, the 7 fragments would collapse. Crash. The 3rd group of 7 fragments broke, causing the other 2 groups of 7 fragments to also collapse. Whoosh. A terrifying sword light emerged from the horizon and ruthlessly slashed at the remaining members of Holy Light Temple. Retreat. The remaining members of Holy Light Temple frantically retreated. Boom. The star-concealing sword split open a large hole in the ground. At this time, Fang Chen also felt that the true god power in his body was suppressed again. The 7 sections formation had been completely broken, and their figures once again appeared in the ancient warehouse boundary. Fang Chen put away the star-concealing sword and smilingly looked at the numerous godly emperors of Holy Light Temple. Holy Light Temple really put in a lot of effort. In order to deal with me, they even took out the 7 sections formation. Fang Chen grinned. However, his smile was filled with cold, killing intent. The remaining 20 godly emperors' faces changed. The leading godly emperor gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice, "Do you think that by breaking the 7 sections formation, you can escape from our hands? In terms of physical strength, our Holy Light Temple is not afraid of anyone." His words made Divine Emperor Tianding and Mo Wu laugh out loud. Competing in physical strength with junior brother Fang? Are you sure you're not joking? Humph, you can laugh now, but you'll cry later, the leading godly emperor said indifferently. Fang Chun took a step forward, looked at the 20 godly emperors of Holy Light Temple, and said, "Tell me, how do you want to die?" Arrogant. The leading godly emperor was furious. The 20 godly emperors suddenly urged all their strength and crazily attacked Fang Chun. Too weak. Fang Chun shook his head. After gathering his strength, he lightly punched the head of the first godly emperor who approached him. Gotcha! Almost without any resistance, the godly emperor's head directly exploded, along with his primordial spirit. Boom! At the same time, the remaining Holy Light Temple members all attacked Fang Chun with all their strength. The perfect sword body operated and the sword-shaped runes flowed. The thunder-like attacks fell on Fang Chun's body, but unexpectedly, they did not leave any scars. It's not that I want to criticize you, but your attacks are too weak. Even if I stand here and don't move, you can't break my defense. Fang Chun shook his head and sneered. Seeing this, the leading godly emperor was shocked. His body involuntarily retreated. We have no choice. Either he dies or we die. Under the leading godly emperor's roar, the other godly emperors began to fight with all their might. However, the only response they got was a pair of iron fists. That was all. Bang! Every time Fang Chun's iron fists hit the head of a godly emperor of Holy Light Temple, their number would decrease by 1. A moment later, 10 godly emperors had died in the hands of Fang Chun. Satisfying. When fighting against the number 1 Holy Sun, Fang Chun needed to hold back and control his strength. When fighting against the remaining Holy Light Temple members, he did not need to think about this at all. His only thought was to kill them all. Therefore, Fang Chun felt that the battle was very satisfying. How is this possible? How can his physical strength be so strong? The remaining Holy Light Temple members were also shocked by Fang Chun's physical strength. However, it was too late. What awaited them was death. Godly Emperor Tianding and Mo quietly watched this scene with smiles on their faces. Sweeping through the ancient warehouse boundary was no joke. It could only be said that these remaining Holy Light Temple members were too unlucky. Just as Fang Chun was slaughtering, countless godly emperors appeared in the dark. They had all been attracted by the powerful force. Is that the godly Emperor Destruction? The godly Emperor Destruction is fighting with the remaining Holy Light Temple members. Too powerful. With such combat strength, he is indeed the invincible godly Emperor Destruction who swept through the ancient warehouse boundary. Many godly emperors were completely shocked. It was not until this moment that they personally experienced how strong the godly Emperor Destruction was. At the same time, they were also very excited. It was simply too satisfying. One by one, the remnants of Holy Light religion died in fear. Bang! When the last godly emperor was killed, a total of 21 corpses fell in a pool of blood. Evil auras flowed from their bodies. At this moment, all the godly emperors who were watching in the dark expressed their highest respect for Fang Chun. They did not feel that Fang Chun was bloodthirsty and terrifying at all. Instead, they cheered for Fang Chun. Because what he killed was a great enemy of the God realm, the remaining Holy Light Temple members. Chapter 1976. Genius 1 second. Remember love go/little? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. 21 Holy Light religion survivors were all killed. Fang Chun retracted his power. When he turned to look at his big brother and fifth brother, he was instantly stunned and confused. In the distance, countless divine emperors were staring at him with their mouths agape. Junior brother, these people are all shocked by your strength, Divine Emperor Tianding said with a laugh. Fang Chun scratched his head and didn't think much of it. He didn't know how much of a shock he had brought to everyone when he slaughtered the Holy Light religion survivors. Junior brother, you're amazing. Other than that, Mo didn't know what to say. Fang Chun chuckled and said, "Let's go." Now, there was no need to stay in the ancient warehouse boundary any longer. The training was over. Everyone watched in shock as Fang Chen and the other two left the ancient warehouse boundary. The entire ancient warehouse boundary was in an uproar. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Fang Chen and the other two waited for a moment at the exit of the ancient warehouse boundary. Junior brother, are you waiting for someone? Divine Emperor Tianding asked. Fang Chen nodded. He was waiting for his wife, Star and Moon, and Little Mouse. A moment later, the purple-robed Star and Moon rushed over, followed by Little Mouse and the others. Fang Chen called out. A smile appeared on Star and Moon's pretty face as she walked to Fang Chen's side. Are you okay? Fang Chen asked. Star and Moon shook her head. She basically didn't encounter any powerful divine emperors in the ancient warehouse boundary. Instead, she obtained some inheritances. No breakthrough. Fang Chen found that Star and Moon was still at the peak of the divine king realm and hadn't broken through. Junior brother Fang, won't you introduce us? Divine Emperor Tianding asked with a smile. Let me introduce you. This is my eldest senior brother, Divine Emperor Tianding, and this is my fifth senior brother, Mo Wu, Fang Chen said. Senior brothers, this is my wife, Star and Moon. Ha ha ha, sister-in-law, you are truly beautiful. You are a good match for junior brother Fang. Divine Emperor Tianding laughed. Then, Fang Chen introduced Little Mouse and the others to Divine Emperor Tianding and Mo Wu. When the two of them saw these four fellows, their admiration for Fang Chen increased even more. Outside the ancient barn realm, there were still many people discussing in low voices. Some did not dare to enter, while others wanted to enter but were not prepared. Voila! Fang Chen and the other two walked out. Immediately, everyone's gazes fell on them. It's Celestial Bone Palace's Divine Emperor Tianding and Mo Wu. Who is the other person? He looks so familiar. You don't even know him? The Godly Emperor of Destruction, Fang Chen. The three of them grinned when they heard the crowd's discussion. Rumble. Suddenly, a deafening sound came from the sky. Then, a shocking aura swept across the land. Everyone looked at the sky blankly. Fang Chen's heart skipped a beat. Other than the God Emperors, no one else could cause such a huge commotion. Godly Emperor of Destruction. Fang Chen saw the projection in the sky. It was the Godly Emperor of Destruction in a black robe, looking at Fang Chen with a smile. Greetings, Godly Emperor of Destruction. Divine Emperor Tianding and Mo Wu cupped their fists. The Godly Emperor of Destruction nodded lightly and said, I'm really envious of the Bone Progenitor for taking in such an outstanding disciple. The Godly Emperor of Destruction's words stunned the crowd once again. They looked at Fang Chen in disbelief. Even the Godly Emperor of Destruction praised Fang Chen. Wasn't this too sick? Godly Emperor, you are flattering me, Fang Chen said humbly. He was calmer facing the Godly Emperor of Destruction and was not too nervous. The Godly Emperor of Destruction suddenly stretched out his hand and said, Hand it over. Fang Chen was stunned and immediately thought of the third Holy Sun's weapon. He took out the long spear from the Summer Ring and handed it to the Godly Emperor of Destruction. Senior Godly Emperor of Destruction, I didn't mean to. Fang Chen wanted to explain as he was afraid that the Godly Emperor of Destruction would be angry. However, the Godly Emperor of Destruction waved his hand and stopped Fang Chen. I already know everything that happened in the ancient barn boundary. You were already merciful to my two useless disciples. The Godly Emperor of Destruction said, but I'm curious about you. You managed to reach such a level in such a short time. Today, I came here to take back my third disciple's weapon. Most importantly, I wanted to see you with my own eyes. The Godly Emperor of Destruction said, Your strength is beyond my imagination. From now on, you will be the number one person below the Godly Emperor. If you have time, you are welcome to visit the Beast God clan. After saying that, the Godly Emperor of Destruction's projection disappeared, and the terrifying power dissipated. In front of the ancient barn boundary, there was a commotion. Everyone looked at Feng Chen with their mouths agape. The godly emperor of destruction said it himself. The number one person below the godly emperor. This was a great compliment. Junior brother, you are now famous in the realm of gods. Godly Emperor Tianding smiled. Yes, the godly emperor of destruction said it himself. This is very authoritative. I believe that when the news spreads, the other godly emperors will acknowledge your strength. Mo Wu was also happy for Feng Chen. Feng Chen was not too excited. He nodded lightly and said, Junior brothers, are you going back to the Heavenly Bone Palace or to my Golden Summit Island? Junior brother, we haven't returned to the Heavenly Bone Palace for many years. This time, we are going back to see Master. Godly Emperor Tianding said. All right, then we will part ways here. Feng Chen said. In a few days, the godly Emperor of Destruction's compliment to Feng Chen had spread throughout the realm of gods. The 10 great godly emperors were shocked. Especially the Bone Progenitor, after hearing the news, he was so happy that he could not close his mouth. Ha ha, that disciple of mine really made me proud. In the Heavenly Bone Palace, the Bone Progenitor said with a smile. The godly Emperor of Destruction, that old fart, has very high standards. There are very few people that he thinks highly of. Even his 3 precious disciples didn't receive such an evaluation. Looks like my disciple has gained a lot in the ancient barn boundary. Other than the Bone Progenitor, the other strongest godly emperors also heard the news. The Bone Progenitor's disciple is really powerful. With his potential, he might really step into the godly emperor realm in the future. A space-time cultivator actually swept across the ancient barn boundary in terms of strength. This is an unsurpassable record. Many godly emperors were discussing with each other. In the South Tomb Sword Palace, the godly Emperor of Death and Black Emperor's faces were extremely gloomy. Junior brother, looks like the Holy Light religion has failed. Black Emperor said in a deep voice. Damn it, we still can't kill him. Godly Emperor of Death said coldly. His growth is too fast. The godly Emperor of Destruction said that he is the number 1 under the godly Emperor realm. This is not an exaggeration. Black Emperor said, I am a little worried. If we let him continue to grow, when he becomes a godly emperor, we will not be able to do anything to him. I am going to contact the Holy Light religion. I think they do not want to see such a monstrous talent with such great potential continue to grow. After returning to the Golden Summit Island, the Star and Moon went straight into seclusion. He had gained a lot in the ancient barn boundary and needed to go into seclusion to digest it. As for the little mouse and the other 3, other than Xiao Huang, who had broken through to the godly emperor realm, the other 3 did not break through. However, they were not in the mood to cultivate and were looking for godly beasts to battle. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed since they returned to the Golden Summit Island. During this period, Feng Chen was more relaxed. When he was free, he would cultivate the demonic dragon sky destroyer sword or check out the 5 mines. Since the trip to the ancient barn boundary, there were no more Holy Light religion survivors to attack. The leisurely days continued to pass. However, one day, a godly emperor who claimed to be from the Samsara Palace suddenly came to the Golden Summit Island. Island Master, this person claims to be the godly emperor of the Samsara Palace and wants to see you, the Vice Island Master said. Oh? The godly emperor of the Samsara Palace? Let him come in, Feng Chen said. After a while, the Vice Island Master brought the godly emperor of the Samsara Palace to the garden. I have long heard that the godly Emperor of Destruction is a young talent. Today, I see that you are indeed worthy of your reputation. The godly Emperor of the Samsara Palace said with a smile, Let me introduce myself. I am the Elder of the Samsara Palace. The godly Emperor of Destruction can call me Old Blue. Elder Blue, may I know why you have come to the Golden Summit Island? Feng Chen asked. Godly Emperor of Destruction, I am here for an important matter. Hearing this, Elder Blue said in a low voice, Godly Emperor of Destruction, do you still remember Miss Ling Er? Of course I remember. Although this is the first time I have met Miss Ling Er, we hit it off very well. Fang Chen said, recalling the scene of Ling Er and the old man on the Golden Summit Island. Miss Ling Er encountered some trouble in the Samsara Palace. Originally, I did not want to disturb you, Godly Emperor of Destruction, but I had no choice. Chapter 1977. A Genius Remembers Love in 1 Second? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Oh! Fang Chen's eyes twinkled as he stared at Elder Blue. Miss Ling Er is in trouble. Emperor Shui Luo is extremely anxious, but there is nothing he can do. He only thought of this when he heard that you, Emperor Destruction, had become the strongest person under the Emperor God. Elder Blue continued, Miss Ling Er did not agree to ask for your help, but Emperor Shui Luo knew that without your help, Miss Ling Er would not be able to pass this tribulation. So he acted on his own. What kind of trouble is Ling Er in? Fang Chen asked. He and Ling Er were fated to meet. If he could help, he would not mind. This way, he could do the Reincarnation Palace a favor. The Reincarnation Palace has so many experts, and even the Reincarnation Emperor is here. How can you not solve Ling Er's problem? Elder Blue shook his head and smiled bitterly. Emperor Destruction, listen to me in detail. Following that, Elder Blue explained in detail what had happened. After listening, Fang Chen finally understood. The only thing that surprised him was that Ling Er was the first reincarnation king of the Reincarnation Palace. The last time he saw Ling Er, she was just a divine king warrior. Fang Chen did not associate her with the reincarnation king at all. In short, the problem was this. Ling Er was very strong. Among the younger generation of the Reincarnation Palace, no one could defeat her. Moreover, Ling Er had an unknown title. She was the Reincarnation Emperor, one of the 6 divine emperors. Logically speaking, Ling Er should be very strong. But Ling Er was in the midst of breaking through reincarnation. At the critical moment, her strength was suppressed, and her realm fell to the Divine King realm. At this time, the Immortal Divine Pavilion came to visit and asked the younger generation to exchange pointers. They wanted to fight Ling Er. If Ling Er did not dare to fight, they would give up the title of Reincarnation Emperor. What kind of joke was this? If the Reincarnation Palace did this, wouldn't they become the laughing stock of the God realm? But Ling Er was in the midst of breaking through reincarnation. Her strength was suppressed, and she could not fight at will. Otherwise, she would be trapped in the endless reincarnation and never be able to come out. Love Go Little Say, W. Chu. It was precisely because it was a duel between divine emperors that the Samsara Palace was in a dilemma. This time, the Immortal Divine Pavilion had come prepared. Moreover, they had asked around and mocked the Reincarnation Palace. They had even said that the Reincarnation Palace could find any divine emperor to fight them. At that moment, God Emperor Destruction's praise for Fang Chen spread to Samsara Palace. God Emperor Shui Luo was overjoyed. He told Ling Er of his decision, but she refused. She thought that she and Fang Chen were just friends, so she didn't want to get him involved in this matter. Thinking of this, Fang Chen grinned. Ling Er pays more attention to the friendship between friends, so she didn't want me to help. But, can I not help? Fang Chen also wanted to see the undying warriors of the Immortal Divine Pavilion. Elder Blue, when will the battle begin? Fang Chen asked. There are still 10 days left, Elder Blue said. I'll make some arrangements on Golden Peak Island and then set off immediately, Fang Chen said. Hearing this, Elder Blue was overjoyed. A short while later, Fang Chen left Golden Summit Island with Elder Blue after he had settled everything. The 4 great seas of the realm of the gods each occupied an area. The West Sea was in the west of the far West Land. It was extremely vast and boundless. In the depths of the West Sea there was a floating island. The island was so huge that one couldn't see the end of it. What was shocking was that such a huge island was floating calmly in the sky above the West Sea. No matter how the wind blew or the rain fell, it didn't move an inch. Fong Qin and Elder Blue couldn't help but sigh when they saw the floating island from afar. As expected of the reincarnation palace. This is rare, Fong Qin said. God Emperor Destruction, after entering the reincarnation palace, be careful and follow behind me. The island is filled with scenes of reincarnation arranged by the God Emperor. If you're not careful, you'll fall into the reincarnation, Elder Blue reminded. Fong Qin nodded and stepped onto the island with Elder Blue. At that moment in the reincarnation palace. Why don't we just admit defeat? No matter how prideful the reincarnation palace is, we can't let Ling Er suffer, a God Emperor said. Yes, Ling Er's reincarnation is very important. It will affect whether she can enter the God Emperor realm in the future. It's just the title of God Emperor Reincarnation. No, the title of God Emperor Reincarnation has always belonged to the Reincarnation Palace. If the Immortal Divine Pavilion gets it, the Reincarnation Palace will become the laughing stock of the realm of the gods. In the main hall, many elders expressed their opinions. Some thought that Ling Er was more important and gave up the battle. Others thought that the Reincarnation Palace couldn't lose face. For a moment they were stuck in a dilemma. Ling Er, who was dressed in black, had a solemn expression. Seeing this, God Emperor Shui Luo couldn't bear it. The burden on Ling Er's body was seriously too great, crushing her until she was somewhat unable to breathe. Deputy Palace Master, if there's no other way, let's let the other 4 reincarnation kings fight. Yes, it's a battle between God Emperors anyway. As long as we send someone, there's no need to let Ling Er fight. After a long discussion, they still couldn't come to a conclusion. Ling Er and God Emperor Shui Luo walked out of the main hall. They strolled in the garden. Ling Er, you don't have to feel too much pressure. I made the decision to let Elder Lan ask God Emperor Destruction. If he can come, all the problems will be solved. God Emperor Shui Luo said. Ling Er looked up at God Emperor Shui Luo. He knew that Ling Er was angry. God Emperor Shui Luo was about to speak when a group of people came from afar. Ha ha, isn't this Sister Ling Er? Sister Ling Er, you'll be fighting Brother Wu Ting in 3 days. Are you ready? These people were the undying warriors of the Immortal Divine Pavilion. They were powerful and unrivaled in the God Emperor realm. In the battle a few days ago, the undying warriors of the Immortal Divine Pavilion had defeated the 4 reincarnation kings of the Reincarnation Palace. This made the people from the Immortal Divine Pavilion even more arrogant. Humph! Ling Er snorted and turned to leave. Wu Jindi suddenly appeared and blocked Ling Er's path. Sister Ling Er, I heard that you're breaking through the reincarnation realms. You know that Brother Wu Ting is interested in you. If you talk to Brother Wu Ting in person, he might cancel the battle with you. Wu Jindi said. Shameless. Ling Er's face turned pale. Sister Ling Er. Whoosh. Suddenly, Wu Jindi felt a gust of wind blowing in front of her. Immediately, a voice sounded. How dare you call me Ling Er? Fong Qin looked at Ling Er and blinked. His face was full of smiles. Ling Er, who was a little angry, was excited when she saw Fong Qin. Brother Fong Qin. Ling Er excitedly held Fong Qin's arm and called out with a smile. At the same time, she deliberately provoked Wu Jindi and the others. It's you? Wu Jindi's face darkened when she saw who it was. It's me. Fong Qin said calmly. Wu Jindi saw the intimacy between Ling Er and Fong Qin and was furious. Godly Emperor Destruction, are you provoking the Immortal Divine Pavilion? Wu Jindi said coldly. Brother Wu Ting will not let you go. Could it be that the people from the Immortal Divine Pavilion are all so arrogant and conceited? Fong Qin sneered. Trash like you, I can crush you with one hand. Wu Jindi was furious, but she held it in. The last time she saw him, his strength was not to be underestimated. This time, he was praised by the godly Emperor Destruction. Wu Jindi was not confident that she could defeat him. Good, very good. Godly Emperor Destruction, you will regret your actions. After saying that, Wu Jindi quickly left the garden with the other undying warriors. Godly Emperor Destruction, thank you for coming to help Ling Er. Godly Emperor Shui Luo cupped his fist and thanked him. Ling Er and I are friends. You don't have to be so polite between friends, Fang Chen said with a smile. Only then did Ling Er realize that she had lost her composure. She hurriedly removed her hand from Fang Chen's body. Brother Fang Chen, you don't mind if I call you that, right? Fang Chen shook his head. Ling Er giggled, revealing 2 little dimples. She was very cute. Now the problem is solved. With the godly Emperor Destruction here, no matter how strong Wu Ting is, he will not be your match. Godly Emperor Shui Luo smiled. I will inform the elders of the Samsara Palace about this. Chapter 1978. Genius 1 second. Remember love divided by go divided by little? Here's a wonderful novel for you to read. Fang Chen's arrival delighted the entire Reincarnation Palace. Love go little say, Chu. After all, the God Emperor of Destruction had said that he was the strongest below the God Emperors. Reincarnation Palace, Floating Garden. God Emperor of Reincarnation, who was dressed in white, exuded an aura of elegance that made him seem unfathomable. God Emperor of Reincarnation was quietly looking at the chessboard on the stone table. In their eyes, the chessboard was like the universe, and the chess pieces on it were like martial artists fighting in the universe. The battle on the chessboard was also a game between the 2 God Emperors. God Emperor of Reincarnation was opposite the Master of the Immortal Divine Pavilion, who was also one of the God Emperors of the 6 Laws, the God Emperor of Creation. God Emperor of Reincarnation, why are you so distracted? God Emperor of Creation gently put down the chess piece in his hand, and asked with a smile. God Emperor of Reincarnation stared at the chessboard for a long time without saying a word. God Emperor of Creation did not think much of it. He grinned and said, Why? Are you still worried about the battle between the God Emperors? Let the young people solve their own problems. God Emperor of Creation made it sound easy, but God Emperor of Reincarnation did not think so. Creation. God Emperor of Reincarnation raised his head and looked directly at God Emperor of Creation. What's the point of this? Are you still holding a grudge over what happened in the past? What are you talking about? I don't understand at all. God Emperor of Creation chuckled. Seeing this, God Emperor of Reincarnation did not say anything more. He stood up and left. God Emperor of Creation looked at God Emperor of Reincarnation's back and revealed an unnoticeable smile. Reincarnation, how do you expect me to forget what happened in the past? If anyone was here, they would be shocked. There was also a past between the 2 God Emperors that no one knew. God Emperor of Reincarnation left the floating garden. Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks and his expression changed. In the next moment, God Emperor of Reincarnation appeared in the square. Lord God Emperor. God Emperor Shui Luo cupped his fists. Where is God Emperor of Destruction? God Emperor Shui Luo had just sent a message that God Emperor of Destruction was here. The Samsara God Emperor was also very happy. Junior Fang Chen greets God Emperor Samsara, Fang Chen said at this moment. Reincarnation God Emperor's pitch-black eyes stared fixedly at Fang Chen. After a long while, the Samsara God Emperor burst into laughter. That's right. The strongest person under the God Emperor realm is indeed worthy of his reputation. Who was the Reincarnation God Emperor? He could tell at a glance that Fang Chen was extraordinary. You're willing to fight for Ling Er? You must know that your opponent is the strongest undying warrior in the Immortal Divine Pavilion, Wu Ting. This battle will be dangerous. This is interesting, isn't it? Fang Chen laughed. The Reincarnation God Emperor nodded in satisfaction. He was very fond of Fang Chen. Alright, since you've come all the way here to help, the Samsara Palace won't mistreat you. After your battle is over, regardless of the outcome, I will personally protect you and let you enter the Reincarnation Pagoda to cultivate. Hearing the Reincarnation God Emperor's words, Shui Luo God Emperor was surprised. The Reincarnation Pagoda was the most important cultivation resource in the Samsara Palace. Even ordinary reincarnators were not qualified to enter. The Reincarnation God Emperor actually allowed an outsider to enter and protect him personally. This showed how much importance the Reincarnation God Emperor placed on Feng Qin. Thank you, Reincarnation God Emperor. The Reincarnation God Emperor waved his hand and said, "Have a good rest." At night, in a guest courtyard of the Samsara Palace, Wu Jindi stood quietly with a solemn look on her face. Beside her sat a man in a white robe. He was the strongest undying warrior in the Immortal Divine Pavilion, Wu Ting. Although they were both undying warriors, Wu Ting's strength was much stronger than Wu Jindi's. "You're saying that the God Emperor Destruction is here for Ling Er?" Wu Ting's black eyes lit up as he asked in a deep voice. "Brother Wu Ting, the God Emperor Destruction seems to be on good terms with Miss Ling Er," Wu Jindi said softly. Hearing this, Wu Ting's body emitted a sharp aura as he said in a cold voice, "He wants to fight for Ling Er?" After thinking for a while, Wu Jindi said, "Brother Wu Ting, you should be careful. The God Emperor Destruction is very strong. Moreover, you should have heard what the God Emperor Destruction said. The strongest person below the God Emperor?" A sinister look appeared on Wu Ting's face. "If I defeat him, does it mean that I'm the strongest person below the God Emperor?" The Samsara Palace was suspended in the sky above the West Sea. At night, wisps of sea breeze blew over, making the temperature of the entire island very low. Feng Chen's arrival excited the entire Samsara Palace. Although Wu Ting's strength was abnormal, Feng Chen's strength was not to be underestimated. It was not certain who would win. Time passed. Feng Chen did not have much to do in the Samsara Palace. Ling Er, on the other hand, often came to look for Feng Chen. While chatting with Ling Er, Feng Chen also learned a lot about the secrets of transcending reincarnation. The threshold of a reincarnator was at least 100 reincarnations. As for the Reincarnation King, she had to pass more than 1,000 reincarnations. Every reincarnation was a transformation. Some reincarnators would even fail in the reincarnation and die. Moreover, what shocked Feng Chen even more was that Ling Er was actually going through the 10,000th reincarnation. In other words, before this, she had successfully passed through 9,999 reincarnation cycles. This was definitely an extremely terrifying thing. The 10,000th reincarnation was a hurdle. It was very important to Ling Er. If she could walk out of the reincarnation, breaking through to the God Emperor realm would be just around the corner. After listening to Ling Er's introduction, Feng Chen was very shocked. She was indeed the first reincarnation king. If she was at her peak, even he would not be her opponent. Now, a part of Ling Er's primordial spirit was wandering in the reincarnation. It affected her strength and her realm fell to the God King realm. However, Feng Chen did not dare to underestimate her. In the blink of an eye, the day of the battle with Wu Ting arrived. On this day, Ling Er found Feng Chen early in the morning and brought him to the martial arts practice field. There was a sea of people in the martial arts practice field. Almost all of them were the younger generation of the Reincarnation Palace. The thought of the battle between God Emperor Destruction and Wu Ting made them very excited. When Feng Chen arrived at the martial arts practice field, everyone was already there. Whoosh! Wu Ting opened his eyes and stared at Feng Chen. Seeing that he was in close contact with Ling Er, he was furious. Then Wu Ting jumped onto the martial arts practice field. "Reincarnation, you actually put aside your pride to find God Emperor Destruction?" The Creation God Emperor said with a smile. "Why? Is the Immortal Divine Pavilion afraid? If Wu Ting admits defeat, this battle will be cancelled." The reincarnation God Emperor said lightly. The creation God Emperor shook her head and did not say anything else. Her gaze fell on Fong Chen and she said to herself, I would like to see what the number one person under the God Emperor destruction is capable of. The reincarnation God Emperor briefly announced the rules of the battle and Fong Chen went up to the martial arts practice field. Suddenly, there was a lot of discussion from the crowd. Is he God Emperor destruction? He is so young. Yes, he is so young and yet he has reached such a realm. I think he has a high chance of defeating Wu Ting. Humph, Wu Ting is a despicable man. He took the opportunity to challenge Miss Ling to reincarnation. I feel embarrassed for him. The people who were watching the battle were basically from the reincarnation palace. They did not like Wu Ting from the bottom of their hearts and they supported Fong Chen unconditionally. At the front of the martial arts practice field, the four reincarnation kings looked at each other and smiled bitterly. All these years, we have been stagnant and the improvement of our strength has been too slow. After this battle ends, I will go to reincarnation. That's right. We should get in touch with the outside world. The four reincarnation kings sighed. They did not even have the courage to attack Wu Ting. However, both Fong Chen and Fong Chen were not afraid at all. Just from this point alone, the gap between them was obvious. Under the eyes of the crowd, the situation on the martial arts practice field changed. God Emperor Destruction, you should not have come here. Wu Ting said expressionlessly. I heard that the undying warriors of the Immortal Divine Pavilion are born with divine strength and unparalleled physical body. They are like killing machines. I am very curious. Is it true? Fong Chen said with a smile. Hearing this, Wu Ting's face changed and he exuded a wild aura. You will know in a while. And I promise that this will be an unforgettable memory. On the rostrum, the reincarnation God Emperor and the creation God Emperor watched quietly. God Emperor Xue Luo and the others were very excited. The battle between the two could be considered as the highest level of God Emperor realm. On one side was the undying warrior with unparalleled physical body and super self-healing ability. On the other side was the number one person under the God Emperor destruction. This was a tit-for-tat battle. Chapter 1979. Genius 1 second. Remember Love divided by Go divided by Little? Here's a wonderful novel for you to read. For Wu Ting, this was a tough battle. Love Go Little say Netku. However, for Fong Chen, this was a normal battle. Since he had consumed the great strength elixir, his physical strength had become extremely strong and his strength had increased tremendously. Just like what Emperor God Destruction had said, he was the strongest person below the Emperor God. In the entire divine world, there was no one in the divine Emperor realm that Fong Chen was afraid of. I heard that the undying warrior's physical strength is unparalleled. I wonder how it compares to mine? Fong Chen thought to himself. The undying warrior was known to have an unparalleled physical strength and strong self-healing ability. Although it was a little exaggerated, it also showed how strong the undying warrior was. Wu Ting was the strongest undying warrior in the Immortal Divine Pavilion and he had the right to be proud. Boom! Wu Ting's aura shook as the endless creation rules of order circled around his body. Fong Chen could clearly feel that Wu Ting's physical strength was very strong. Let me see how strong Emperor God Destruction is. Following Wu Ting's shout, his figure flashed and appeared in front of Fong Chen in an instant. Then, all the energy in his body erupted as he threw a punch at Fong Chen. Dong! Seeing this, Fong Chen threw a punch casually and blocked Wu Ting's fist radiance. Wu Ting's figure took a few steps backward as his face was filled with astonishment. Your physical strength is not bad. Wu Ting was full of fighting spirit. He was an undying warrior and was known to have an unparalleled physical strength. He thought that his physical strength was the best among the divine emperors. Even the three holy sons of the beast god tribe were no match for him. However, now that he had met someone who could compete with him in terms of physical strength, he was eager to have a try. Kill! Wu Ting's face darkened as a wild power emanated from his body. You want to compete with me in strength? Fang Chen grinned. Wu Ting wanted to prove that his body was unparalleled. He wanted to use his physical strength to suppress him. Unfortunately, he was wrong. His physical body had already reached the level of a god emperor. How could Wu Ting compare to him? Since you want to compete, I'll let you know what absolute power is, Fang Chen said softly. Immediately, he activated his perfect sword body. Complex sword-shaped runes flowed on the surface of his skin. In the next moment, the golden heart began to beat rapidly, and a thick golden liquid flowed out of it and into Fang Chen's fist. At this time, Fang Chen had already transformed into a humanoid monster. He suddenly punched out, causing the void to distort. Courting death. Seeing Fang Chen compete with him in strength, Wu Ting sneered and pushed his strength to the limit. Dong! The two fists collided, causing the entire martial arts stage to tremble. Boom! Wu Ting suddenly realized that a terrifying power emerged from Fang Chen's fist and quickly invaded his body. This, dang dang dang! Wu Ting, who was in shock, was forced to retreat. After stabilizing his body with great difficulty, Wu Ting's face was extremely pale. His dark eyes stared at Fang Chen. What a strong physical strength! In the martial arts stage, the four reincarnation kings were shocked. The physical strength that Fang Chen had just displayed was enough to suppress the four of them. Beside them, Ling Er's beautiful eyes flickered as she looked at Fang Chen with a smile. Using physical strength to suppress Wu Ting? That's a good idea. On the rostrum, the two God Emperors' faces changed slightly. Especially the Creation God Emperor. He looked at Fang Chen in disbelief. As in God Emperor, he naturally saw through Wu Ting's physical strength from the battle just now. How is this possible? His physical strength has surpassed the Undying Warrior? The Creation God Emperor said softly. The Reincarnation God Emperor, who was beside him, was full of smiles. It was no wonder that the Destruction God Emperor, who was so proud, would personally say that Fang Chen was the number one under the God Emperor. Now it seemed that it was true. Just his physical strength alone is enough to fight against Wu Ting. Moreover, he is a disciple of the Heaven Bone Palace, not an undying warrior. Who can compare with such an achievement? The Reincarnation God Emperor became more excited as he watched. On the martial arts stage, Wu Ting was completely enraged by Fang Chen. He roared and activated all the strength in his body to fight against Fang Chen. He thought that he could get back at Wu Ting, but he was wrong. In the next moment, Fang Chen seemed to have changed into another person. Fang Chen's strength suddenly soared. Fang Chen actually smashed a large hole in Wu Ting's undying body. Bang! With a fierce punch, Wu Ting's body was smashed onto the martial arts stage. Wu Ting was in a sorry state and the sound of his bones cracking could be heard. How can this be? Wu Ting could not believe what he was seeing. He was the strongest undying warrior and his physical strength was the strongest. How could the Destruction God Emperor's physical strength suppress him so easily? On the rostrum, the two God Emperors finally realized the mystery of Fang Chen's physical strength. No wonder he could suppress Wu Ting. A God Emperor could cultivate his physical strength to the level of an Emperor God. He has made history in the divine world. The Reincarnation God Emperor muttered to himself. The Creation God Emperor, who was beside him, also regained his composure. He smiled bitterly and shook his head. The Destruction God Emperor is right. The number one under the God Emperor is the Destruction God Emperor. Wu Ting was no match for the Destruction God Emperor. In terms of physical strength, Wu Ting was completely defeated. There was an uproar in the martial arts stage. Countless martial artists looked at the two in disbelief. Stormy waves rose in the depths of their hearts. In this world, there was someone who could suppress Wu-Ting with physical strength? This was too miraculous. Miracle, this is definitely a miracle. No one has done it before and no one will do it in the future. The Destruction God Emperor's battle is enough to go down in history. Yes, his physical strength completely suppressed Wu-Ting. The latter had no chance to fight back. Countless discussions could be heard in the crowd. At this moment, Wu-Ting heard the discussions and felt that it was extremely harsh. No, I am the strongest God Emperor. Wu-Ting's aura gradually changed. He seemed to have entered a state of madness. My physical strength is not as good as yours, but my attack power is definitely stronger than yours, Wu-Ting muttered to himself. Then, his body was filled with the extremely vast power of creation rules of order. The wounds on his body that were caused by Fang Chen were completely healed in the blink of an eye. This was the terrifying self-healing ability of the undying warrior. Is there still a need to continue the battle? Fang Chen asked as he spread out his hands. By now, anyone with a discerning eye could see that Wu-Ting was no match for him. However, it seemed that Wu-Ting was not satisfied and wanted to continue the battle. In fact, it was understandable if one thought about it carefully. A peerless expert standing at the top of the mountain was suddenly pushed into the abyss without any preparation. Ordinary people would not be able to accept such a difference. Humph! Do you think that you can win against me because your physical strength is stronger than mine? Wu-Ting was in a state of madness. His eyes were scarlet as he said coldly. The creation god emperor on the rostrum shook his head but did not stop him. He knew that if he stopped Wu-Ting from fighting, it would become a demon in his heart that he could not get rid of for the rest of his life. Only by completely releasing the anger in his heart could he be completely free. He might even be able to use this opportunity to reach the threshold of the God Emperor realm. The creation God Emperor had been staring at the martial arts arena. If there was anything wrong, he would immediately take action. Wu-Ting's mentality is not good. The reincarnation God Emperor said, as the strongest undying warrior, how can he be in such a state because of a defeat? Reincarnation, as the God Emperor, you can naturally accept it. But what about them? The difference is too great. They just can't accept it, the creation God Emperor said indifferently. The sky gradually darkened. A whip appeared in Wu-Ting's hand. This whip was made of an extremely precious divine beast skin. Its attack power was very strong. Holding the whip in his hand, Wu-Ting's face suddenly revealed a smile that was not a smile. Boom! Suddenly, a bolt of lightning swooped down from the dark sky and struck Wu-Ting's body. Spots of lightning appeared around his body. Attracting lightning into his body? Fang Chen frowned. What was Wu-Ting trying to do? He was playing with fire. How could he use such a method to deal with him? As time passed, more and more bolts of lightning swooped down from the sky. The sound of thunder shook the heavens. The entire sky above the reincarnation palace was filled with a vast aura. Every time Wu-Ting swung the whip, the heavens and earth would shake. Chapter 1980. Genius remembers love in 1 second/small? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. The disciples of the Samsara Palace are carefully selected. Their comprehension of the Tao of reincarnation had already reached a very high level. Even so, if he wanted to rely on himself to break through the cycle of reincarnation, it would be a situation where there was only a slim chance of survival. Not to mention that he has never comprehended the Tao of reincarnation, Ling said. I see. Fang Chen nodded gently, suddenly enlightened. The Tao of reincarnation was broad and profound, and he only knew a little about it. Brother Fang Chen, this is an opportunity to challenge the reincarnation pagoda. Most importantly, there was almost no danger to one's life inside. If one fell into the cycle of reincarnation and was unable to extricate oneself, the Hall Master would personally intervene. Therefore, you don't have any worries about the consequences either. Just focus on experiencing reincarnation and that will do, Ling said. Is there anything I need to pay attention to? Fang Chen asked. After all, this was his first attempt at overcoming the cycle of reincarnation. Moreover, this was his only chance. Such a precious opportunity must be grasped properly. Otherwise, he would regret it. After transcending reincarnation, you will live in the universe again with various identities, from birth to death. During this period, don't try to change anything, because once you subconsciously do something, it will affect your breakthrough of reincarnation, which is very dangerous. Ling continued to say, actually, the most important thing about breaking through reincarnation is the process of training one's mind. Fang Chen nodded. He agreed with Ling. He also possessed the reincarnation law and had some comprehension of the reincarnation Tao. Although the reincarnation pagoda is safe, it's very difficult to reach the top. So far, apart from us 5 great reincarnation kings, no reincarnator has been able to reach the 7th floor and above, Ling said. So difficult? Fang Chen curled his lips. Even those reincarnators who had experienced 100 reincarnations were unable to break past the 7th level. How many levels could he reach? Big brother Fang Chen, you don't have to think about it too much. Just treat it as a form of training. Love go little say, Ling said with a grin. The entire reincarnation palace was enveloped by a layer of reincarnation rules of order. Without the permission of the Samsara palace, no one could enter. Even if they were lucky enough to enter, they would definitely be lost in the darkness. Finally, the reincarnation pagoda opened. The 5 reincarnation kings accompanied Fang Chen to the front of the reincarnation pagoda. Upon closer inspection, there was nothing unusual about the appearance of the reincarnation pagoda. It was just like an ordinary small pagoda. This is the reincarnation pagoda? Fang Chen asked. Brother Fang Chen, don't underestimate the reincarnation pagoda. This is just what he wants you to see. When you enter the pagoda you will know, Ling said. Rumble. A terrifying aura could be felt as the reincarnation god emperor appeared in the sky. Fang Chen, the reincarnation pagoda, has already opened. You can go in and train without worry. If there's any danger, I'll wake you up immediately. The reincarnation god emperor's voice echoed throughout the reincarnation palace. Thank you, Lord God Emperor. Fang Chen cupped his fists and thanked him. Then, he took a deep breath and entered the reincarnation pagoda. Which level do you think the godly Emperor Destruction can reach? The 5th reincarnation king asked thoughtfully. Which level? I don't think he can even pass the 1st level. The 4th reincarnation king curled his lips and said, although the godly Emperor Destruction is much stronger than us, he doesn't even have the slightest foundation of the reincarnation Tao. It's impossible for him to pass the 100 reincarnations. That's right. If it was so easy to pass the reincarnation palace, there wouldn't be so few reincarnators. The 3rd reincarnation king nodded. The 2nd reincarnation king looked at Ling with a smile and asked, Sister Ling what do you think? I don't know either. Ling stuck out her tongue playfully and shook her head. Actually, what she said was true. Fang Chen gave her an unfathomable feeling. From the bottom of her heart, she always believed that Fang Chen would give everyone a miracle. God World, West Sea. Somewhere at the bottom of the sea, in an extremely secluded place. It was dark all year round and there was no sunlight. Darkness was a synonym for this place. Other than the sound of the sea, there were no unusual sounds. However, no one knew that this inconspicuous place was one of the 5 strongholds of the Holy Light religion in the God world. This stronghold was within the territory of the Reincarnation Palace. Therefore, the experts in the stronghold were very careful. Godly Emperor Tianlun, our intelligence agency, has sent back news that the Godly Emperor Destruction has entered the Reincarnation Tower to cultivate. In the stronghold of the Holy Light religion, a brown-robed Godly Emperor whispered. Beside him stood a white-robed godly emperor. This person was wrapped in a cloud of white mist and exuded a terrifying aura. The godly emperor destruction's potential is too strong. Such a demon of the human race must be killed. Otherwise, it will ruin our plans, Godly Emperor Tianluan said. Godly Emperor Tianluan was the main person in charge of this stronghold. At the same time, he was also an expert at the peak of the Godly Emperor realm. But the Godly Emperor destruction has always been in the Reincarnation Palace. We can't make a move. The brown-robed Godly Emperor said awkwardly. Moreover, recently, the 10 strongest Godly Emperors have been eyeing one of our strongholds. Our holy light religion has suffered heavy losses. The hierarch is very angry. We must not act rashly. Otherwise, once the stronghold is discovered, we will be in trouble. Godly Emperor Tianluan let out a sinister smile. I have been thinking about how to deal with the Godly Emperor destruction. Now the opportunity has finally arrived. Godly Emperor Tianluan said, Contact the Godly Emperor of Death immediately. Tell him that I have found a way to deal with the Godly Emperor destruction. The brown-robed Godly Emperor nodded. Immediately, he took out a token and crushed it. Suddenly, spatial ripples appeared in the sky above the stronghold. In the next moment, the projection of the Godly Emperor of Death appeared. Godly Emperor Tianluan. The Godly Emperor of Death looked at him. If you have something to say it quickly. This is the territory of the Reincarnation Palace. I can't stay here for too long. Otherwise, I will be in trouble if I am discovered. Godly Emperor of Death, I have found a way to kill the Godly Emperor destruction. But the price will be slightly higher. You need to increase the reward. Godly Emperor Tianluan said directly. The Godly Emperor of Death frowned, somewhat displeased. Then, Godly Emperor Tianluan told the details to the Godly Emperor of Death. The latter pondered for a moment and then said, Okay, I promise you. But the reward will be given to you after you kill the Godly Emperor destruction. No problem, deal. Godly Emperor Tianluan readily agreed. Remember, destroy both the original body and the doppelganger. The Godly Emperor of Death reminded. Although he did not know whether Fang Chun had a doppelganger or not, to be on the safe side, he still had to use special means. It would be best if he could destroy the doppelganger so as to ensure that nothing would go wrong. After the Godly Emperor of Death's projection disappeared, Godly Emperor Tianluan smiled. I am going to enter the Reincarnation Palace. During this time, no one can disturb me. Godly Emperor Tianluan said. Hearing this, the brown-robed Godly Emperor's body trembled. Immediately, he was overjoyed and said, Godly Emperor Tianluan, are you going to kill the Godly Emperor destruction in the Reincarnation Palace? Godly Emperor Tianluan nodded. Ha, quietly killing him in the Reincarnation Palace. No one will think that it was done by the Holy Light sect. Godly Emperor Tianluan sat cross-legged. His body was instantly wrapped in the terrifying power of the Reincarnation Palace. In the Holy Light sect, there were many experts who cultivated the Reincarnation Tao. Godly Emperor Tianluan was one of them. His attainments in the Reincarnation Tao had reached an extremely high level. If he was in the divine realm, he would probably be in existence second only to the Godly Emperor of Reincarnation. Godly Emperor Tianluan had a special unique skill, which was also obtained in the Holy Light sect. What did it mean that he could enter the Reincarnation Palace of others? It meant that if he wanted to kill a person, as long as he entered the Reincarnation Palace, he could quietly kill the person. However, there was a prerequisite. The target must break through the Reincarnation Palace. Reincarnation Palace, the first floor of the Reincarnation Pagoda. As soon as Fang Chun entered, he felt the terrifying power of the Reincarnation Palace. The next moment, he felt that he had passed through the long river of time and entered the Reincarnation Palace. Buzz. After a while, Fang Chun saw a new world. On a remote continent in a certain region in a city, With a whoosh, a baby boy was born. The whole world seemed to have undergone a strange and imperceptible change. Fang Chen's consciousness saw all of this clearly from the perspective of a third party. Is this the reincarnation palace? Fang Chen said to himself, it feels so strange, as if I am there. Chapter 1981. A Genius Remembers Love in 1 Second? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Every reincarnation transcendence was a fundamental transformation. Fang Chen had been observing the newborn baby from the perspective of a third party. This continent is called the Oz continent. Soul cultivation is the main focus. A newborn baby's mind power is already surprisingly strong, Fang Chen said to himself. As time passed, the baby boy gradually grew into an adult. Qi refinement realm, Qi transformation realm, Qi Si realm, one realm after another was raised, revisiting the path of martial arts again and again. In the blink of an eye, a reincarnation cycle ended. The baby boy eventually reached the top of the universe with his soul Tao. Buzz. Fang Chen's mind was shaking, and his primordial spirit was undergoing subtle changes. Going through a reincarnation cycle was hundreds of millions of years. But in the outside world, it was just a snap of the fingers. Fang Chen successfully experienced the first reincarnation cycle and gained a lot. His understanding of the soul Tao was even more profound. Next, the second and third reincarnations. One reincarnation cycle after another, almost without any obstacles. In the blink of an eye, Fang Chen had already reached more than 90 reincarnations. During this period, Fang Chen's understanding of martial arts had greatly improved. His body seemed to have undergone an earth-shattering change. At this moment, in the world where Fang Chen was experiencing reincarnation, Divine Emperor Tianluan was staring at him in a corner. 100 reincarnations, wait for the last reincarnation cycle, then I will take action. Divine Emperor Tianluan did not want to take action easily. If he failed, the consequences would be unimaginable. He still had a certain understanding of the reincarnation pagoda of the reincarnation palace. Each level was equivalent to 100 reincarnations, and the last reincarnation cycle was the most important. If he killed Fang Chen in the last reincarnation cycle, then he would definitely die in the real world. I'll let you live for a while longer. Divine Emperor Tianluan said to himself with a gloomy face. Outside the reincarnation pagoda, the 5 reincarnation kings looked at the reincarnation pagoda curiously. I wonder how God Emperor Destruction is now. I guess he's still in the first level, and has at most gone through 10 reincarnations. He has never come into contact with the reincarnation palace. He has never even experienced reincarnation. It will take some time to adapt, so don't expect too much. Several reincarnation kings were discussing with each other. Only the first reincarnation King Ling blinked her pitch-black eyes. No one knew what she was thinking in her mind. God Emperor Samsara sat cross-legged in the sky and closed his eyes to rest. He was constantly paying attention to the situation in the reincarnation pagoda. As long as Fang Chen acted strangely, he would teleport him out. Not bad, you've actually reached the 99th cycle. The reincarnation God Emperor only took a glance and discovered the situation of Fang Chen's reincarnation. He was very satisfied with Fang Chen's performance. At the very least, it was impossible for an ordinary person to perform as well as Fang Chen. Wouldn't it be great if he were a disciple of the Samsara Palace? The reincarnation God Emperor sighed. At the same time, he was envious of the bone progenitor. Such an outstanding disciple with an unparalleled fleshly body and heaven-defying potential in the sword Tao. He is destined to become a God Emperor expert in the future. To think that the bone progenitor took advantage of him. The first level of the reincarnation pagoda. A white light flashed in front of him. Fang Chen had already passed the 99th cycle. In the next moment, he arrived at the 100th cycle. This is the last cycle of the first level. After going through the 99th cycle, Fang Chun felt that he had benefited a lot. I wonder what's the difficulty of the 100th cycle? As he was thinking, the scene of the 100th cycle appeared in front of him. This was a world of sword Dao where the sword reigned supreme. The entire world was filled with dense sword Dao aura. When Fang Chun was born, he triggered a vision of heaven and earth. He was thought to be born for the sword, and he did not disappoint. When he was 5 years old, he had already defeated a martial artist in his teens with his exquisite sword Dao. After that, Fang Chun's sword Dao potential was completely unleashed. He was invincible in the same realm and could even challenge other martial artists across realms. Spring passed and autumn came. In the blink of an eye, he had become the strongest martial artist in the sword Dao continent. At this time, he encountered the most dangerous thing in his life. In a wasteland somewhere in the sword Dao continent, Emperor Tianluan floated in the air and looked down at Fang Chun. Fang Chun, Emperor Tianluan said. Who are you? How do you know me? Fang Chun could feel that the strength of the person in front of him was beyond his imagination. I am the one who will kill you. Emperor Tianluan smiled sinisterly and immediately displayed a tyrannical attack. Rumble! A series of tyrannical attacks shot out from his fist and blasted toward Fang Chun. Kill! Seeing this, Fang Chun's eyes turned scarlet. He growled and fought back. Dong! However, his opponent was too strong. There was no way he could resist. In a flash, Fang Chun was blasted away by Emperor Tianluan's attack. He fell to the ground and was on the verge of death. At this moment, Fang Chun, who was in the reincarnation pagoda, vomited blood and his face turned pale. That is, when Fang Chun saw the scene in the world of reincarnation, his heart burned with anger. What's going on? At the same time, Emperor Tianluan also noticed this scene. Damn it, it's Emperor Tianluan. Emperor Tianluan was furious. His figure instantly appeared in front of Fang Chun in the reincarnation pagoda. Immediately, the wild power of the reincarnation law was injected into Fang Chun's body. The latter's injuries gradually stabilized. Emperor Tianluan in the world of reincarnation, the person who dealt with you was Emperor Tianluan of the Holy Light sect. He entered your world of reincarnation and wanted to kill you. Emperor Tianluan said with a gloomy face. What should I do now? There was no resistance at all. Unless a miracle happened, he would die without a doubt. If I intervene by force, I can save you. However, you are very likely to be counterattacked by the world of reincarnation. The consequences are unimaginable. Emperor Tianluan was helpless. He did not expect the Holy Light sect to send Emperor Tianluan to kill Fang Chun. To enter someone else's world of reincarnation, even Emperor Tianluan had to pay a high price. At this moment, in the world of reincarnation, Emperor Tianluan had already walked in front of Fang Chun. He clenched his fist and punched down. Poochie! Fang Chun, who was in the reincarnation pagoda, vomited blood and fainted. I can't care so much. Emperor Tianluan saw this and made a move. However, at this moment, a strange scene appeared. A golden light swooped down from the distant sky. Immediately, the golden light submerged Fang Chun's body, and he disappeared from the sword Dao continent. Emperor Tianluan was a little surprised, but he quickly calmed down. Buzz. Emperor Tianluan descended directly into Fang Chun's world of reincarnation. Emperor Tianluan! Emperor Tianluan roared. Emperor Tianluan reacted from the shock. When he saw Emperor Tianluan, his face changed and he wanted to escape. However, Emperor Tianluan was a powerful person. He had already used the reincarnation rules of reincarnation to the extreme. No, Emperor Tianluan let out a miserable cry. Then, his figure faded and finally disappeared. Holy Light Sect's stronghold. Poochie! Emperor Tianluan opened his eyes and vomited blood. His face was extremely pale. Emperor Tianluan, what happened to you? The brown-robed emperor hurried in and asked in shock. There was an accident. Emperor Tianluan, that old man, attacked me. Emperor Tianluan said. Get out of here quickly. However, as soon as Emperor Tianluan finished his words, a terrifying aura instantly shrouded the sea. At the same time, Emperor Tianluan sent a message to the other emperor gods. I found a stronghold of the Holy Light sect. As soon as the news spread, the other emperor gods responded. After a while, the projections of the 8 emperor gods arrived. Only Emperor Swordless of the South Tomb Sword Palace did not come. Ha ha, Tianluan, you are really something. You found a stronghold of the Holy Light sect. We have sealed the stronghold. No one inside can escape. The emperor gods were happy. The Holy Light sect had 5 strongholds in the divine world. These 5 strongholds were their core. So far, they had only eliminated 3 strongholds. This was the 4th. The remnants of the Holy Light sect are really powerful. They hid their stronghold here. No wonder we couldn't find it. Emperor God Taishu said. Emperor Tianluan turned to Bone Progenitor and said, Bone Progenitor, I can find this stronghold thanks to Emperor God of Destruction. My disciple has done a great job. Bone Progenitor laughed. But what? Bone Progenitor frowned. He had a bad feeling. Please visit and bookmark this site to read the latest novel. Chapter 1982. A Genius Remembers Love in 1 Second? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. The other god emperors also looked at the Samsara god emperor. The stronghold of the Holy Light sect had been sealed by them, and the remaining members of the Holy Light sect had nowhere to run. Your disciple is good friends with the first Samsara king of the Samsara palace. He knew that she was in trouble, so he came to help her. In order to express his gratitude to the Samsara palace, I let him enter the Samsara pagoda to cultivate, and I will guard it personally, the Samsara god emperor said slowly. Hearing this, the Bone Progenitor nodded. It was not easy for the Samsara god emperor to let Feng Chen enter the Samsara pagoda to cultivate. However, I did not expect the Holy Light sect to hate the godly Emperor Destruction to the core, and to let godly Emperor Tianluan enter his samsara world at all costs to attack him. Hearing this, the other god emperor's expressions changed. Breaking into the samsara world was a very dangerous thing. What about my disciple? How is he? The Bone Progenitor asked anxiously. At that time, the situation was critical. I entered the Samsara Pagoda to protect the godly Emperor Destruction, and thought about how to deal with it. After all, you know that if I forced my way into his Samsara world to fight against godly Emperor Tianluan, he would suffer a backlash, the Samsara God Emperor said. Although the Bone Progenitor was worried about Feng Chen, he knew what the Samsara God Emperor said. There was nothing wrong with the Samsara God Emperor's actions. He was doing it for Feng Chen's sake. However, at that moment, something strange happened. A golden light tore through the sky, fell from the sky, and took away the godly Emperor Destruction. I took the opportunity to enter his Samsara world, and captured godly Emperor Tianluan. The Samsara God Emperor said, After that, I followed the aura of godly Emperor Tianluan here, and found a stronghold. So, someone secretly saved my disciple? The Bone Progenitor's eyes flickered as he said. The Samsara God Emperor shook his head and said, I don't know. Even I could not see through that golden light. However, just now I found your disciple again. What shocked me was that his injuries had already healed, and he was continuing to challenge the 100 reincarnation cycle. At this point, the reincarnation God Emperor could not help but praise Feng Chen. Bone Progenitor, your disciple's future is limitless. If he survives this disaster, he will have good fortune in the future. After passing through the 100 reincarnations, his strength will reach a higher level. He will most likely be able to fight against an emperor god as a divine emperor. It's good that you're okay. The Bone Progenitor heaved a sigh of relief and smiled. This disciple of his was becoming more and more outstanding. As his master, His face was also shining. Ha ha ha, Bone Progenitor, it's all thanks to your disciple. I'm really lucky to have picked up such an outstanding disciple. His fleshly body is comparable to the God Emperor realm. His potential in the Sword Tao has surpassed that of the God Emperor of Death and the Black Emperor. If he can really pass through the 100 reincarnation cycle, it will only be a matter of time before he enters the God Emperor realm. The God Emperor of Destruction nodded gently. All right, let's destroy the stronghold of the Holy Light religion first. The 9 ultimate God Emperors joined forces and destroyed the stronghold of the Holy Light religion. Even Emperor God Tianlun fell. This battle dealt a heavy blow to the Holy Light religion. After this, the whereabouts of the Holy Light religion in the divine world became even more secretive. They entered a short incubation period and all their actions stopped. This also brought a period of peace to the divine world. The 9 ultimate God Emperors came to the reincarnation hall one after another. Ha ha ha, I wonder if Feng Chen can break through to the God Emperor realm this time. Emperor God Tai Su laughed. Although he has great potential, breaking through to the God Emperor realm is not just about potential. Emperor God Tianlin said. The other Emperor Gods were also exchanging their own opinions. Only the Bone Progenitor and the Reincarnation God Emperor stood at the front and stared at Feng Chen, who was in the Reincarnation Pagoda. On the first level of the Reincarnation Pagoda, Feng Chen was lying quietly. He was going through the 100 reincarnations cycle. Reincarnation World, Sword Wayland. The battle back then was really dangerous, but because of that, I underwent a tremendous transformation. After so many years, he still sighed when he thought of that battle. The current Feng Chen was the absolute overlord of the Sword Wayland. No one could shake his position. What is the Sword Way? In the clouds of the Sword Wayland, Feng Chen sat cross-legged and comprehended the Sword Way. Buzz. A golden luster appeared in his mind. In Feng Chen's mind, the aura of the Sword Way spread wildly. The Sword Way is the human way. The sword is the man and the man is the sword. With the sword in your heart, you are invincible. Year after year, Feng Chen had been comprehending the Sword Way. 100 years later, the Sword Way luster shone on Feng Chen's body. He suddenly opened his eyes with a bright smile on his face. I am breaking through reincarnation? To be able to realize that he was breaking through reincarnation in the reincarnation world could only mean one thing. The reincarnation had ended. Boom. 100 reincarnations had ended. The experience of 100 reincarnations was all integrated into Feng Chen's mind. His body had undergone earth-shattering changes, and he was improving in all aspects. In his mind, his primordial spirit trembled. His primordial spirit, which had reached the peak of the 3rd Yuan realm, had a little golden luster. After that, what was even more shocking was that there were signs of a 4th golden man forming next to his 3 golden men. Although it was just a sign, there was still a long way to go before it could be formed. But it was enough to shake the divine world. In the entire divine world, only the 10 strongest Emperor Gods could reach the primordial spirit of a half-step 4th Yuan realm. Boom! The soul way power in his body increased rapidly until it reached the peak of the middle true God realm. His primordial spirit gradually calmed down, followed by the changes in his physical body. The perfect sword body became stronger again. Sword-shaped runes were densely packed. Roughly, it was at least 10 billion. Outside the reincarnation pagoda, the 9 strongest Emperor Gods watched this scene quietly. They sighed in their hearts. Another exceptional demon was born. Then, they didn't doubt Feng Chen's power. If he were to fight with an ordinary Emperor God, he would be able to retreat unscathed and he wouldn't be at a disadvantage. He was the first Emperor God in this universe era to be able to do this. Bone Progenitor, congratulations. A few Emperor Gods who had a good relationship with the Bone Progenitor cupped their fists and congratulated him. The other Emperor Gods looked on coldly and calmly. Boom. When the experience of 100 reincarnations had melted, Fang Chen opened his eyes. 100 reincarnations? Fang Chen muttered to himself. He stood up and felt the power in his body getting restless. So strong. Now I have nothing to fear even if I face the Emperor Gods in the South Pole continent. There were 3 levels of Emperor Gods. The first level was the weakest Emperor Gods. For example, the 4 Emperor Gods in the South Pole continent. Emperor God Xiao Luo had just touched the threshold of the second level and was the strongest among the 4. The Emperor Gods in the second level were Emperor God of Death and Emperor Black. As for the Emperor Gods in the third level, they were the 10 strongest Emperor Gods. They were the top experts in the universe. It's time to leave. Although he wanted to continue to the second level of the reincarnation pagoda, he knew that he had to be careful. However, Fang Chen knew his limit. An accident had happened during the 100 reincarnation cycles, and he had nearly died. He needed to recuperate. Voila! When Fang Chen left the reincarnation pagoda, he instantly felt 9 terrifying auras. Huh! Fang Chen raised his head and saw the 9 strongest Emperor Gods. He was dumbfounded. Why were they here? And they were all staring at him? Master, why are you here? What happened? Fang Chen asked curiously. Ha ha ha, you brat, you can surprise me no matter where you go. Bone Progenitor walked forward and patted Fang Chen's shoulder. Fang Chen, congratulations on successfully breaking through reincarnation. Emperor God of Reincarnation said warmly. At this moment, Fang Chen understood. Master and the others were here because of the crisis he encountered when breaking through reincarnation. However, he didn't know that one of Holy Light Religion's strongholds was destroyed and they suffered heavy losses. After witnessing the miracle, most of the Emperor Gods left. In the Reincarnation Palace, only the Bone Progenitor and Emperor God of Reincarnation were left. When the Bone Progenitor told Fang Chen everything, the latter was speechless. Holy Light Religion? Why do they want to kill me? Fang Chen frowned. Fang Chen, you have become a famous person in the realm of gods at such a young age. Holy Light Religion has been eyeing you for a long time. Bone Progenitor said, Holy Light Religion will not allow a monstrous genius like you to survive. So once they find out, they will assassinate you at all costs. Be careful in the realm of gods. Please visit and bookmark this site to read the latest novel. Chapter 1983. Genius Remembers Love in 1 second/small? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Fang Chen had gained a lot from this samsara. After chatting with the Samsara Emperor for a while, he followed his master and left the Samsara Palace. Little friend Fang, the Samsara Palace's door is always open, the Samsara Emperor said with a smile. Ling was reluctant to part with Fang Chen. She always felt that the latter seemed to have a very attractive temperament. However, all good things must come to an end. Brother Fang Chen, I'll look for you after I leave the Samsara Palace, Ling said with a smile. Fang Chen gently stroked Ling head and said, Okay, come to the Heavenly Bone Palace to play with me anytime. Under the guidance of the Bone Progenitor, they quickly returned to the Golden Peak Island. What a strange feeling! When the two landed on the Golden Peak Island, Fang Chen's face was solemn as he recalled the experience just now. How was it? The Bone Progenitor said with a smile. What I used just now was the Space-Time Phantasm Demon book. I noticed that you were stuck at a bottleneck and were only one step away from the complete realm, so I deliberately let you feel it. I see. Fang Chen nodded and was instantly enlightened. No wonder he felt that it could resonate with the space-time aura in his body. Master, I'll go get my wife, Fang Chen said. Fang Chen arrived at the Island Master's mansion with ease. He spread his divine sense and covered the entire Island Master's mansion. The smile on his face instantly froze. No longer? Where did she go? Fang Chen's face was a little gloomy. He did not restrain his aura. When the Vice Island Master found out, he immediately rushed over. Little Mouse and the other three came with the Vice Island Master. "Boss! What's going on? Where's your?" Fang Chen asked. Sister-in-law, Little Mouse and Xiao Huang stuttered and lowered their heads, not daring to look directly at Fang Chen. "You tell me." Fang Chen turned to look at the Vice Island Master and said in a deep voice, "Island Master, it's all my fault for not protecting Madame well," the Vice Island Master said apologetically. "What's going on?" Fang Chen asked coldly as he sensed that something was amiss. The Vice Island Master told Fang Chen everything that had happened. The latter clenched his fists tightly, his heart burning with rage. "A mysterious expert forcefully took you away?" Fang Chen asked coldly. "Boss, that mysterious expert is too strong. The four of us couldn't even block a single move from him. We suspect that he's a God Emperor," the Little Mouse said. "God Emperor realm?" Fang Chen frowned and immediately transmitted his voice to his master's bone progenitor. Voila! The void rippled, and the bone progenitor appeared. "Master, do you know if there's a God Emperor in the God realm who wears a purple robe with a red flower on his sleeve? His techniques are extremely strange and he's extremely fast?" Fang Chen asked according to the memories of the Vice Island Master and the Little Mouse. The bone progenitor thought for a moment and shook his head. "There aren't many God Emperors in the God realm. As long as someone becomes a God Emperor, it will definitely shake the entire God realm. I've checked, and there's no such God Emperor in the God realm. However, it's also possible that this God Emperor deliberately changed his appearance. By the way, boss, when we stopped that God Emperor, he seemed to have said something," the Little Mouse suddenly thought. "He grabbed sister-in-law with one hand and said that she had a strange physique." The Phoenix Clan. Fang Chen's mind was in a mess. His wife, Star and Moon, had been taken away by a mysterious God Emperor and her whereabouts were unknown. "Fang Chen, don't worry. If there's really such a God Emperor, I should be able to find out," the bone progenitor comforted him. "Follow me back to the Celestial Bone Palace first. I'll ask the other powerful God Emperors for information." Fang Chen nodded. This was the only way now. In the end, Fang Chen, Little Mouse, and the others followed the bone progenitor back to the Celestial Bone Palace. A few days later, the bone progenitor returned without any result. The information that Fang Chen provided was too little. It was impossible to find out who the God Emperor was. After receiving this news, Fang Chen made a decision in his heart. He was going to the South Pole. Perhaps that God Emperor was related to the Phoenix Clan. "Boss, we'll go with you," the Little Mouse said. "The four of you stay in the Celestial Bone Palace and break through to the God Emperor realm as soon as possible," Fang Chen said. The South Sea was vast and boundless. Coming to the South Pole again, Fang Chen was extremely anxious. "I hope you will be fine." When Fang Chen was about to go to the territory of the Phoenix Clan, he suddenly met four figures. Godly Emperor Destruction. The four of them recognized Fang Chen immediately when they saw him. "Get out of my way." Fang Chen's face was gloomy as he said coldly. He was worried about the safety of his wife, Star and Moon. He did not want to waste time here. "I've heard that you're very powerful, Godly Emperor Destruction. You're the strongest person below the God Emperors. I've been itching to fight with you for a long time." The person who spoke exuded the rich power of the creation rules of order. At the same time, he revealed his identity. He was one of the 6 godly emperors of the creation rules. The other 3 were also godly emperors of the creation rules of order. "Get lost." Hearing the godly emperor creation's words, Fang Chen scolded without hesitation. Seeing this, the 4 godly emperors' faces were gloomy. They were a little unhappy. "Godly Emperor Destruction, we are the same as you. We are also godly emperors of the creation rules. Aren't you looking down on us by scolding us like this?" The godly Emperor Creation said. "Since you don't want to get lost, I'll make you get lost personally." Seeing Fang Chen take the initiative to attack, the godly emperor creation sneered. "You're courting death." However, before he could make a move, he felt the space being squeezed. A terrifying force instantly swooped down. Dong! In Fang Chen's palm, the Titan pagoda suddenly expanded and then smashed onto the godly emperor creation's body. The latter had almost no resistance and was instantly smashed into the ground. Creation! The other three godly emperors cried out when they saw this. Fang Chen's strength was already close to that of an emperor god. Activating the Titan pagoda in anger, one could imagine the power. Boom! The godly emperor creation's battered body rushed out from the ground. His hair was disheveled and his eyes were scarlet. He looked at Fang Chen and said coldly, "The godly emperor destruction is too strong. Let's attack together." The four godly emperors fought against Fang Chen. Good, very good. Fang Chen's face was cold. He held the Titan pagoda in one hand and the hidden star sword in the other. Boom! The perfect sword body was fully activated and sword-shaped runes covered his body. The 24th level of the demonic dragon sky devastating sword was instantly displayed. A terrifying black dragon let out a deafening dragon roar. Crack! The black dragon and the godly emperor of destiny's body collided and blocked the latter's attack. On the other hand, the Titan pagoda suppressed the godly emperor of time in an unreasonable manner. The remaining godly emperor of space and the godly emperor of creation fought against Fang Chen's body. The shocking battle on the South Pole attracted the attention of the three beast clans. The four godly emperors floated in the clouds and looked at the battle below. They were all shocked. I didn't expect Fang Chen's strength to have grown to such a level. The four godly emperors of the laws are fighting against the godly emperor of destruction. It's really exciting. Looking at the situation, the godly emperor of destruction's strength can completely crush the other godly emperors. While the four godly emperors were talking, the battle below had already ended. Dong! The Titan pagoda hit the godly emperor of creation and knocked him out. The immemorial soul refining art and the demonic dragon sky devastating sword were displayed consecutively, forcing the three godly emperors into a miserable state. Bang! 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 The three godly emperors who barely blocked Fang Chen's attack retreated quickly and looked at Fang Chen in horror. Godly Emperor of Destruction, we have no grudge against you. This time, we just want to exchange pointers with you. That's right. Let's end the battle here. We are no match for you. Fang Chen's long robe fluttered even though there was no wind. At this moment, he was like a god of war. His aura was terrifying. Scram! Fang Chen shouted angrily. The three godly emperors took the unconscious godly emperor of creation and fled in a hurry. As for Fang Chen, he quickly went to the territory of the Phoenix clan. The shocking battle on the South Pole quickly spread throughout the divine world. As expected, it caused an uproar in the divine world. The name of the godly emperor of destruction resounded throughout the world. The godly emperor of destruction is too strong. That's right. He fought 4 divine emperors all by himself and still won. That's amazing. Countless true gods were discussing among themselves. Their hearts were trembling with fear. As for the emperor gods, they were shocked when they heard the news. Immediately, they unanimously agreed that Fang Chen's strength was close to the God-Emperor realm. He was also the strongest godly emperor in this era. Chapter 1984. Genius 1 second. Remember love divided by little? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. At the edge of the Antarctic continent, the previous battlefield was devastated. After all, the destructive power of a battle between divine emperors was quite terrifying. However, near the devastated battlefield, there was a mountain peak. A figure stood at the peak of the mountain. From the outside, this person looked like an ordinary person. There was no aura fluctuation on his body. His eyes were deep as he looked at Fang Chen, who was heading to the territory of the Phoenix clan, with a complicated smile on his face. 5 auras. It seems that you have killed the other successors. That's good, it saves me the trouble. The person muttered to himself, there will be a battle between you and me, but not now. After saying that, the person disappeared from the mountain peak in a flash. However, before the heat of the battle had died down, another piece of news caused a heated discussion in the god realm. The Divine Emperor of Destiny announced that he would remove the title of rule. Many people were speculating whether this decision had something to do with his defeat to the Divine Emperor of Destruction. All kinds of speculations were circulating in the street. However, only the Divine Emperor of Destiny knew best. He was just an impostor, and his purpose was to test the strength of the Divine Emperor of Destruction and see how strong he was. In the territory of the Phoenix clan. Long time no see, Divine Emperor of Destruction. The Phoenix clan leader welcomed Fong Qin. The clan leader's face was full of smiles. After all, Fong Qin used to be the Phoenix clan's golden consecrator. Now that he was famous in the god realm, it was beneficial for the Phoenix clan. Clan leader, I want to see the ancestor. Fong Qin directly stated his purpose of visit. The ancestor is already waiting for you, the Phoenix clan leader said with a smile. Fong Qin was not surprised at all. After all, the Phoenix ancestor was an emperor god. Although he was only at the first level, he was still a real emperor god. Love Go Little Sag W. Chuhi had caused such a big disturbance in the Antarctic continent, so the 4 emperor gods must have known. After a while, Fong Qin arrived at the ancestral land of the Phoenix clan and met the Phoenix ancestor. Fong Qin, back then, I thought your potential was limitless. How long has it been? Your strength is already close to the God Emperor realm. The Phoenix ancestor said, if you step into the God Emperor realm one day, I wonder how strong you will be. Fong Qin wasn't in the mood to chat with the Phoenix Patriarch and directly asked, Patriarch, I came to the South Pole this time because I have something to ask you. Speak, said the Patriarch. There's no need to be so polite with me. Fong Qin nodded and said, Ancestor, my wife was taken away by a mysterious emperor god on Golden Summit Island. This god emperor seemed to recognize the serene Phoenix physique. I would like to ask, is this person the Phoenix clan's hidden god emperor? The star and moon were taken away by the god emperor? Hearing that, the Phoenix clan's ancestor's expression changed. During this time, Fong Qin had been watching the Phoenix clan ancestor. He was carefully sizing him up to see if he was lying. The Phoenix clan doesn't have a god emperor hidden in the dark. The Phoenix clan ancestor laughed bitterly and spread his hands. If we did, we wouldn't have been forced to such a state by the 2 beast clans. Then do you know if there's a god emperor in the god realm who recognizes the serene Phoenix physique? Or rather, is there a god emperor who has a close relationship with your Phoenix clan? Fong Qin continued to ask. The Phoenix clan ancestor thought for a while and shook his head in the end. There are only so many god emperors in the god realm. Even your master, the bone progenitor, doesn't know, let alone me. The Phoenix clan ancestor said, but don't worry, this god emperor might be related to the star and moon. A god emperor powerhouse could kill the star and moon as easily as taking something out of his pocket. However, he didn't hurt the star and moon. He only took them away. And from the looks of it, he seemed to recognize the star and moon's serene Phoenix physique. Maybe he was related to the serene Phoenix physique. Of course, this was all the Phoenix clan ancestors guessed. In fact, Fong Qin also thought of this, but he couldn't stay calm when it concerned his wife, the star and moon. Since you don't know, I'll take my leave first. Fong Qin cupped his fists. I'll send the Phoenix clansmen to gather information, the Phoenix clan ancestor said. Thank you. Then, Fong Qin turned and left. In the center of the Antarctic continent, Fong Qin met the Sky Rock clan ancestor when he passed through the Tian Peng clan's territory. Fong Qin. The Sky Rock clan ancestor looked at Fong Qin with a smile. Fong Chen frowned. Why did the Sky Rock Clan ancestor stop him? I saw you killing everyone and suppressing the 4 divine emperors. Compared to your strength, you should be comparable to a god emperor powerhouse, right? The Sky Rock Clan ancestor said with a smile. I'm itching to learn from the god emperor of destruction. Revenge for Fong Pring? Fong Chen exposed the Sky Rock Clan ancestor's pretense. The Sky Rock Clan ancestor wasn't angry and still looked at him with a smile. Because of you, Fong Pring destroyed his hope of entering the God Emperor realm. If I don't do anything, won't I be laughed at by others? The Sky Rock Clan ancestor said. You were too weak before, so I didn't bother to attack you. Now that you're on the same level as me, our battle can be considered a fair fight. When Fong Chen heard this, a mocking expression appeared on his face. You want to take revenge, but you need to find some high-sounding reason. What a joke. So you're saying that you agree? You can't stop me if I want to leave. Besides, I'm not afraid of you. Although Fong Chen's words were arrogant, they weren't without reason. This is the most arrogant divine emperor I've ever seen. Suddenly, the Demon Bird Clan ancestor walked out from the darkness. Arrogant? Fong Chen didn't think he was arrogant. He had the strength to say such words. Virum. The terrifying aura descended again. Emperor God Xiao Luo and the Phoenix Clan ancestor had arrived. Sky Rock, you're an emperor god. Don't you think it's beneath you to attack a divine emperor? The Phoenix Clan ancestor stopped him. Fong Chen, you go first. If Sky Rock wants to attack, I'll help you stop him. Phoenix Clan ancestor, you're making no sense. You've seen Fong Chen's strength. He's almost on the same level as us. It's not inappropriate for Sky Rock to attack him, the Demon Bird Clan ancestor sneered. Emperor God Xiao Luo's face was gloomy. Enough. Let Fong Chen leave. Otherwise, don't blame me for being hostile. Emperor God Xiao Luo's strength was slightly above the 3 emperor gods. His words still had some deterrence. Xiao Luo, mind your own business, the Sky Rock Clan ancestor said. He and the Demon Bird Clan ancestor looked at each other. Then, their bodies flashed and turned into flowing light, rushing towards Fong Chen. Stop! The Phoenix Clan ancestor and Emperor God Xiao Luo attacked together, but were stopped by the Demon Bird Clan ancestor. Are you bullying me because I'm weak? With a cold smirk, Fong Chen's Herculean tower appeared in his hand and instantly expanded. Suppress. Perfect sword body combined with the Herculean tower and let out a boundless power. The tower hit the Sky Rock Clan ancestor and forced him to retreat. At the same time, Fong Chen performed Demon Dragon Sky Destroying Sword. A terrifying black dragon rushed towards the Sky Rock Clan ancestor. Deng deng deng. Caught off guard, the Sky Rock Clan ancestor was forced to retreat by Fong Chen. The scene shocked the other 3 emperor gods. This, Emperor God Xiao Luo and the Phoenix Clan ancestor opened their eyes wide and looked at Fong Chen in shock. The Herculean tower in Fong Chen's hand gave out a glaring light. That's a supreme grade true god weapon? After the Sky Rock Clan ancestor steadied himself, his face changed quickly and there was a flash of greed in his eyes. In the entire divine world, there were only a dozen supreme grade true god weapons and only the strongest emperor gods had them. I said before that if I want to leave, you can't stop me. Fong Chen smirked coldly. The earlier fight had already proven his power. His power was close to that of an emperor god. With the Herculean tower, he could definitely fight evenly with a level 1 emperor god. However, he couldn't defeat him. The Phoenix Clan ancestor and emperor god Xiao Luo stopped, and they were shocked. As expected of the Bone Progenitor's disciple, the Phoenix Clan ancestor said. She thought the supreme grade true god weapon was given by the Bone Progenitor. The strongest emperor god in this universe era is really amazing, the emperor god Xiao Luo exclaimed. The Demon Bird Clan ancestor and the Sky Rock Clan ancestor looked at each other and they were embarrassed. If they continued to fight, they wouldn't be able to capture Fong Chen. The latter had the bone progenitor behind him. The Sky Rock clan ancestor only wanted to teach him a lesson, but he didn't dare to kill him. In that case, there was no chance. Lucky guy, the Sky Rock clan ancestor cursed in his heart. If he were to fight alone, he wouldn't be able to suppress Fang Chen. If he were to team up with the Demon Bird clan ancestor, the Phoenix clan ancestor and the Emperor God Xiao Luo would definitely not agree. Chapter 1985. A Genius Remembers Love in 1 Second? We provide you with interesting novels to read. Even though Ancestor Heavenly Rock really wanted to teach Fang Chen a lesson, he was helpless against the latter's strength. He could only watch as the latter left the South Pole. The 4 Emperor Gods looked at each other. Emperor God Xiao Luo said, "If you don't work hard, you will be surpassed by the younger generation." The trip to the South Pole was fruitless. This made Fang Chen even more anxious. Who took away his wife, Star and Moon? His priority now was to determine whether his wife was in danger. When he hurried back to the Heavenly Bone Palace, the bone progenitor happened to be there. Fang Chen. The bone progenitor called Fang Chen to his residence. "I asked around for you. There are only so many Emperor Gods in the divine realm. No one knows who the one you mentioned is." Fang Chen's face was solemn and his eyes were filled with worry. "But you don't have to worry. The person who took away Star and Moon shouldn't have any bad intentions." The bone progenitor comforted him. "I heard about your battle in the South Pole. With your current strength, you are almost invincible in the Divine Emperor realm. I hope you can focus on cultivation and enter the Emperor God realm as soon as possible. Once you enter the Emperor God realm, your strength will increase again. Then, you may be able to find Star and Moon." Fang Chen nodded. He had calmed down from his initial panic. There was no point in being anxious now. If an Emperor God realm expert wanted to hide, even his master, the bone progenitor, might not be able to find him, let alone him. After chatting with Fang Chen for a while, the bone progenitor changed the topic and asked about Fang Chen's recent difficulties in cultivation. "Are there any difficulties in cultivation recently?" the bone progenitor asked. Hearing this, Fang Chen temporarily put aside his worries and began to humbly ask for advice. "Master, my space-time phantasm demon tome is stuck at the last step. There's still something I don't understand." Fang Chen told the bone progenitor everything that he did not understand. After the latter heard it, he began to explain it to Fang Chen. "Love go little say ku, in our space-time cultivation system, the space-time precepts are the most important and fundamental." The bone progenitor said, "Only when the precepts of time and the precepts of space are perfectly combined can they form the precepts of space-time. Only by completely comprehending the laws of space-time can one reach the pinnacle of the space-time cultivation system." The Spacetime Phantasm Demonic Tome focuses on the laws of spacetime, while the other laws are secondary. Following the bone progenitor's explanation, Fang Chen's mind exploded. The bone progenitor's words seemed to have opened a whole new door for him. The spacetime cultivation system is truly profound. I still know too little. I need to work harder. After a long time, Fang Chen sighed. For the rest of the time, Fang Chen asked anything that he did not understand. The bone progenitor was very attentive to his favorite disciple and answered every question. Boom! At a certain moment, the terrifying power of spacetime precepts suddenly emerged from Fang Chen's body. Then, he closed his eyes and entered a state of enlightenment. His potential is not bad. Seeing this, the bone progenitor was very pleased. Among his 7 disciples, Fang Chen's potential was the strongest. Moreover, he had caught up from behind, and his strength had completely surpassed his 6 senior brothers. He was the strongest divine emperor in this universe era. Just this point alone was enough to go down in history. A divine emperor who could fight against a first-stage divine emperor. Just thinking about it made him excited. It's said that Divine Emperor Swordless has a way of teaching his disciples. He has 3 divine emperors and 3 divine emperors. The latter is the only divine emperor who has an avatar. The bone progenitor sneered. I, the bone progenitor, am not bad either. Although none of my disciples are divine emperors can fight against divine emperors. At least in the current divine realm, only my disciple can do that. Moreover, the bone progenitor knew that Feng Chen would enter the divine emperor realm soon. At that time, his strength would definitely enter the 2nd stage. There was even a high possibility that he would reach the 3rd stage. Thinking about the faces of Divine Emperor Swordless and the others, the bone progenitor felt very satisfied. The spacetime energy surrounded Feng Chen, and his mind was filled with the spacetime phantasm demon book's chant. Condense. With a light shout, Feng Chen successfully cultivated the 9th level of the spacetime phantasm demon book. What a comfortable feeling! Feng Chen opened his eyes with a smile on his face. How is it? Do you feel that you are closer to the laws of spacetime? The bone progenitor asked with a smile. Feng Chen nodded. The bone progenitor continued, Our spacetime cultivation system is the darling of spacetime. If we want to escape, no one in the divine realm can catch up to us. Teacher, can our spacetime cultivation system reach the peak and become a cosmos god? Feng Chen suddenly asked. Hearing this, the bone progenitor's expression turned pale. He laughed bitterly and shook his head. Even though the spacetime cultivation system was created by me, I feel that there are many loopholes and flaws. Perhaps only cosmos gods can perfect it. I believe that teacher will definitely become a cosmos god. Feng Chen said. The bone progenitor shook his head. It was extremely difficult to become a cosmos god. The bone progenitor had stepped into the ranks of the strongest god emperors for an unknown period of time. He could not advance any further. Becoming a cosmos god was out of his reach. You should cultivate well. If there is anything you do not understand, you can ask me. The bone progenitor stood up and prepared to leave. Teacher, Feng Chen wanted to say something but hesitated. Just say it. There is no need to be polite with me. The bone progenitor said. Teacher, I wish to return to the lower realm and take a look. I can also settle down my family and friends, Feng Chen said in a low voice. Hearing this, the bone progenitor immediately understood the thoughts of Feng Chen. All right, I'll send you off, the bone progenitor said. His wife, Star and Moon, was taken away by a mysterious expert and her whereabouts were unknown. This made Feng Chen very worried about his family in the lower realm. Furthermore, it had been a long time since he went back to visit them. It was time for him to make a trip back. Above the Sky Bone Palace, the bone progenitor floated in midair. With a wave of his palm, a terrifying black hole appeared in the void in front of him, penetrating through the entire world. You can go down from here, the bone progenitor said. In fact, with Feng Chen's current strength, he could use his own strength to tear through the void and force his way into the lower realm. However, the bone progenitor's methods were clearly stronger than his. Thank you, teacher. Feng Chen thanked him and immediately plunged into the black hole. The lower realm was boundless and extremely vast. At a glance, the entire lower realm was a vast ocean. On the ocean, there were countless Xiao He points. Upon closer inspection, these Xiao He points were archipelagos. On those archipelagos there were countless islands. The lower realm of today had entered a period of rapid development. The overall strength of the warriors had increased by a large margin. Among them, the most famous was Green Bamboo Island. Its reputation even overshadowed the 4 Great Holy Land. The current owner of Green Bamboo Island was Feng Chen's disciple, Tian Xen. Green Bamboo Island had become the most sacred place for cultivation in the lower realm. Countless geniuses fought to enter this place. Within Green Bamboo Island, Tian Xen stood in the island master's residence and looked up at the blue sky with a melancholy look on his face. I have retraced the places that teacher has passed by. I have also defeated all of Teacher's enemies in the past, Tian Xian muttered to himself. Now in the lower realm, there are not many people who can make me fight. However, how am I going to find my gate of guidance and enter the divine world to find Teacher? Tian Xian was melancholy. He had already reached the eternal realm and was at the top of the lower realm. However, he was still unable to find his gate of guidance. I wonder how Teacher is doing in the divine world? Thinking of his teacher, Tian Xian felt proud. The greatest fortune in my life is to be able to become Teacher's disciple. Tian Xian smiled. With Teacher's potential, he should be able to stand firm in the divine world now, right? Whoosh! Two peerless beauties suddenly appeared beside Tian Xian. Xian, what are you thinking about? The woman in the yellow dress asked with a smile. The woman in green opened her red lips and said, Xian, your current strength is already at the peak of the lower realm. Moreover, you are not young anymore. It is time to think about your marriage. In the entire lower realm, who knew how many great clans wanted to marry the most precious daughter of their clan to Tian Xian? Once they married into Green Bamboo Island, they would be hugging a powerful thigh and their families would prosper easily. Even the 4 great holy lands had their eyes on Tian Xian. However, Tian Xian did not think about these things. Aunt Qing, Aunt Xian, you are still talking about me. Tian Xian turned his head and looked at the 2 women. Hearing this, Bai Qingqing and Princess Xian looked at each other and a helpless look appeared on their faces. Who in this world is more outstanding than your teacher? Chapter 1986. Genius remembers love in 1 second/small? I will provide you with interesting novels to read. Am I that outstanding? Suddenly, a familiar voice came from the void. In the next moment, the 3 of them, including Tian Xian, were stunned. They looked in the direction of the voice in disbelief, their eyes wide open. Master, is that you? After a short moment of shock, Tian Xian's face was filled with excitement. Master, is that you? As soon as Tian Xian finished speaking, Fang Chen walked out from the void. Fang Chen. Bai Qingqing and Princess Xian's eyes were filled with tears. They had forgotten how long it had been since they last felt this way. How have you been? Fang Chen nodded at Tian Xian, then looked at Bai Qingqing and Princess Xian. His expression changed as he spoke in a low voice. Master, why have you come back? Tian Xian rushed to Fang Chen's side and shouted excitedly. I came back to see how you are doing. After saying that, Fang Chen patted Tian Xian's shoulder gently. Tian Xian said tactfully, Master, accompany Aunt Qing and Aunt Xian first. I have some matters to attend to. After Tian Xian left, Fang Chen looked at the 2 girls quietly. Bai Qingqing's black eyes looked at Fang Chen, her face full of excitement. How have you been in the divine world? Very good. How about you two? Fang Chen asked. The 2 girls smiled bitterly. They had not been living well in the past few years. The news of Fang Chen's return to the lower world was only known by some of his friends and relatives on Green Bamboo Island. The leaders of the 4 great saint lands came to visit Fang Chen. Even Realm Master Fu Mo and Monarch Blackblade came. The island master's residence on Green Bamboo Island was very lively. Fang Chen was catching up with his old friends. Fang Chen, you are really amazing. How long have you been in the divine world? You are already able to return to the lower world. Yes, we have an expert like the bone progenitor in the lower world. Now that you've appeared, it's truly a blessing for the human race. At the banquet, the Black Blade Monarch and the others requested Fang Chen to give them some pointers. Fang Chen gladly agreed. He spent a total of 3 days to instruct all the top experts of the human clan in the lower realm. Some of them directly broke through on the spot. As a result, the crowd was even more shocked by Fang Chen's strength. What kind of unimaginable level had he reached? Holy Master, I came back this time to visit my family and friends, and also to bring some cultivation resources for the human race, Fang Chen said. Then, He took out a spatial ring that he had prepared and handed it over to the Holy Lord. After the Holy Lord dripped a drop of blood to claim ownership, he opened the spatial ring and was thoroughly shocked. This is too valuable. The competition in the divinity world is even more intense. You need it more than we do. The human Holy Master declined. However, Fang Chen shook his head. I don't need these things. Holy Master, please accept them. Choose some elites of the younger generation and give them some cultivation resources. Fang Chen said, there are some cultivation techniques in here, but because the overall strength of the mortal world is limited, I only chose some low-grade cultivation techniques. Fang Chen, you've done too much for the human race, the human Holy Master said in a low voice. Fang Chen grinned. This was his hometown, and he was also a part of the human race. After sending off the top experts of the mortal world, Fang Chen began to help Tian Xin find the Gate of Guidance. With Fang Chen's help, Tian Xin quickly found the Gate of Guidance and ascended to the divinity world. I still have some things to do. When I return to the divinity world, I'll look for you, Fang Chen said. After Tian Xin ascended, Fang Chen wanted to help Bai Qingqing and Princess Xin increase their strength, but the two women rejected him. One day, Fang Chen was talking with Luo Liuli when the Holy Master suddenly came to visit. Holy Master, what's the matter? Fang Chen pointed at the stone bench in the garden and asked with a smile. Fang Chen, I've come to find you because I need your help with something. The human Holy Master pondered for a moment and said, however, this might bring you danger. You have to consider it carefully. Fang Chen smiled. To be honest, there was nothing in the mortal world that could threaten his life. Hearing this, the human Holy Master nodded and said, ever since you ascended to the divinity world, the mortal world has been in a state of peace. However, not long ago, the entire lower realm was suddenly shaken. Soon, I discovered that a crack appeared at the border of the mortal world. Crack. Fang Chen's heart skipped a beat when he heard this. The mortal world was a huge sealed space with a strong boundary wall around it. It was isolated from the void to ensure the safety of the mortal world. Now, a crack had appeared. Bring me there to take a look, Fang Chen said. The human Holy Master told Fang Chen the location, and the latter used the space-time illusion demon book. After a few breaths, they arrived at the border of the mortal world. The spiritual qi above the 9 heavens was extremely violent. Even life and death realm warriors would find it difficult to enter. Even eternal realm warriors would not be willing to come here. However, now that Fang Chen was standing there, the violent spiritual qi instantly became gentle. Standing in the clouds, Fang Chen's gaze fell on the heavens in the distance. There was a very small crack in the heavens. Fang Chen could feel a strong aura coming from outside the crack. Outside the mortal world, there should be space turbulence, Fang Chen said to himself. He then looked at the human Holy Master and said, wait here. I'll go out and take a look. With that, Fang Chen went through the crack and came out of the void. Rumble! Terrifying space turbulence roared beside Fang Chen, but it could not get close to him. The spatial turbulence was extremely dangerous for eternal realm warriors. However, it was nothing to Fang Chen, who was in the Divine Emperor realm. Space turbulence has its own rules. It should not collide with the mortal world, Fang Chen said with a frown. The mortal world had its own rules. The will of the universe would protect the mortal world's boundary wall from being damaged. Even divine realm warriors would have to pay a price if they wanted to enter the mortal world. It was absolutely impossible for a mere spatial turbulence to break through the barrier of the lower realms. What's going on? Fang Chen's divine sense spread out and instantly covered a radius of 10,000 miles. In the endless void, there was a dead silence. Darkness shrouded everything and nothing could be seen. Fang Chen's divine sense discovered one black hole after another and one spatial turbulence after another. After checking for a long time, he suddenly found something wrong. Immediately, Fang Chen's figure flashed and instantly arrived in front of one of the space turbulence. It's this space turbulence that is hitting the mortal world's boundary wall, Fang Chen said to himself. His palm gently touched the space turbulence. The golden heart beat rapidly, and suddenly an evil aura escaped from it. Perceiving this evil aura, Fang Chen's face changed greatly. How could the aura of the Holy Light Temple appear here? Fang Chen was a little surprised. In an instant, countless thoughts appeared in his mind. Could it be that the Holy Light Temple controlled the space turbulence to hit the mortal world's boundary wall? But why would they do this? After discovering this doubt, Fang Chen's face became gloomy and he continued to go deeper into the space turbulence. The deeper he went, the more serious his face became. Because the evil aura was getting more and more serious. Could it be that there's a Holy Light Temple nest here? Fang Chen thought. Thinking of this, he no longer went forward, but returned to the mortal world. Whoosh! In the sky, the human race's Holy Master anxiously waited for Fang Chen. Holy Master. Fang Chen, what's the situation? The Holy Master hurriedly asked. It's nothing serious. You can go back first, Fang Chen said. The Holy Master nodded and left. Immediately, Fang Chen waved his hand, and a terrifying aura of array Dao instantly spread out. He was setting up an array. He wanted to use the array to cover the entire mortal world to protect the safety of the mortal world. Rumble. Not long after, an absolute God-level array was born. This was the strongest absolute God-level array that Fang Chen had set up so far. The mortal world's mortal world did not notice the existence of this array. After setting up the array, Fang Chen glanced in the direction of Green Bamboo Island. Before this, he had already settled his family and friends and left a lot of cultivation resources, enough to support their cultivation for hundreds of years. He had made too many enemies in the heavenly realm, so he did not want to bring them to the heavenly realm for the time being. Fortunately, I made a trip back. Immediately, Fang Chen quietly left the mortal world and appeared in the space turbulence outside the endless void. Chapter 1987. Genius 1 second. Remember love go/little? Shua Net provides you with wonderful novels to read. Activating his perfect sword body, dense sword-shaped runes circulated, protecting Fang Chen's body. He could travel through the boundless void without any fear. Although the lower realm and the deity world were a whole universe, there were still differences. If the entire universe was compared to an egg, then the egg would be the egg. The lower realm universe was the egg white, which was also the most basic universe. And the deity world universe was the egg yolk, which was also the core and the highest level universe. Outside the lower realm universe was the endless void. Although the endless void was dangerous, it was targeted at the warriors in the lower realm universe. To Fang Chen and the others, it was nothing. They could travel through it easily. And outside the deity world universe was the chaotic void. The chaotic void was filled with extremely dense chaotic aura. Even god emperors did not dare to enter it easily. Only cosmos gods could leave the deity world universe and go to a wider world. In the chaotic void, Fang Chen's speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he had reached the deepest part. Here, there was a storm spring. A terrifying power was escaping from it. This is the core of the chaotic void? Fang Chen said. He carefully sensed that the evil aura in the storm spring was getting denser. There's a problem. Fang Chen approached the storm spring. His hands touched the storm spring. In an instant, the evil aura of the holy light religion emerged. Xiao, from the storm spring, a spear completely condensed by the evil aura pierced out. Pung! Seeing this, Fang Chen punched out, shattering the evil spear. Break! Immediately after, he let out a low roar. Boundless power burst forth from his body and directly enveloped the entire eye of the storm spring, forcibly shattering it. Voila! The storm spring was the root of the chaotic void. Once it shattered, the chaotic void would be completely chaotic, and lost in the endless void. Brat, are you courting death? Suddenly, a voice came. Then, a heavenly god appeared from the evil aura. He was wearing armor and holding a battle-axe. He stared coldly at Fang Chen. Remnants of holy light religion? When Fang Chen saw this, he confirmed his guess even more. Who are you? The armored man with the axe asked coldly. It is impossible for martial artists from the lower realms to come here. Are you from the deity world? So, the crack that appeared in the lower realm universe was caused by your holy light religion? Fang Chen asked. Kid, you know too much. The armored man with the axe waved his hand and the axe whistled through the air, chopping towards Fang Chen. Fang Chen's palms danced like a ghost as he slapped the man a few times. Immediately, the latter's body froze in midair. At this moment, the man with the axe finally felt fear. How is this possible? He was a celestial god realm cultivator, so it went without saying that the other party was a true god realm expert. Speak, why is the holy light temple here? Fang Chen coldly asked. Don't even think about getting any useful information out of me. The man with the axe said with a gloomy face. Poochie. Fang Chen pointed his finger, and both arms of the man with the axe were crippled. Trying to transmit your voice to others? Fang Chen sneered. Trying to play tricks in front of him, what a joke. Just kill me. The man with the axe screamed miserably, his face ferocious. Tell me everything you know. Fang Chen said. Impossible. The man with the axe screamed crazily. He would rather die than submit. Voila. The armored man with the axe was stared at by Fang Chen. In an instant, he fell into an illusion. Why are you here? Fang Chen asked. I am a celestial under celestial phenomenon emperor. I am responsible for invading and controlling the lower realms. The man with the axe said. Who is Celestial Phenomenon Emperor? Celestial Phenomenon Emperor is an elder of the Holy Light religion, responsible for a stronghold of the Holy Light religion. The place I am guarding is a branch of the Celestial Phenomenon stronghold. How many people are there in the branch? There are more than 700 people in the branch. Basically, they are all Celestial Phenomenon Emperors. Hearing this, Fang Chen frowned and continued to ask, Why do you want to invade the lower realms? The hometown of the Celestial Emperor of Destruction is the lower realms. His family and friends are all in the lower realms. As long as you control it, you can control the Celestial Emperor of Destruction and make him obey the Holy Light religion. Because of me. Fang Chen was stunned for a moment. Immediately, his eyes were filled with killing intent. What is your plan? Celestial Phenomenon Emperor ordered us to sneak into the lower realms quietly. We are not allowed to be exposed. The Celestial Emperors of the Celestial Realm are extremely powerful. Once we launch a large-scale attack, we will be discovered by them. Our plan is to disguise ourselves as space turbulence and hit the boundary wall of the lower realms. Then, we will send Celestial Phenomenon Emperors into the lower realms. We will sneak into some big forces and secretly control them. Hearing this, Fang Chen's face changed greatly. So far, how many Celestial Phenomenon Emperors have entered the lower realms? Fang Chen asked hurriedly. 300 Celestial Phenomenon Emperors have entered the lower realms. According to the plan, it is estimated that in half a year, we will be able to completely control the lower realms. The man with the axe said woodenly. Tell me the aura of those 300 Celestial Phenomenon Emperors. Fang Chen ordered. The man with the axe shook his head and said, His Majesty is afraid that there will be a mistake. Therefore, other than the 3 of them, no one knows who has entered the lower realms. Fang Chen clenched his fists, his face gloomy to the extreme. The Holy Light religion was really unscrupulous in order to kill him. Where is your branch? Fang Chen asked. The storm spring that you destroyed before was the entrance to our branch. I was guarding it. Now that the storm spring has been destroyed, We can only enter the branch through the secret passage. The man with the axe said, "Take me there." Under the control of Fang Chen's powerful illusion, the man with the axe had almost no resistance. He obediently led Fang Chen to the secret passage. A moment later, after passing through several space turbulence, they finally arrived in front of the secret passage. "You've hidden it well," Fang Chen said. Immediately, he ordered the man with the axe to open the passage and take him into the branch's lair. Whoosh! With a flash of white light, Fang Chen passed through the passage and came to an independent space. Establishing an independent space in the space turbulence? Fang Chen said gloomily. His finger gently touched the man with the axe, and the latter suddenly woke up. Why am I here? When the man with the axe saw Fang Chen, he panicked and wanted to escape. Die! He killed him with one blow. Immediately, Fang Chen's divine sense enveloped the entire independent space. In an instant, he found hundreds of holy light religion remnants hidden in the independent space. In a palace, the three god kings were discussing how to send the next batch of celestial phenomenon emperors into the lower realms. 300 celestial phenomenon emperors have been sent, plus this batch of 100 people. It's almost time to act. One of the god kings said, "We must control the lower realms quietly, and then let Celestial Phenomenon Emperor come out and contact Celestial Destruction Emperor." Humph, when the time comes, won't Celestial Destruction Emperor be controlled by our holy light religion? The plan of the three god kings was very vicious. They used Fang Chen's relatives to threaten him. Remnants of holy light religion. Boom! Fang Chen was extremely furious in his heart. He directly released the terrifying aura of the divine Emperor realm. Suddenly, the entire branch's countless celestial phenomenon emperors prostrated themselves on the ground in fear. What a strong aura! It's not Celestial Phenomenon Emperor. Could it be that someone has broken into our branch? Let's go and see. The three god kings shot into the sky. Kill! Fang Chen shouted in a low voice and started a massacre. The three god kings had long been frightened by his aura and fled in panic. As for those celestial phenomenon emperors, they had no power to resist. In the blink of an eye, the independent space of the branch turned into a hell on earth. A moment later, hundreds of celestial phenomenon emperors were dead. Trying to escape? Fang Chen sneered. Immediately, he used the time illusion demon book and instantly appeared in front of the three god kings. Who are you? How dare you go against our holy light religion? You're about to die and you still dare to threaten me. With a thought, Fang Chen froze the space. The bodies of the three great divine kings were imprisoned in the void. He raised his fist and was about to kill the three of them when he suddenly thought of a problem. I can do this. Immediately, Fang Chen's face revealed a sinister smile. The three of you don't have to die for the time being. However, you have to help me do something. Chapter 1988. Genius Remembers Love in 1 Second/Small? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. In fact, with Fang Chen's strength, he didn't need their consent to control them. He planned to control the three divine kings, lure out Celestial Phenomenon Emperor, and completely destroy Celestial Phenomenon in one fell swoop. A moment later, the three divine kings were controlled by Fang Chen. The three of you stay in the branch and wait for Celestial Phenomenon Emperor's order. Fang Chen said. Yes, Master. The three divine kings said respectfully. Fang Chen nodded with satisfaction, then left the branch and went back the way he came. After returning to the universe of the lower realm, Fang Chen's heart gradually calmed down. He came at the right time, not late at all. Although the 300 divine kings sneaked into the lower realm, at least they didn't cause any substantial damage. Fang Chen spread out his divine sense and instantly locked onto the aura of the 300 divine kings. Although they tried their best to hide, they could at most deceive the human warriors in the lower realm. Fang Chen's primordial spirit had reached half a step into the fourth Yuan realm, which was comparable to a god-emperor. Nothing could deceive him. What a good method! Fong Chen sneered. The 300 divine kings were scattered on the major islands and secretly controlled the top forces on these islands. Even the 4 great holy lands had divine kings from the Holy Light religion sneaked in. In fact, what surprised Fong Chen the most was that there were several divine kings from the Holy Light religion on Green Bamboo Island. Green Bamboo Island. The entire Green Bamboo Island was shocked when Tian Xian ascended to the God realm. After the departure of Island Master Tian Xian, the 2 most prestigious people on Green Bamboo Island were Bai Qingqing and Princess Xen. And it turned out that the 2 of them were fully capable of managing Green Bamboo Island. However, an unforeseen event suddenly occurred in the originally smooth succession of the Island Lord position. Elder Mu Ku, who had always been known for his gentle character, suddenly wanted to compete for the Island Master position. I, Mu Ku, am a meritorious elder of Green Bamboo Island. I followed Island Master Fong Chen to establish Green Bamboo Island. I think I am more qualified than Bai Qingqing and Princess Xian to be the Island Master. These were Mu Ku's words. He was the first elder to follow Fong Chen to consolidate the position of Green Bamboo Island. After so many years of bitter cultivation, his strength had already reached the limits of life and death realm. They were only 1 step away from entering the eternal realm. There were many of them on Green Bamboo Island, Mu Ku said. Instantly, many people changed their minds and supported Elder Mu Ku. For a moment, the Vice Island Master was caught in a dilemma. However, Bai Qingqing and Princess Xian quickly came to an agreement. Since Elder Mu Ku wanted to compete for the position of Island Lord fairly, they would appear to be too narrow-minded if they disagreed. This is the island he left behind. We can't let it fall into the hands of others, Bai Qingqing said. Today was also the day of the final battle. Elder Muk challenged the 2 women. As long as he could defeat one of them, he would be able to become the Vice Island Lord. If he could defeat both of them, he could become the Island Master. In the largest square of Green Bamboo Island there was a sea of people. On the rostrum, the Vice Island Master stood quietly, personally presiding over the battle. Everyone, I won't go into the details. I'm sure everyone already knows. Let's begin. After saying that, the Vice Island Master's gaze fell on Elder Muk. The latter's figure flashed and appeared on the martial stage. You 2, come at me together. Elder Muk's words were filled with arrogance. No need, Bai Qingqing said coldly. Soon after, she leaped onto the martial stage. You'll regret it. A vast aura erupted from Elder Muk's body as he attacked like thunder. Logically speaking, Bai Qingqing and Elder Muk's strength were about the same. However, the situation on the martial arts stage was one-sided. Elder Muk's thunderous attacks suppressed Bai Qingqing to the point that she couldn't retaliate. Bang! Elder Muk punched out, and Bai Qingqing's body was sent flying like a kite. A love go little say W, chew crash. Seeing this, Princess Xian stomped her feet and arrived on the martial stage, hugging Bai Qingqing. Are you all right? Princess Xian asked. Bai Qingqing shook her head, her face gloomy. Let's attack together so that I don't have to waste my time. There was an uproar in the square. The hearts of countless martial artists were filled with shock and awe. Elder Muk, who had always kept a low profile, was actually so powerful. Has Elder Muk entered the Eternal Realm? The battle on the martial stage erupted again. However, something even more shocking happened. Bai Qingqing and Princess Xian were unable to fend off Elder Muk's attack even when they joined forces. Kill. A cold light flashed across Elder Muk's eyes. He was filled with killing intent. In the clouds, Fong Chen sneered. Soon after, he stretched out his big hand, causing the sky to change color. A terrifying force rushed down from the big hand and blasted toward Elder Muk. Dong! The entire martial stage shook. All the martial artists were dumbfounded. What's that? Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air as they stared at the void. Under everyone's gaze, Fang Chun appeared casually and landed on the martial stage. "Are you all right?" Fang Chun walked to the two women and took out 2 pills from his bosom, handing them to the 2 women. "Eat this." Elder Muk got up from the ground. He was furious. Just as he was about to scold them, he suddenly realized that the person who came was Fang Chun. "It's you?" A trace of panic flashed across Elder Muk's eyes. "What's wrong? Elder Muk, are you surprised to see me?" There was a thunderous applause in the square. Everyone was welcoming the return of the human race hero with the most fanatical passion. "You," Elder Muk said in a deep voice, "since the Island Master is back, there is no need for me to continue fighting for the Island Master position." With that, Elder Muk wanted to leave. "Elder Muk, don't you want to explain to me?" Fang Chun asked. "Explain what?" "Holy light religion." Swoosh. When Elder Muk heard this, his body trembled. He immediately turned into a stream of light and disappeared from Green Bamboo Island. Die. Across the void, Fang Chun slashed out with his sword and killed Elder Muk. "Island Master, Elder Muk has been possessed." Fang Chun briefly explained and then said, "From today onwards, Bai Qingqing and Princess Xian are both Green Bamboo Island Masters." With that, Fang Chun immediately left Green Bamboo Island and went to the 4 Great Holy Land. At the same time, the same thing happened in the 4 Great Holy Land. The Yuan race's Holy Land was the most dangerous. The Yuan demon sword noticed that something was wrong with the elders of the Yuan race. The latter knew that he had been exposed. He immediately used his true means and completely sealed off the entire Yuan race. "From now on, I am the patriarch of the Yuan race. Those who obey me will prosper and those who oppose me will perish," the remaining Holy Light religion members said in a deep voice. "I would rather die than submit." The Yuan demon sword took the lead to attack. The giant sword tore through the sky and swept across the world, ruthlessly slashing toward the remaining Holy Light religion member. Whoosh! The terrifying attack did not hurt the remaining Holy Light religion member. Instead, the latter held the Yuan demon sword in his hand. "You dare to challenge me with a mere weapon? You're courting death." With that, the remaining Holy Light religion member exerted strength in his palm, wanting to crush the Yuan demon sword. "Old friend, long time no see." Fang Chun appeared out of thin air and said with a smile while looking at the Yuan demon sword. The Yuan demon's sword vibrated and let out a loud sword hum. Before the remaining Holy Light religion member could react, he was killed by Fang Chun. Then, Fang Chun's consciousness locked onto the remaining Holy Light religion members who had sneaked into the Yuan race and killed them all. The primordial demon's sword lay beside Fang Chun, looking very intimate. "This time, it's all thanks to you. Otherwise, the Yuan race would have disappeared from history." The Yuan demon sword said, "After I deal with the crisis in the lower realm, I'll give you an opportunity." Fang Chun said. Next, Fang Chun solved the crisis of the spirit race, the human race, and the Luo race. In just 3 days, he killed all the 300 Holy Light religion members who were hiding in the lower realm. The crisis in the lower realm was quietly solved by Fang Chun. On this day, Fang Chun once again came to the Yuan race. "It seems that you're doing well in the God realm," the Yuan demon sword said. "I'll give you an opportunity, but I have a condition," Fang Chun said. "What condition?" "I can raise your grade to the level of a treasure in the God realm. Your task is to guard the lower realm. As long as there are enemies invading, you have to expel and destroy them," Fang Chun said. Hearing this, the Yuan demon sword vibrated. The level of a treasure in the God realm was the realm it dreamed of. "Okay, I promise you." Because it was connected to the Yuan demon sword, it was relatively easy to forge it. The materials for the forging were all prepared. "Are you ready?" Fang Chun asked. Chapter 1989. A genius will remember love in 1 second? I'll provide you with interesting novels to read. After everything was ready, Fang Chun began to work in the Yuan tribe's ancestral land. Buzz! With a thought, a terrifying flame burst out and enveloped the entire Yuan demon sword. The current Fang Chen's strength was no longer the same as before. His control over flames had naturally reached the point of perfection. Moreover, the undying flame had reached its limit. Even an immortal king would be injured if they touched it. The first step was to refine the original demon sword. This was a piece of cake for Fang Chen. In a few breaths' time, the original demon sword was completely refined. Then, Fang Chen took a deep breath and put the materials he had prepared into the liquefied original demon sword. Then, the undying flame burned the sword again. The entire process only took half an hour. The original demon sword was formed again. Although it was in the simplest shape, it was enough to shock the entire Yuan tribe. What a powerful aura! The original demon sword has become stronger. Yeah, I didn't expect our Yuan tribe's treasure to be like this one day. Thanks to Fang Chen. Luckily, we didn't offend him back then. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. The leader of the Yuan tribe stood in the square quietly. His dark eyes stared in the direction of the ancestral land. Just the aura of the original demon sword was enough to make his heart tremble. What level has this guy reached? The leader of the Yuan tribe muttered to himself. The process of refining the original demon sword was very easy. However, just as the refining was about to be completed, something unexpected happened. Between heaven and earth, terrifying sword qi instantly attacked, surging into the Yuan race's ancestral land. Then, Fang Chen felt his mind vibrate. The next moment, his body was filled with a strong sword qi. When Fang Chen saw this, he was slightly stunned. Then, he froze for a moment. Only then did he realize. He had been stuck at the saint level for a long time, but he had unintentionally broken through to the absolute god level. In that case, I'll refine you into a true god weapon. Originally, Fang Chen had planned to forge the origin demon sword into a top-quality, heavenly divine artifact. But now, he had enough strength to refine the Yuan demon sword into a true god weapon. The demon origin sword seemed to have sensed the change in Fang Chen. It hummed happily in response to Fang Chen. Hiss hiss hiss. The forging process continued. As Fang Chen forged, he tried to learn more about the absolute god-class swordsmith. Fang Chen had known this a long time ago. Forging a sword was akin to comprehending it. 6 hours later, Dong. Inside the Yuan race's ancestral land, a deafening sword cry erupted. Immediately after, a terrifying sword light soared into the sky. A thunderous pressure swept through the Yuan clan. Even the Yuan clan master was unable to move under the pressure. What happened? Some of the Yuan race clansmen who didn't know what was going on cried out. They had just experienced a shock within the clan, and now such a tyrannical aura had appeared. It was no wonder that they were shocked. Did you succeed? The Yuan clan master's body trembled. His face was full of excitement. Inside the ancestral land, Fang Chen slowly opened his eyes. Sword qi surrounded him. Low-grade true god weapon. Looking at the Yuan demon sword in his hand, Fang Chen grinned. Although it was only low-grade, it was still a true god weapon. No one in the entire lower world could withstand the attack of the Yuan demon sword. Thank you. The Yuan demon sword transmitted its voice to Fang Chen. It was very excited. After becoming a true god weapon, the Yuan demon sword also knew about the weapon grades in the god realm. It was extremely shocked. Love go little say, Chu with your strength. You can easily destroy the lower world's universe. Don't make a move unless you have no other choice, Fang Chen warned. Don't worry, starting today. I'll help you guard the lower world. Whoever dares to cause trouble in the lower world will have to go through me first, the Yuan demon sword said confidently. Fang Chen nodded. With the Yuan demon sword's current strength, even if a heavenly god caused trouble, he could completely suppress it. Under everyone's gaze, Fang Chun left the Yuan clan's ancestral land with the Yuan demon sword. How was it? The Yuan clan master was a little impatient. Clan master, the Yuan demon sword has been refined. Take a look, I'll be leaving first. The Yuan clan master wanted to say something, but Fang Chun had already disappeared. On Green Bamboo Island, Fang Chun refined the green bamboo array and directly upgraded it to an absolute god array. Moreover, the array's control center was in the hands of Bai Qingqing and Princess Xan. Any expert who sneaked in would definitely trigger the array. After Fang Chen's refinement, Green Bamboo Island's defense could be said to be the strongest in the lower world. At the same time, he also left a lot of cultivation resources and some powerful technique. After ensuring that there were no remnants of the Holy Light sect in the lower world, Fang Chun quietly left the lower world. How was it? Did Celestial Phenomenon Emperor contact you? Outside the void, Fang Chun contacted the three godly kings. Not yet, one of the godly kings replied. The three of you, take the initiative to contact Celestial Phenomenon Emperor and say that the matter has been settled. The lower world is completely under your control, Fang Chun said. The three godly kings began to contact Celestial Phenomenon Emperor. A moment later, one of them said, Master, Celestial Phenomenon Emperor has received the news. He wants us to continue to control the lower world. Soon, he will secretly find you in the God realm. Hearing this, Fang Chun was secretly delighted. Then, he used the illusion technique to kill the three godly kings. It was better to be safe than sorry. He was not willing to let the lower world suffer any kind of harm. After all, his family and friends were there. God Realm, South Tomb Sword Palace territory. After Fang Chun returned to the God Realm, he immediately rushed to the South Tomb Sword Palace territory. With his current strength, his appearance in the South Tomb Sword Palace territory was instantly known by the Death God Emperor and other higher-up. However, they did not dare to act recklessly. What is Fang Chun doing in the South Tomb Sword Palace territory? The Death God Emperor had been paying attention to Fang Chun. Soon, Fang Chun found the servant hall of the South Tomb Sword Palace. Tian Xian. His consciousness enveloped the servant hall and found Tian Xian. Sparring partner? Fang Chun frowned. Back then, he was forced to come to the servant hall as a sparring partner. Handyman Hall, Cultivation Square. Kid, come over here and be my sparring partner. An upper-level 10,000 ancient realm guy scolded Tian Xian. Why should I be your sparring partner? Tian Xian's temper was very strong. He rejected directly. Bang. However, he was answered with a pair of iron fists. This person's strength was much stronger than Tian Xian's. He sent Tian Xian flying with one punch. If I tell you to be my sparring partner, you have to be my sparring partner. Otherwise, I'll kill you. Do you believe me? The person said fiercely. In the training square, the other disciples shook their heads. They looked at Tian Xian with sympathy in their eyes. This guy is finished. Yeah, if he's chosen by this demon, he'll be killed in a few days. This guy is crazy. In just half a month, he's already killed 5 sparring partners. Who asked him to be so strong? What can we do? Some sparring partners gathered together. They prayed in their hearts that they wouldn't be chosen by the servant hall disciple. Otherwise, they might die. In the divine world, the strong were respected. It was the same in the servant hall. Tian Xian was furious, but he compromised. I can't be impulsive. Wait for Master to come, Tian Xian said to himself. Then, he stood up and walked towards the disciple who was called a demon. You're asking for a beating, the person said coldly. Go over there and stand with the wooden stake. I'm going to start cultivating. Tian Xian's face was expressionless as he stood in front of the wooden stake. Boom! The person clenched his fists, and the sound of bones cracking could be heard. He was very strong. He clenched his fists, and the air shook. He faced Tian Xian and punched him. Bang! However, everyone thought that Tian Xin would be seriously injured and fall to the ground. However, an unexpected scene appeared. Tian Xin was still standing there quietly. The person who punched him was sent flying. The person screamed miserably. His fist was broken, and he spat out blood. His face was pale. "How dare you touch my disciple?" At this moment, Fang Chun appeared and said coldly, "Who are you?" An elder of the Odd Job Hall berated loudly. Fang Chun unleashed his divine Emperor Realm aura. Immediately, the higher-ups of the servant hall rushed over. What's going on? Please visit and bookmark this site to read the latest novel. Chapter 1990. Genius 1 Second. Remember love go/little? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Fellow Taoist, what brings you to the South Tomb Sword Palace Servant Hall? The Servant Hall Master purposely emphasized the words Sword Palace of the South Tomb to inform Fang Chun. This was the South Tomb Sword Palace's territory. You'd better not mess around, or you'll have to bear the consequences. Why am I here? Of course I'm here to pick up my disciple, Fang Chun said indifferently. The upper echelons of the servant hall were not strong enough to come into contact with the upper echelons of the divine world. Naturally, they did not know Fang Chun, so they did not know that the killing god in front of them was someone that even the swordless emperor could not handle. May I ask who your disciple is? Why is he in the servant hall? The servant hall master asked. Although he had the South Tomb Sword Palace as his backer, the servant hall master did not dare to be careless in front of someone he could not see through. Fang Chun pointed at Tian Xin, who was beside the wooden stake, and said, "He is my disciple. If I had come a little later, my disciple would have been beaten to death." Obviously, Fang Chun was extremely dissatisfied with the servant hall. The Eternal Realm cultivator who had reprimanded Tian Xin and treated him as a sparring partner was shocked, his face filled with shock. How is this possible? How can a guy in the Eternal Realm have such a strong backer? The man's expression changed, and he was terrified. This person's strength is very strong. Even the servant hall master is so respectful to him. He kept praying in his heart that Fang Chun would not lower himself to his level. On the training square, the other sparring partners and disciples were dumbfounded as they watched all of this. This brat is really lucky. He actually has such a strong disciple. Yeah, looks like he doesn't need to be a sparring partner in the servant hall. From now on, his days will soar. Sigh, I really envy him. Many people were paying attention to the progress of the matter. Tian Xin, come with me. Fang Chun glanced at the person who had treated Tian Xin as a sparring partner and said softly. In his opinion, Eternal Realm cultivators were not worth his time. Tian Xin nodded and walked to Fang Chun's side. Fellow Taoist, Tianxin is a sparring partner of the servant hall. You can't take him away. The servant hall master stopped him. Our South Tomb Sword Palace has a rule that no one is allowed to leave before reaching the age limit. Rules are dead, but people are alive, Fang Chun said. Is the Handyman Hall going to stop me from leaving with my disciples? Fang Chun's words made the Oddjob Hall master somewhat displeased. Fellow cultivator, although you are very powerful, if you don't follow the rules, don't blame the Sword Palace of the South Tomb for being impolite. The servant hall master used the Sword Palace of the South Tomb to scare Fang Chun. Hearing this, Fang Chun shrugged. Whatever. He did not have time to waste on these weak martial artists. He took Tian Xin and prepared to leave. However, the upper echelons of the Odd Job Hall glanced at each other and immediately joined hands to attack. Leave this child behind. The servant hall master bellowed, and the upper echelons joined hands to encircle Fang Chun. Master, Tian Xin reminded in a low voice. Fang Chun frowned and was somewhat displeased. You don't know what's good for you. Then, the sword-shaped runes around his body circulated and his physical defense was raised to the strongest. Dong. Those attacks landed on his body as if they were scratching an itch. On the other hand, the upper echelons of the odd job hall who attacked him suffered a strong backlash and were sent flying. Whoosh! The entire cultivation square was in an uproar. Countless disciples were dumbfounded. Fang Chen was too powerful, wasn't he? Without even moving, he sent all the upper echelons of the odd job hall flying? He, the servant hall master, and the others were shocked. They looked at Fang Chen's back view in disbelief, and did not dare to stop him. Love go little sage W. Chu. However, at this moment, the space above the odd job hall fluctuated greatly and a terrifying pressure instantly spread out. A projection appeared in the clouds, overlooking the area below. What kind of ability is it to bully weak martial artists? Isn't it demeaning for the God Emperor of Destruction to do this? The projection of the God of Death appeared, and the terrifying aura caused the disciples of the odd job hall to tremble. God Emperor! The servant hall master and the others were shocked and shouted. The appearance of the God of Death greatly raised the morale of the odd job hall. They looked at Fang Chen fiercely and thought to themselves, "Let's see how you are going to be arrogant now." Fang Chen raised his head and looked at the God of Death. He then said, "Why? God of Death wants to attack me? If it weren't for the fact that we are in a special period now and the God of Death can't attack, you wouldn't be alive now." The God of Death hated Fang Chen greatly and could not wait to tear him into pieces. "In that case, I'll take my leave." Fang Chen spread his hands and did not bother with the God of Death. He took a step forward and disappeared into the void. Do you think that the South Tomb Sword Palace is a place where you can come and go as you please? The God of Death's face was gloomy. He stretched out his hand and grabbed at the void. Suddenly, the void collapsed and a terrifying black vortex appeared, as if it was going to devour the heavens and earth. "Humph, at least you are quick to escape." The God of Death snorted and his projection disappeared. Everyone in the odd job hall was shocked. Gosh, how strong is Tian Xian's master? The God of Death is the most powerful expert in the divine world. Even he can't stop that person from leaving? I seem to have heard the God of Death call him the God Emperor of Destruction. What? He is the God Emperor of Destruction? No wonder he is so strong. In an instant, everyone in the odd job hall was talking about the God Emperor of Destruction. Sky Bone Palace. Master, is this the Sky Bone Palace? Tian Xian looked around curiously. He was shocked. Although he was considered an expert in the lower world, he realized how small he was after coming to the divine world. Any random person from the God world would be an eternal realm expert. As for his master, the aura he emitted made even Tian Xian's heart palpitate. That's right. This is the Sky Bone Palace created by our human ancestor, the Bone Progenitor. Fang Chen patiently introduced it to Tian Xian. The Sky Bone Palace is one of the top 7 forces in the divine world. It is located in the extreme north. The Bone Progenitor is so powerful. He actually created such a powerful force. Tian Xian was shocked. Fang Chen nodded. After giving a simple introduction of the Heavenly Bone Palace, he said, "Your current strength is still not enough to train in the divine world. Cultivate in the Sky Bone Palace and reach the 9th level of the Eternal Realm as soon as possible. Then, break through to the Soul Transformation Realm." Master, don't worry. I will not let you down. Tian Xian's eyes were burning as he nodded. After settling Tian Xian, Fang Chen asked the 4 little ones to protect and teach Tian Xian. Then, he prepared to look for the Bone Progenitor. However, at this moment, he suddenly stopped in his tracks and was stunned for a moment. Then, a bright smile appeared on Fang Chen's face. I didn't expect that Qing Ho would come to the divine world too. After returning to the lower world, Fang Chen met many of his friends and family. However, he did not see the old faker and Qing Ho. They were in seclusion and Fang Chen did not disturb them. When he went to pick Tian Xian up, Fang Chen secretly left a trace of his mark in the servant hall. Whenever an ascender appeared, the mark would be automatically triggered. At this moment, he felt the mark flickering. Through the mark, he found that Qing Ho had come to the servant hall. Let's go pick him up first. When they were in the lower world, Qing Ho and Fang Chen were good brothers. They had joined the Sky Puppet Clan together. Later, because of some things, the two of them separated. As time passed, Qing Ho's talent in puppetry became more and more obvious. His research on the Tao of puppetry had also become more thorough. After him, Qing Ho was the only one who had ascended to the divine world from the lower world with his own effort. From this, one could see how strong Qing Ho's potential was. Taking the cross-region teleportation array, he quickly arrived at the South Tomb Sword Palace's territory. Rumble. However, before he could go to the servant hall, the Death God Emperor's projection descended. Fang Chen, you have come to the South Tomb Sword Palace's territory time and time again. Do you really think that I am afraid of you? The Death God Emperor said coldly. Hurry up and leave, or I will take action to suppress you. Boom! As soon as the Death God Emperor finished speaking, a terrifying power blasted towards Fang Chen. The latter's figure flashed and dodged the Death God Emperor's attack. Death God Emperor, if I want to leave, can you stop me? Can you stop him? Fang Chen sneered. Try me. The Death God Emperor bellowed as he stretched out his hand and swooped down to suppress Fang Chen. Junior brother, quickly stop. The Black Emperor's voice sounded in the Death God Emperor's ears. Chapter 1991. Genius 1 second. Remember love divided by go divided by little? I will provide you with interesting novels to read. Seeing Fang Chen leave, the Death God Emperor was furious. Love go little say Wangtzu. Black Emperor appeared beside him in time and stopped him. Junior brother, you are too rash. The God Emperor of Destruction's words are not a joke. Before the gathering of the God Emperors, it is better not to attack him. Senior brother, you saw it too. This person is too arrogant. He does not care about the South Tomb Sword Palace at all. The Death God Emperor said coldly, moreover, have you forgotten the blood feud between the South Tomb Sword Palace? Black Emperor shook his head and smiled bitterly. He wanted to kill Fang Chen, but he could not do so. We cannot bear the anger of the God Emperor of Destruction. However, junior brother, you don't have to worry. The gathering of the God Emperors is coming soon. I heard that after the 10 strongest God Emperors had a discussion, more than half of them voted for Fang Chen and agreed to let him attend the gathering as a God Emperor, Black Emperor said. What? Hearing that, the Death God Emperor's face changed and he shouted. However, after a while, he smiled eerily. During the gathering of the God Emperors, I will tear him into pieces, the Death God Emperor said coldly. Fang Chen used the Spacetime Fantasy Demon Book and escaped from the attack range of the Death God Emperor. Soon, he came to the servant hall again. The servant hall, which had calmed down, was shaken again. Lord God Emperor of Destruction. Previously, the Oddjob Hall Master had even attacked Fang Chen. However, all this time, the Oddjob Hall Master had respectfully addressed Fang Chen as Lord. Experts would be respected no matter where they went. I am here to pick up someone. Is there a problem? Fang Chen asked. Of course there is no problem. Lord God Emperor, you can pick up anyone you want, the Servant Hall Master said with a smile. What a joke. Even the Death God Emperor did not want to show up. What could he, the Servant Hall Master, do? Qing Ho. Fang Chen's eyes fell on Qing Ho among the sparring partners. After the baptism of time, Qing Ho's face was filled with the vicissitudes of life. However, from his eyes, it could be seen that he was unwilling to be mediocre. Fang Chen? Qing Ho widened his eyes and looked at Fang Chen in disbelief. He didn't expect to meet his good brother Fang Chen as soon as he arrived in the God Realm. Even the Oddjob Hall Master was respectful to him. Ha ha ha, kid, you're doing pretty well in the deity world. Under everyone's gaze, Qing Ho walked to Fong Chen's side and punched Fong Chen on the shoulder. "Let's go. Let's leave this place first," said Fong Chen. Then he grabbed Qing Ho and disappeared into the sky. Seeing this, the odd job hall master wiped the sweat from his forehead and heaved a sigh of relief. On the way back to the Celestial Bone Palace, Qing Ho and Fong Chen chatted a lot. "I went back to the lower realm previously and was in seclusion, so I didn't disturb you. Who would have thought that you would ascend to the God realm in the blink of an eye?" said Fong Chen with a smile. Qing Ho's cultivation had reached the eternal realm. However, his attainments in the puppet Tao were obviously stronger. "This is the God realm. Experts are as common as clouds." Qing Ho sighed. "How's your puppet Tao?" asked Fong Chen. "It's okay. I feel that I've reached my limit and can't improve anymore." Qing Ho was a little annoyed. "It's okay. When we return to the Celestial Bone Palace, I'll recommend you to a puppet master. You can cultivate with him." When they were about to return to the Celestial Bone Palace, Fong Chen suddenly stopped and his expression changed. "Brother Fong, what's wrong?" Qing Ho felt that something was wrong and hurriedly asked. "Brother Qing Ho, the Celestial Bone Palace's virtual city is in front. Take this token and say that you're Fong Chen's good brother. The virtual city's master will personally send you back to the Celestial Bone Palace. I have some things to do. I'll look for you when I'm done," Fong Chen said. Qing Ho nodded and left with the token. At this time, Fong Chen transmitted his voice to the bone progenitor. "Master." Fong Chen's voice was very urgent. The bone progenitor was a little confused about what had happened. "Fong Chen, what's wrong? Are you in danger?" "Master, I might have found the address of the Holy Light Religion's Celestial Phenomenon Stronghold," Fong Chen said. "What? Celestial Phenomenon Stronghold?" Upon hearing this, the bone progenitor immediately wanted to come over, but was stopped by Fong Chen. Fong Chen told the bone progenitor everything that happened in the lower realm. The latter was in a good mood after hearing this. "Ha ha, you did a good job. I won't go over for the time being, but I'll keep an eye on you with my divine sense. Keep in touch with the Celestial Phenomenon Emperor and don't alert him," the bone progenitor said. "Okay." After communicating with the bone progenitor, Fong Chen opened the message again. It was a message from a stranger. "Celestial Emperor of Destruction, I've investigated your background very clearly. You ascended from the lower realm of the universe. Your family and friends are all in the lower realm. Who are you?" Fong Chen pretended to ask. "It doesn't matter who I am. You just need to know that the lives of your family and friends are in my hands. Don't try to contact the bone progenitor, or I'll make you regret it." Fong Chen pretended to be flustered and hurriedly said, "No, you can't do anything rash. I can promise you anything you want." Upon hearing this, a voice came from the jade communication pendant again. "I'm on a mountain peak thousands of miles away from Illusionary City. Come here to find me. Remember, if you expose my whereabouts, you'll have to wait to collect their corpses." Fong Chen looked up, glanced into the distance, and then turned into a shadow. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. After a few breaths, Fong Chen arrived at the designated mountain peak. "I'm already here. Where are you?" Fong Chen asked. Suddenly, a voice came from the void. As expected of the Celestial Emperor of Destruction. "You've got guts. Who the hell are you?" Fong Chen frowned and asked in a low voice. "You can call me Celestial Phenomenon Emperor." The voice came again from the void. "Tell me, what do you want?" Fong Chen spoke while observing the surroundings. He couldn't find any trace of Celestial Phenomenon Emperor, which made him very surprised. Did the latter have some kind of treasure to hide his aura? "Celestial Emperor of Destruction, I won't beat around the bush with you. To tell you the truth, I'm an elder of the Holy Light Sect. I'm here to win you over to join the Holy Light Sect," Celestial Phenomenon Emperor said. "Impossible," Fong Chen said. If he agreed directly, Wouldn't it arouse Celestial Phenomenon Emperor's suspicion? Don't be in a hurry to refuse. The day when our holy light sect unifies the heavenly realm is coming. As long as the sect leader comes out, the heavenly realm will be leveled. Then why did you come to me? Fang Chen said coldly. Celestial Emperor of Destruction, we've been secretly watching you. Your potential is beyond our expectations. It's not an exaggeration to say that you're the most monstrous genius in this universe era. If such a genius can join our Holy Light sect, the sect's strength will definitely soar. Celestial Phenomenon Emperor said, think about it, what can you get in the heavenly realm? You can't get anything. If you join the Holy Light sect, after the Holy Light sect unifies the heavenly realm, the sect leader will bestow you a piece of land. He will provide you with countless cultivation resources and can even guide you to become a cosmos god. Hearing this, Fang Chen's expression changed. All of this was captured by Celestial Phenomenon Emperor, who was hiding in the dark. He coldly looked at Fang Chen and continued to tempt him. Joining the Holy Light sect means betraying the heavenly realm. I can't do such a thing. Fang Chen said, release my family and friends, and I can agree to your other conditions. Other conditions, what a joke. If I ask you to kill the bone progenitor, can you do it? Celestial Phenomenon Emperor sneered. I only have one condition, and that is for you to join the Holy Light sect. Otherwise, there's no need to talk about it. Hearing the words of Celestial Phenomenon Emperor, Fang Chen became anxious. No, he showed a painful struggle. After a long time, he raised his head and said in a deep voice, aren't you afraid that I will pretend to join, save my family, and betray you? We will naturally take precautions against this. After you join the Holy Light sect, we will plant a holy seed in your body. Your body will forever be marked by the Holy Light sect, and you will never betray us. Celestial Phenomenon Emperor said. The Holy Light sect can satisfy your every need and give you the greatest power. After the sect leader flattens the heavenly realm, you will be the new master of the heavenly realm. On the surface, Fang Chen pretended to struggle, but in reality, he was secretly looking for traces of Celestial Phenomenon Emperor. Teacher, can you find traces of Celestial Phenomenon Emperor? Celestial Phenomenon Emperor has a treasure that can conceal his aura. I can only vaguely sense his approximate location. Bone Progenitor said. Then what should we do? Can we capture him? Fang Chen asked.